Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, January 16th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $, ORION, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Dallas Cowboys versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. Live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So kickoff will be in about, I think, around 25 minutes from now, around 5:15 Pacific time. It's been a rough, about 4 or 5 days, but your boy is back. I feel good. We've got a little bit of sun today, and depression and anxiety is some real shit. Like seasonal depression is some real shit, and having this bad weather in Oregon has definitely taken a little bit of a toll on me, but the sun came out today, thank God, because if I had another day of just gloomy, depressing weather, I might not be doing this game today, and it might still take me a couple more days to kind of climb out of the funk, but I'm here. I feel good. It's the first day I felt, I think, pretty good in the last 5 days, 6 days or so. We've had some amazing action during the weekend. A few upsets, a few predictions that we thought that could come true, and then a few games that ended up being a little bit crazier than we thought. But here we are. We got the 12-5 Dallas Cowboys, 4-4 away record, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is my team, as you can see, but we're only 8-9. 5-4 record at home. We are a pretender. We are not a contender. But with that being said, Dallas does not play good on grass compared to turf. I think they have like a 1-4 or 1-5 record this season. So, I mean, there is a chance that if the Cowboys play calling, right, and the coaching from Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore, if the Cowboys lose the game, it's going to be right here and right here. Right? They have the better team. They got the better situation with quarterback, running backs. Obviously, I like our wide receivers better than their wide receivers, but CeeDee Lamb, Gallup, I mean, they got Noah Brown. They got some guys, Dalton Schultz at tight end. They got weapons, right? But if we really want to be honest with ourselves, I was wanting other teams, like the Giants and the Seahawks, when we didn't really know if they were going to be in yet. I was like, these teams are much more deserving. And we already know Minnesota, the Vikings, Skull. Unfortunately, that was the biggest pretender of a team winning 12 or 13 games. It shows you can win or 12 or 13 in a season and win 8 or 9 or 10 one-score games. But when it comes to the playoffs, right, if your defense sucks, which it did for them all year, and for them to get 12, 13 wins is pretty unbelievable if you really think about it. A lot of close games they won, and not necessarily because of their defense stepping up. It was more their offense and Jay Jetta, and obviously I know Kirk Cousins is definitely getting getting the blame and getting all the bad reputation. Kirk Cousins all over again. Kirk actually had a good game. It was really the defense. But obviously when you're the quarterback, you're going to be the one when you're kind of known to fail in prime time. They're going to say, well, what was that last call with that pass? I know it was short of the sticks, but Kirk wasn't the reason that they lost that game. But again, the NFL perception and the haters, that want to go against him. Now, is Kirk a great quarterback? No, but he's still somewhere between 11 through 17, somewhere in there. It was just unfortunate. It was such a bad play call and a bad throw at the end. But again, lots of crazy games over the weekend. We'll go over those, but it's good to be back. Like I said, the anxiety and the depression. I mean, even when we broke the Dono record, that was a really hard stream for me to do because that was really the beginning, the first 2 days of where I was really feeling like shit with the depression and the anxiety. And then Shep did the $1,300 Dono, broke the record. The previous record was 500, 5 stacks, 3 times from Nate the Great, 500 from Holly Hundo, 500 from Shep for a total of 2,500. Then he broke that record and made it 1,300 for the single solo Dono record, which I really appreciate because since I've missed a few days, that'll help make up for the days that I obviously missed. But my mental health is more important than a couple $100 over the weekend, even though that would have been great. But if I'm mentally not in it, I can't do a game and put a fake face on like other Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers where they just care about the money. They don't care about anything else. They can put a fake face on. I can't do that. It's like I'm either into it or I'm not. Things have been tough. And then we broke the actual record, which was 1,320, and now it's 1,527. And it's pretty unbelievable that we beat both records with less than 20 people in the room. So it shows you don't necessarily have to have hundreds or thousands in the room to break big numbers and to make history, not only with your channel, but overall on YouTube. You just have to have people that believe in you. And if you have good quality people, even if it's 20 or less, you can still hit numbers compared to someone that's got thousands in the room. And shout out to the Fanatic family. I know a lot of y'all have checked up, and I've had conversations with Sarah and Shep and Jameson, Preston, Justin, and a few other people. And it's been a little rough. And sometimes I just have to climb my way out of it on my own. And sometimes I'm just not ready just yet. And of course, for me, I'm not going to miss any NFL games on a weekend, let alone like wild card or anything important, unless my mental health is a big part of it. And obviously my mental health was just too much of I was not in a good headspace, and I really wanted to be able to do, at least maybe 2 games on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. And I tried, but I just couldn't do it. I wasn't ready yet, but I feel that even today, I'm not 100%, but I feel like I'm getting closer. And I feel just by talking with you guys, calling the game, even if we lose, I'm not going to get, more depressed or go down another gutter of feeling sorry for myself or feeling, depressed because the Bucs lost. Well, the Bucs should lose. They're 8-9. We shouldn't even be in the fucking playoffs. But again, even with that being said, when you have a guy like Tom Brady and we got Ryan Jensen back, he could either be the liability or Ryan Jensen could be the reason that we win the game. So we're going to have to wait and see. But at least I get to watch my team, and I got out of my funk so I can watch them. So even if we lose, even if we get our ass kicked, whatever. But again, we have beaten Dallas the last few times, in Tampa and obviously in Dallas in the beginning of the year. So we usually win, and it's usually close, like a 3-point game. So I could definitely see that happening again, where it could be like a 23-20 final, something like that. And even though I'm a hardcore Bucs fan since 1995, right, I'm thinking out of any team that the Buccaneers could play, they're not playing a team like this where I know we're going to go to the Super Bowl or NFC championship game and we have a chance to win it all. This team is a shadow of itself. Right? So if the Cowboys are going to win a game, this is their opportunity to shine. You finally notice that what I've been telling you guys for years and years, and I've been telling Jerry, Tony Pollard is better than Zeke. You finally learned that, and look at the success that you've had. You're 12-5. Obviously, the away record could be a little bit better, but if they end up pounding the rock, giving good opportunities there, and as long as the play calling is an absolute dog shit, they should be able to get off the curse, off the schneid, and then they can move on with their lives. Not like the AKA Los Angeles Chargers, AKA San Diego Chargers, always doing Charger shit, which is really unfortunate, but it shows you, like I said, they have bad coaching, bad play calling. You're up 27-0. You lose the game. Shout out to Trevor, 4 picks in the first half, 4 tutties in the second. But if you actually had Sean Payton coaching the Chargers, do you think they would have lost that game? Hell no. So I'm really hoping that, Sean Payton makes a decision on where he needs to go. It's not going to be back with the Saints. It won't be with Denver. But if he can go to Dallas and help Dak with Dan Quinn, and they can keep that regime there, right? Or, if he goes to San Diego, no, Los Angeles and Herbert probably needs him more than anybody. Because if we end up getting a solid coach, then we can get off this Charger curse of bad coaching, bad play calling, as well as just the injury bug that it never goes away. I mean, they can win 10 games, 11, 12, 13, but at the end of the day, the Chargers are kind of like the Cowboys, where they could be favored, they could be at home, they could be on the road, but you just always know in the back of your head what is going to happen in the fourth quarter, and they always collapse in the fourth quarter, which is really unfortunate. Let's see who's in the room. Things have been very, very tough, but again, I put in some time with a thumb. I got an amazing background. I wanted to do something at night. Normally, when I wear jerseys, I wear the jersey that we're wearing, but I'm wearing the Derek Brooks because I feel that, if the Cowboys win, they should. It would be a good thing for me to be able to see so the haters can get off the Cowboys' back. And I'm not saying the Cowboys can go all the way, to the Super Bowl. But, if they win this game, they could possibly make the NFC Championship. And you could also say that for the Bucs as like a huge, huge sleeper. You know what I mean? Like, I don't personally think that, we're really good. I really don't think that we can win many games, but this is the playoffs. And when you have Brady, Jensen's coming back, anything can happen. But bottom line, the Cowboys have the better roster top to bottom, right? But the thing that I think that we have, maybe that they don't, and I'm not even thinking that really Bowles and and obviously Byron Leftwich are better play callers. But since we're at home, they might be able to play a better game plan at home rather than on the road. But if you remember one of the last times earlier in the year when we played Dallas, you might have remembered to play like this. So, I mean, if we go to Mike Evans, it might be a done deal because no one can guard Mike Evans or Godwin on the Cowboys one-on-one. I mean, you might be able to contain for a little bit, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. Let's go through the comments here, and I'll go through all the photos as well. Hopefully we can get to a good number today, and it just feels good to be back. My mental health has been in the fucking gutter, and it's taken me about a week to finally get back on track, and here I am. So I'm hoping that I can continue the trend. Sarah's in the building. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Let's go. Well, I think a lot of people thought the Giants were going to win. I think a lot of us were like, there's 3 upset matchups. We thought that the Giants could beat the Vikings because the Vikings have no defense. I think that's pretty much clear, right? We thought Jacksonville could win at home, even though that they are the underdog, even though the Chargers were favored by like 3 or 4. But you thought, okay, maybe they're going to ride that emotional wave. And they did. And obviously bad coaching, a little Trevor magic, and they found a way to do that. And then obviously this last game was the last possible underdog game where the luck might run out and maybe Dallas, the team that should win, maybe will finally have a good play calling and execution day where they beat a team that's not even 500. I mean, if Dallas had their, best case scenario of playing anyone in the playoffs, you could say, well, they haven't been able to beat the Buccaneers lately. But again, I know they're on the road and, people are still going to be picking Tampa. But I think a majority of America, 60 to 70%, is picking Dallas. And that is the right pick. We're not a good team this year. Now, can we step up and play great for this game and win by 3 or 7 or 10? Of course. Of course we could. We could ride the momentum. We could ride the wave of the fans. But the bottom line is when you watch a championship caliber team, you know when your team is good and when your team is just like you just got in. And nothing has really shown me in November and December that this team is legit, that we can make a deep run. Too many injuries, lack of offensive line, no Gronk. If we end up getting lucky or they fuck up and they lose the game, the Cowboys, and we win, I don't really see us winning the next round after that. But you obviously have seen the Eagles coming up shortly. The Niners look like the real deal. Like I told you, those are really the only 2 teams that are championship caliber to me in the NFC, and then Bills, Chiefs, and obviously the Bengals. But it also shows you that in the playoffs, the Bills should have blown out the Dolphins. The Bengals should have blown out the Ravens, and it didn't happen because it is the playoffs. Anything can happen. So let's get it, baby. Let's go. He said Dallas Cowboys for live, beat by money. Hey, I hope you guys win, and I'm not even lying. Like I said, I've already had my success. You guys haven't had anything really significant since 92, 93, and 95. Like for those Super Bowls, 3 and 4 years. At some point, the Cowboys got to get off the schneid. If the Chargers are never going to get off the schneid, that's one thing. But we've seen the Lions get off the schneid. The Jets get off the schneid. We've seen the Jags actually get off the schneid and win something. So how about the Dallas Cowboys? Maybe it's their chance and their time to shine, because honestly, if they win and they can keep it moving, right? I'm not sure if they play Eagles if they end up winning this game, or maybe that's the Giants that play the Eagles. Maybe they would have to play San Fran. I'd have to look at the bracket to see how it all plays out. But I imagine Giants, Eagles, and then I think whoever wins this would play San Fran. And that's not going to be an easy task because obviously I think San Fran could be arguably the best team in the NFC, not named Philadelphia, and it might be the only team that could go into Philadelphia and win, and it doesn't even matter if it's Trey Lance, Jimmy G, or Brock Purdy. You see that Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback whisperer. He can make the last guy in the 7th round relevant in the NFL, so shame on you if you guys haven't picked it up that Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan are geniuses, right? But it shows you how good Kyle really is when the weakest position on the football team is supposedly the quarterback. But a lot of times he can make a guy average look very, very good in their scheme. And that is big facts. Sarah with a $1 donation. Let's get it going. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Appreciate you. I have to find my Cactus Jack. So I'm not sure really where that went. So we'll have to use a different photo for the time being. Let me get a good Macho Man one here. Let me scroll down. Let's see. Which one do I want to use? Do I want to use this one or this one? Maybe I'll use this one. Oh, yeah. 99 cents. Every dollar counts. I appreciate you very, very much. And eventually I'll end up finding where my Cactus Jack went. It went somewhere. Where did it go? Who the fuck knows? I know it went somewhere, but I don't know where it went for the time being. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. And at least I'm not one of those idiot bandwagon Buck fans that thinks that I can't say idiot, but I mean, it's like, okay, if you've been watching the Buccaneers for a long time, right? Some people are going to have blind faith in your team, right? Oh, we're going to go all the way. Oh, we're going to go to the NFC Championship game. That's fine when you're 12 or 13 wins and your O-line looks good and Gronk is there, JPP is there, Ndamukong Suh, everyone is healthy. Yeah, the last 2 years I could say, you know what? We look like Super Bowl contenders. But what in your goddamn sane mind shows you in this season, 8-9 record, that we could go all the way? There's nothing that I've seen this season that have shown me that we can go all the way, get to the Super Bowl, hell, get even to the NFC Championship game, or even win a game or two. I mean, I know everything is possible, and it's obviously, we know we can win at home or on the road, but we are a bad football team that's in the playoffs. I mean, we might be able to play better football than Minnesota, but with that being said, Minnesota doesn't have a defense. We have a quote-unquote defense, but sometimes even with those guys, they haven't stepped up this year. They've kind of downplayed their success, maybe the past couple of seasons, and they've disappointed also when we really needed them. But again, Leftwich, Brady, the injuries, he's thrown for half the touchdowns that he has before. He has no time to go downfield. So, I mean, if Dallas wins, I'm not going to be sad one bit. It'll be a good stepping stone for them to be able to beat someone, even if it is an 8-9 team. At some point, Cowboy fans aren't going to care. 8-9, 9-8, whatever, 10-7. They just need a W to move forward. That is big facts. $1. Let's get to a hundo. Let's get it. Dylan in the building. What's good? How are you, bro? What's good? Get you some Gronk. Okay. Yes, I do. Definitely. And I know it's been rough, because when we've gone, and done recordings like every day for 6 months, and then to have days off, it just feels weird, and I'm out of a rhythm. But again, my mental health is so important, and I need to make sure that I'm okay. I just can't stream and give you everything energy-wise if I'm not there. And obviously, I hate missing the NFL wild card. I had maybe 5 games. I probably would have only been able to do 4. And obviously I missed out on possible subs and views and donos. But again, if my head isn't in it, I'll be honest. I sometimes I can't even watch football. I can't even watch sports. I need to get away from it completely because I get so depressed that not even football will cheer me up. If anything, it makes it worse for me because I know I should be watching, but I can't even, I didn't even watch all the games in entirety because I just couldn't do it. Sometimes I just need to step away from everything. And if you've ever had depression or anxiety, what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's tough. You got to step away from everything and just try to find a happy place and get outside and walk and try to do other things till you feel good about yourself and feel good about the situation. So. Hey, what's good, brother? What's good? Cowboys, baby. What's good? Good. I know you've been, doing the treatment and everything, and I'm glad that you're able to watch the game with me here tonight. And, even though I'm a Bucs fan, I'm just going to be very genuinely honest. They have a better chance to do some damage this year than the Buccaneers, right? So even though I'm a Buccaneer fan, I treat all 32 as my own. I love to be able to see talent and greatness grow, right? But we're not really a contender, and it would be kind of a shame if we ended up beating Dallas because then the Dallas narrative would just go again. Well, here we go again. Now you're one of the best teams, and you can't even beat a Tom Brady 8-9 team with no offensive line and no Gronk. I would love for them to be able to beat the narrative, and I know it's not saying a lot, but at least it's saying, hey, we beat Brady. They might not have been a very good team this year, but they made the playoffs. Someone had to make it from the NFC South, and now we can move on for our lives. Because that's the thing, that all the Dallas Cowboys need to do is win one game, and everyone will be able to get off their backs just a little bit. And then if they win another game, then it'll build that confidence for that franchise instead of everyone thinking they're annoying or they're petty. They're just really passionate. I mean, imagine if you were a Dallas Cowboy fan and not a bandwagon, right? You're a real one. And they won in 92 and 93 and 95, and maybe you hopped on the wagon then. But imagine if you stuck with them since then, right? They haven't had really a whole lot to cheer about. I mean, they've had good players like Des Bryant and Romo. They've had other guys, Jason Witten. They've had guys come and go, right? Right. But when's the really last time that they've really felt joy? You know what I mean? And I really feel that I've already gotten my 2 Super Bowls in 2002 a couple years ago as well. And Brady, obviously, there in 2020. So, I mean, I got 2 opportunities to go. I've won twice. I mean, it would be nice to see Dallas, end up winning a game. And, bottom line, if you want to be able to see the best football, the most intriguing football, you're going to want to be able to see maybe Dallas and the Niners. If it ends up being Giants and Eagles, that's intrigue. The Dallas Cowboys and the Niners had a great rivalry back in the 80s and the 90s. So that would be something exciting rather than Tampa, because, I mean, we're not as fun to watch as Dallas this year. And obviously, if Dallas can get past the Niners, right, that's going to give them confidence that maybe they can beat the Cowboys, even if they have to go to Philly. Now, is that like a real plausible thing that could happen? Probably not, because I still think Niners and Eagles are the 2 best teams in the NFC. But if there's a third best team, it's got to be Dallas, not Tampa. You know what I mean? It's not us, right? But Giants even look better than us personally. I mean, Daniel Jones had some throws where I was like, damn, Daniel Jones was actually kind of making some good throws. But again, when you're going against a shitty defense, he's able to make those throws. Now, if he was playing against like Philly or the Niners, some of those windows that he was throwing those great footballs wouldn't have been executed or completed. And that is big facts. All right, baby, let's go. We got Megan in the building. What to do? Sarah's in the building. Let's go. And like I said, if I was like Gronk was there, my offensive line was there, then obviously I'm just like, okay, go Buccaneers. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. I'm trying to get to the NFC Championship game. But you just got to be able to recognize what your team is. And I've been watching since the 80s. This is nowhere near. Like, if for some weird, the sports gods, by some weird reasoning, they had Tampa beat Dallas, Tampa beat the Niners, and then we end up going to the NFC Championship game against Philly. That would be like the craziest shit ever, and I don't think we deserve it. Not this year. You know what I mean? We just don't deserve it. I mean, if something happens and it's like luck or whatever, injuries or whatnot. But for me as a fan, and I think as other fans watching, yeah, I can be a Buck fan and I can be hardcore. I would rather see Dallas advance, because Dallas actually has a chance, or maybe a better chance, to compete with San Fran and the Eagles, even though the Eagles at home are almost impossible to beat. I only think San Fran would be the only one who could do it. But their offense and their defense, Micah, Dan Quinn, at some point, the legends have to move on, and it's time for another team or another player to get his shine. And I'm ready for Dak to get his shine, Micah Parsons and Dan Quinn to get their shine. Now, I don't really give a shit about McCarthy and Kellen Moore. I hope that they replace those guys. But, if the Cowboys win, I'll actually be kind of excited, because I know the pain that they've gone through, and I don't really think their fan base is as annoying as people think. They just don't put themselves in their shoes to realize, to root for a team. And yes, just because you have Skip Bayless and you have some of these people that are on, podcasts and TV that rep the Cowboys, and maybe you don't like that guy. And yes, there's going to be douchebag and douchey fans of every franchise, in the league, including the Cowboys and the Bucks and every other team, right? They deserve to feel that happiness. They deserve to feel even if they only win one game and they get fucking destroyed by the Niners by 20, so be it. But at least they know they got one game further than the year before, and then maybe next year, if they keep building and Dan Quinn is there, maybe they can shoot for 2 games. And then maybe if Sean Payton shows up, maybe NFC Championship game. So I like the direction of where Dallas is going. We've had our run. We're going to have to rebuild, but this is the NFL, and anyone can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday, and that is big facts. And Megan, I told you, that was the Hawks' nest. But anytime you're going to have a fan of the opposing conference, it's never going to go well. If you're going to go to a Niners stream, or Niner fans are going to come to a Seahawks stream, how do you think that's going to go? That's not going to go off very well. All you guys are going to do is just start spitting facts or spitting, whatever, talking shit. It's never going to go well. It doesn't matter if you're a girl or a guy. The shit talking is never going to end. And like I said, sometimes when you go to these channels that are specific for one team, or fan pages on Instagram or Twitter, you think it's a good thing. You think it's a cool thing. But in all honesty, you might actually get more toxic vibes going to somewhere that has fans of one team and all these different personalities there, some positive, some negative, rather than coming somewhere like here where you're not going to have to deal with that. And I know it's like you don't want to be able to bond with other Seahawk, fans that like the Seahawks as much as you. But again, not every fan is created equal. Some of these fans think they know football and they think they're smart, but they're not. They just want to cause problems and drama. And everyone thinks they're a fucking expert. So That's a big reason why I'm not a part of any fan page. Mariners, Buccaneers, Ducks, Blazers, none of that. Odin's son in the building. How are you? Tyler Gaming's in the building. What to do? Let's go, baby. We're at $1, baby. Let's get to $100. Hey, I'm here, man. Like, it's been a rough, 5 days. You know, we broke that dono record with Shep, and everything was looking good. And, you know, it's been a little rough. But I got some really good photos here that we'll show you here in a second once we go through them. I got brand new photos, Cowboys, Buccaneers. I really went, I tried to get as many as I could, something brand new. I think you guys are going to like it. And like I said, I try to put the OCs in there, the head coach, the kickers. I try to go a little bit above and beyond because those guys matter. All right. Let's go. Let's go. And of course, if my team is on, I am going to root. I'm not wearing the fucking hard hat and the Derek Brooks jersey and the chain and the gloves here for no reason, right? But the bottom line, the Cowboys are the better team. They should win, but if they lose, it will be because of play calling and coaching. That is big facts. If the Cowboys lose, this is who you have to blame right here. It won't be Dak. It's not going to be the defense. More than likely, it's going to be right here. Playoff record, career, 1-3 record, 6 touchdowns, 3 picks. But I do like Dak, and a lot of people are haters. I would take him on Tampa Bay in a heartbeat. It's just because he's on the Dallas Cowboys. People love to hate. Let's see what Dak's got in his bag. I got a couple nice ones there. All right, here we go, baby. First down and 10. Play action fake. Dak rolling to his right. Up past the CD Lamb. Incomplete. So let's go through these photos. We got Dak Prescott. I got a few of those. We got some Tony Pollard. I had to make sure we got a couple of him. Zeke, him hurdling. I got a couple of him, right? Got a nice one there, a little collage. Michael Gallup. We got Noah Brown and a little CD, and I'll go through some of the rest here in a second. Second down and 10. Shotgun set. Screen pass. CD Lamb. Shitty pass. He was leading him when he was stopped. I don't know what the hell that was. Pass incomplete. What's going on here? You guys are not in a good rhythm yet. And we got Dalton Schultz, DeMarcus Lawrence, because I love defense. Micah Parsons, got a couple of him. Brett Maher, one of the best kickers this year. And we can't forget about Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore, the OC. And we'll see what happens here next. Third down and 10. And obviously they should have ran the ball with Pollard early or Zeke instead of throwing the ball. But again, that's that shitty play calling. Dak, incomplete. There we go. And see, this is what I'm talking about. If the Cowboys are not going to use their strengths, is usually running the football and playing good defense, we're going to win the game because of them not executing with their guys. Okay? It's just crazy to me that an 8-9 team, with Tom Brady being as old as he is, right, with no offensive line, even though Jensen's coming back, today, no Gronk, that we might actually be able to win a playoff game or two. It's just fucking silly. All you got to do is know yourself. Remember Michigan against TCU when they got cute and started to do Philly? Run the football. You've done it all season. Why are you running the football all year and then you're deciding to do shitty play calling in the beginning of the game? You know what I mean? I know you want to get Dak in a rhythm, but if his thumb is fucked up, just, hand the ball off and let the run game open up the passing game for play action. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to learn that. And I know if you want to flip it and go pass, run instead of run, pass in first, second, and third down, you can do that, right? But you got to make sure it's a good throw and also that your quarterback doesn't have a thumb injury because obviously his throws are not money. He can say, oh, my thumb is fine. That's bullshit. And here we go. We got Jensen and Brady, and Jensen got hurt in preseason. He might be the single reason we win this game. We have to watch closely at 66 under center. I'm super excited because he's my favorite player on the line besides Tristan Wirfs. Good defense by Micah Parsons. There we go. Say, you want to hand the football off? It better be better than that. Nice play. It's okay. Game is early. We know that. Yeah, but thank God Shep did what he did, and we had that big dono day because that definitely made up for the missed games that I had on Saturday and Sunday. And like I said, this morning, I was feeling about 50-50 if I was going to be able to do this game. And, I took a walk with Paisley. I got a little bit of sun, and that was kind of the difference. So talked to a few friends, and here I am. Shotgun set. Brady, second down and 13. Oh, pass is high. Incomplete. Come on, Brady, you got to be better. Let's go over some of my Tampa Bay photos. We got Brady and Jensen. We got them coming out of the tunnel. Brand new photo I've never used. This one always gets me hyped. All right, we got a little Tom Brady action here. Passes high. Didn't need to be that high for, I think that was what, Russell Gage? Russell Gage isn't fucking 6'9". Come on. Come on, Brady. Let's go. Be better. Let's go. 3 of 59 on third down, which is like the worst in NFL history. Good job, Tampa. Brady slips. There's a hold and almost intercepted there. Intended target, Mike Evans. That might be a holding on the offensive line. Let's see. Got to be on the O-line, you would think. Yep. 76. Penalties declined, and here we go. Both offenses looking like shit. All right, here we got Rashad White from Arizona State. They need to get him the ball. You got Leonard Fournette. Run the ball with him as well. And I know Dallas's defense is good, but you got to stick to who you are and your identity. And we got Mike Evans. A couple of him. Woo! That was from week 1. We remember that. That's a big poster now. Then we got Godwin, one of my favorites. Love him. Coming back from the injury. We'll see a little Julio, a little Kate Otten at tight end, Vita Vea, Devin White, my guy. Levante David, this could be the last game in a Buccaneer uniform. So if we lose, or, obviously if we win, we'll get one more game. But if we lose, this could be the end of the era of Levante David, and that's one of my guys. Diggs, sit down. Good tackle by 6 or 7 Buccaneers. Good special teams there. Let's go over some of the defense here. We got Vita Vea. We got Devin White, Levante David. My favorite safety there, Antoine Winfield Jr. At kicker, Ryan Suckup. And then obviously OC, we got Byron Leftwich and Todd Bowles. And it makes me kind of frustrated too, because I know it's a passing league, but if you know that your identity is a running game, especially Dallas, right? It's like for years, we've been complaining, at least I have. Tony Pollard has been the better running back. I get it that Zeke and Dak are best friends, and it's political, whatever, I get it. But if you've noticed, when Pollard gets even 10 carries, he can get to like 90 yards. So if you take that logic and you give him 15 to 18, he's going to get you over 100, and he's a little bit more effective in between the guards and the tackles. Now, you can still use Zeke, from the 20 to the 20. You can use Zeke at the goal line. You can use Zeke in many places, right? But I just feel that Tony Pollard has finally earned a little bit more of the target share. So I'm not saying that, Tony Pollard needs 20, Zeke needs 10, but if you can give, maybe Tony Pollard 15 to 18, Zeke maybe 12 to 15, that might be the sweet spot. 12 to 15 for Zeke, maybe, do that, maybe 3 or 4 passes to Pollard, and then give maybe 18 to 20 carries to Tony. But it looks like they're going to be a passing heavy offense, and maybe Tampa is going to be that as well. And that might be the reason why this game ends up being low scoring rather than high scoring, because teams are not sticking to who they are. And that's a frustrating thing, especially when that's what it's going to take to win. And maybe they'll make the adjustments in the second half at that point. So it is what it is. JJ Trilla in the building. Hey, I'm rooting for you. You know what I mean? We've already had our success. I would really like to see Dallas win a playoff game or two. It might not. You might be able to beat the Bucs, but you're not going to beat Dallas. Dallas beating, the San Francisco in San Francisco. That's not going to happen. I think you can compete, but you've seen how San Fran has been playing, and the only way that Dallas would be able to win this game on the road and beat San Fran, you're going to have to get to the quarterback, but I just don't know if you're going to be able to do that against one of the best offensive lines. And the way that the Cowboys, with all their weapons, I'm not saying it's impossible. Speaking of impossible and Mission Impossible, they had Tom Cruise on the screen and Hulk Hogan, John Daly, and a few others. But, if they can win one game, that would be a good start. Derek Brooks, I got the jersey on. Warren Sapp there in the building. And then maybe next year shooting for 2 games. But, if there is a team that could beat the Niners, beat the Eagles, you're looking at the Dallas Cowboys. They've shown that they can compete, but again, they're not very good on the road as they are at home, just like most teams. That's facts. Jameson in the building, Tien Jose in the building. What to do? All right, here we go. First down and 10. Dak, hands off. Where are you going? Nowhere. Let's go. And I know that's one of the big reasons why that, the Cowboys and the Buccaneers are hesitant at running the football, because there's not a whole lot of room to run the football. Like, once you get past the first layer of the defense, what's waiting for you? Right? And if you get past those two guys, what's waiting for you? And then the same thing goes here, right? If you get past DeMarcus Lawrence, what's waiting for you? Not a pleasant surprise. So, I get it. But at some point, you got to stick to your guns. 2nd down and 12. Pollard with a little flip. Bounces off 2 tacklers. Keeps pumping his legs. Nice run. I like it, baby. Let's go. And if anyone's got Twitter, do me a solid, like and retweet the stream. It'll help us get 20 to 300 extra views, and hopefully we can get a good number, especially since I haven't been able to record for, about the last week or so. It would definitely help. 3rd down and 7. Shotgun set. Dak, pressure off the edge. Vita Vea. Woo! Antoine Winfield. Let's go, baby. You don't want none of that. And, whether you want to admit it or not, right? Vita Vea, he ain't Warren Sapp, right? Aaron Donald's better than him. There's a few guys, that are big body guys, right? But for a guy that's not really popular, he definitely is one of the top 3 nose tackle, D tackles in the NFL. You could say Aaron Donald is brother. There's a couple other guys that are in the mix. But for that body size and that weight, one-on-one, he's definitely in the top 3 with Aaron Donald, no doubt. He is a game changer when healthy, Vita Vea. I got the picture, right? I don't got the picture up for no reason. He definitely isn't a Warren Sapp, you know what I mean? But as far as run stuffers, he's pretty damn good. Buccaneers. All right. Short game there. Nice job, Vita. Appreciate that. Thank you, Megan and Jameson, and I think Sarah. Like I said, yeah. And like I said, I think it's really important for me to be able to discuss, those things that I was going through, because I'm not the only one going through a lot of those things. And when I get it really fucking bad. Like, I get it to the point where I'm like, I'm not saying that nothing matters, but it's like, it's hard. I don't even really want to watch sports. I just try to stick to like things that I know that are going to make me happy at that time. Simpsons, King of the Hill, maybe some Nat Geo, some, programs where I see, mountains or water or animals, and I know I need to be able to get back into the groove. But sometimes, when I do this as a full-time job, I need to be able to, just get away from sports altogether, which is very difficult because my whole life is catered around sports and wrestling and everything that's going on in the NFL, college football, NBA, MLB, WWE, AEW, NHL, NBA, everything, right? But, thank God that the sun came out. And obviously, with being seasonal depression and having rain or bad weather for, 5, 10, 14 days in a row, it's not good for the mentals. And I always get it around this time in January. You would think you would be getting it in fall and winter, but that's when football is starting and you're excited because you've been waiting, since spring and summer for it. So I don't let the weather affect me really in the fall or even winter in December because we have Christmas. But once Christmas ends and New Year's ends, right, things start to get, the bowl games are starting to get wrapped up. And then I get into this funk usually every January and February. Once we hit March, things get much better because you're going into spring. We got NASCAR, we got baseball, and I'm fine. But it seems like, every January, February, it's always that time of year where I struggle. And it doesn't last a long time, and it's getting better and better. But again, sometimes it's more than just a day or two. Sometimes it's 5 to 7 days. But at least I feel, I feel pretty good. If I didn't feel pretty good, I wouldn't be here right now. So it's great to be able to see you guys. And, it's one of those things that I feel that, honesty is the best medicine, and sometimes letting yourself know that you're not okay is the best medicine, and being able to hang out with other people that are going through it as well. Either currently they have gone through it in the past, or, they have had it in the past. And anxiety and depression are horrible. They just really are. But, if you get the right people in your corner, you can get out of that hole. And that's big facts. No problem. I mean, like I said, I don't really feel a lot of other streamers talk about it like I do, and I feel like a good majority of the goats and the wrench gang and even people that aren't a part of the wrench gang are in that same boat as well. So that's why I think we're so connected. Mike Evans with a short gain. Let's go, Brady. And like I said, everyone's going to have their reasons why, different times are a little bit more difficult, whether it's, that's a month where we had a significant thing happen to us. Maybe someone passed away, but for me, it's usually the weather and just, obviously feeling burnt out as well, just working myself over and over and over and obviously doing stuff off stream, here with Paisley and everything else that's going on. It's tough. Fournette with a short gain. 3-yard gain. Leighton Vander Esch with the tackle. It's like when they had Sean Lee, they really were, were leaning on a guy like that. Now they have Leighton Vander Esch, but they need guys not to get healthy. They need to get them, not injured. They need to stay healthy. Third down and 5. Tipped. Incomplete. This is ugly. Nice play by Vander Esch on that previous play. But it shows you, too, when the offensive line is not good, right, and you don't have your check down guy on third down and Gronk, it's not the same team anymore. Like, you're like, oh, it's Brady. Yeah, but when Brady has always had Gronk in his corner, this is the first time that he hasn't had Gronk. And imagine if we had Gronk, we probably would have won at least 1 or 2 more games, than we did. I think we still would have been bad, but we would have been a little bit better. Maybe 1 more win, maybe 2, maybe a 9-8 record instead of 8-9, or maybe even a 10-7 record. Gronk, even him being slow, out of shape, maybe not fully motivated, still would have been able to move the chains and been a good red zone target. Yeah, he might not be able to rumble, down the sideline like he used to, but like as we've seen in the last couple of years, even a limited Gronk is still better than probably 3/4 of the tight ends that are out there. And honestly, Gronk in the playoffs is better than most tight ends that are in the playoffs, except for maybe like a Travis Kelce. Because even though Gronk is old and he might not be able to move the same way, he can still get touchdowns on a 5 or 10 yard slant from Brady. And he's known for that. So that's really what we're missing. It's the offensive line, Gronk, and obviously the defense. And the play calling hasn't been very good either this year. That's facts. Julio. Yeah, he had a new YouTube video come out. If you I don't follow too many people, as far as athletes, but of course I follow Julio, and I know that he had a new video. They kind of spread him out, based off like him winning Rookie of the Year, him behind the scenes in the All-Star game, things of that nature, which is pretty cool. So. Yeah, but it shows you like your team is so much better than mine. But like I said, when you're on the road and my defense does get stout at times, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, you're 12-5 and you're going against 8-9. But with that being said, both of our defenses have names. Both of our defenses kind of run our teams. Your offense is way better than my offense. No question, right? But if you're not making the right play calls, that's why the game is at 0-0. You know what I mean? Like at some point, you got to be able to have the right play callers. And this is the weakest part about the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, they got quarterback, they got running backs, they got wide receivers, they got tight ends, they got offensive line, they got defense. They got a guy that could be the defensive player of the year. They got Dan Quinn. But the thing is this is not good. And I think most Cowboys fans are starting to notice that, yeah, you're 12-5, right? But every single year, if you want to point the blame at Dak, you can go right ahead, but most people know it's not necessarily Dak all the time. A lot of the blame needs to go here. And you got to stop defending, if you're a Cowboy fan, these 2 guys. Because if you get rid of these 2 guys, that's going to be the difference between you getting to the playoffs and actually winning a playoff game. Same thing with the Niners. Their biggest weakness might be quarterback, but does Brock Purdy look like a shitty quarterback? Hell no. He looks awesome. So it shows you Kyle Shanahan is one of the biggest strengths on that roster. And bringing CMC over from the Panthers, that might have been one of the biggest trades, especially if they end up making it to the Super Bowl, that we've seen in the last couple of years. Cowboys 0, Buccaneers 0, 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. Both offenses in mud. And hopefully we can get on a nice little dono train. Halfback toss to Tony Pollard. Hits the hole. If that was Zeke, he would have probably gotten 2 yards right there. Because Zeke likes to dance a little too much. You know what I mean? I get it. You can hurdle and you can dance, but there is a time and a place to get your dancing shoes going. And sometimes you just need to be able to plant your foot, go downhill, and that's what Tony Pollard is better at. And I think most people have seen that, in the last couple of years. But for whatever reason, political, that we know Dak and Zeke are best friends, and they've suffered because they didn't give Pollard enough looks, and hopefully they give him enough looks today. Play action fake. Prescott going to the sideline. Nice catch. Michael Gallup, the intended receiver. First down, Dallas. Move the chains. Nice job, Michael. Still, they're also they're not the same team without Amari Cooper. To act like Amari Cooper leaving hasn't affected this team is child's play. It's silly. They're not the same team without Amari. I'm not saying CeeDee Lamb isn't a true number one. CeeDee Lamb isn't really a number one. CeeDee Lamb is a very athletic receiver, but to me, he's more of a natural wide receiver too. I feel like there's too much pressure on him to be the guy. And I know he knows he's better, than Michael Gallup and Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz, but there's a lot of pressure on being the guy, being the number one. And it was better of an offense when they had Amari on one side, CD in the slot, or on the opposite side. But I think CD will grow into the role of being like, okay, I am the number one. Like, this is like the first year of him being the one, but I feel that he isn't really fully comfortable yet. It'll take another year or two for him to really be comfortable as a true wide receiver one. Dak, pressured, check down. Noah Brown with the short gain. Flag on the play, maybe a late hit on Tampa. Let's see what the penalty is. Yep. Roughing the passer. All right, what do we think about the penalty? Everything is just so subjective. Some guys they call penalties for late hits. Sometimes they don't. It's like every game and every official has their own vibe. If they whip a guy around, they can say that's like extra, with the penalty and whatnot. But I mean, it's football. It's not flag football. It's tackle football. Pollard, yes. Almost tried to be a horse collar there with no avail by Mike Edwards. First down, Tony Pollard. And it just makes my soul feel so good when I've been talking about a guy for years. And I feel like, I think the other fans on this channel have realized what I've been saying. And they've watched the games and they realize, well, this guy maybe is better. But when you look at the stat sheet and the guy gets 10 carries and he's at 90 yards with a 9-yard per carry average, and Zeke's at like 4, I mean, come on. I mean, the guy deserves an opportunity. I know he's not as a popular name as Zeke, but what does popularity give you anyways, right? Just because Zeke is more of a popular name, he's had his chance to be the guy. It's time for, you to be able to, especially when Pollard as an RB2 can legitimately be an RB1 for how many teams in the NFL? More than 20. I think Pollard is good enough to be a RB1. I would take him on Tampa if that says anything. I think he's really skilled, and he's a better pass catcher than Zeke as well. He's a little bit more athletic. I feel Zeke likes to dance, and Zeke is still a touchdown machine. Zeke can still get 1,000 to 1,300 yards and over 10 touchdowns in a season. So it's not like I'm saying Zeke is garbage. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? They have a good 1-2, thunder and lightning combo punch, but now they need to flip it, and thunder needs to be Pollard. Lightning needs to be Zeke. I think it's clear. Dak, he's got a man. Touchdown, Cowboys. Dalton Schultz. Where was the defense? And that Tampa 2, they got burnt. Nice job. Nice job. I'm not even mad about it. Dak Prescott going to his guy, Dalton Schultz. Nice job. And Dalton Schultz is one of the top 10 tight ends in the league. And they had Jason Witten, and they were probably wondering, when are we going to be able to get a guy that's like Jason Witten? Insert Dalton Schultz. And if you watched him, just like Dawson Knox on the Bills, I mean, look at that. That zone coverage, that's disgusting. Nice defense there, Tampa. Good job, Todd Bowles. Hey, good job, brother. Good job. Maher with the extra point. Kick is up. He missed it. Wow. What if that ends up coming back to haunt him? And Maher was very, very good this year. A little jitters. Little jitters. But for now, nice job, McCarthy. Nice job, Moore, even though I'm not a huge fan. And nice job, Dak. Anyone could have made that fucking throw, even us, right? And shout out to Dalton Schultz for coming up big. That's giving that good Cowboy confidence. And like I said, the Cowboys are going to be a funner team to watch playing the Niners if that ends up being Eagles, Giants. I believe Giants are going to Philadelphia. Rivalry game. It's going to be awesome, right? And then obviously the 49ers and Cowboys, they have a long-running rivalry. And I know Tampa and Niners could be intriguing as well, but I think, even if Dallas loses, they will put up more of a fight against San Fran. At least you would think so. But again, San Fran and obviously Seattle, it looked like a fight in the first half, but again, Kyle Shanahan is one of the best in the second half of making adjustments, and they ran away with it in the second half, and that's what they do. The teams that are at the top, the Eagles, the Niners, the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Bengals, those are the 5 championship caliber teams, and if you had to put a 6th team, you're going to say probably the Dallas Cowboys, but they have this aura around them of losing and choking. So if they can just get past the choking and win this game, then we can kind of move forward with our lives, and a lot of these people can stop hating. And that's kind of what I'm rooting for. Even though I want Tampa to be able to play well, we already know who the better team is. It's definitely Dallas. But obviously, as you're watching this game, it's not like Dallas is that much better than Tampa. It's not like Dallas is going to beat us by 20. It's probably going to end up being like decided by 4 points or less. At least that's the way it's looking. So, but you never know. 6-0, Cowboys are up. Nice job. God, it feels so good to be recording, man. After you don't record for like 4 or 5 days and you're just, in your like mental health hell. God, it was just like, I was just like praying. I was like, all right, I got to be able to get past this. And after you go through like a day or two, even when I got that big $1,300 dono, I still wasn't okay. And most people would be like, dude, you just got $1,527. You got $1,300 dono. I mean, you're living your best life. And you would think so. But when you're depressed and you got mental health, I mean, in this scenario here, mental health is Hollywood Hogan or Hulk Hogan, and Kurt Angle is me. So and in this scenario here, mental health is Stone Cold, and I'm Kevin Owens. But you just got to be able to take it and then get back up, and then know that you're going to be okay. And here I am. But sometimes it takes a little bit longer for me to rebound. But it feels good to be back. I'll tell you that. Odin's son in the building. What to do? No worries, Odin's son. Hey, it happens, dude. You know what I mean? That's why football is so fun, because you just never know what you're going to get. You know what I mean? Like Jacksonville, being down by 27. Like, who the hell comes back from that? A team that's hot, that believes in themselves. You know what I mean? Like, the craziest scenarios can happen. And there's always upsets in the wild card round, 2 or 3. So you already knew, like for me, I knew the Giants had a very good chance of beating Minnesota. I was thinking that. I thought the Jags could, at home, ride that momentum, and they've been playing well as of late. And if you ride that momentum that you've had in December, sometimes you can beat the better team in the Chargers that might be cursed with bad coaching, bad play calling. And they should have never let Mike Williams play at the season finale. I mean, he would have probably gotten hurt in that game against Jacksonville anyways, but maybe that could have been the difference. And that's why Staley's a fucking idiot. I mean, how are you up 27-0, and what do you think? You're just going to be able to run the football and bleed the clock out in the second half? You still got to be able to throw, but you just got to be able to have a smart head coach. And, I definitely would fire Staley. That's not the right guy. And I've been telling Charger fans this for a long time. He's better than Anthony Lynn, but he's not good for the team. You really need a strong leader like a Sean Payton type of figure to turn that franchise around so they actually can believe that they can win a playoff game. And it's a shame that the Chargers and Cowboys are not able to win playoff games because those teams are really fun to watch. If you're a hater, you're a hater. But I like watching both of those teams. Brady, little check down to Rachaad White. There we go. First down, Tampa. Move the chains. Let's go. Let's go, baby. 6-0 Cowboys. Yeah, but Herbert will find his way. You know what I mean? Like he needs, he already has a lot of that raw talent. He's got great weapons. Offensive line is cursed. It always gets hurt. And the defense, they got guys like Derwin James, Asante Samuel Jr. is like his daddy, 3 picks. I mean, they have so many amazing players, but they always get hurt on defense. And it seems like they always collapse. It just sucks. Oh, good defense by the Cowboys. And I honestly feel that sports, there is a psychology to it where if you have a reputation of being a loser or a choker, right? You're not a loser, right? But if you have a reputation of being a choke artist or a team that chokes every year, you don't think that the teams think about that once they get onto the field? They try to be like, yeah, we're going to win. We're going to, not worry about the bad reputation and the curse. But if a few of the players are still thinking, oh, fuck, it's going to happen, like last year and the year before. And then a lot of times that's what happens in the fourth quarter. You have these situations where the ball doesn't bounce in your favor. And then the momentum, Uncle Mo, he was on your couch in the first half. He left and he went straight to Jacksonville. There we go. Chris Godwin, baby. First down, Bucs. That's my boy. Chris Godwin, baby. Love him. Love him. That's my guy. Love you, Chris. Just blessed that to have 2 good wide receivers. I remember watching the Bucs, in the 80s and 90s and dreamt what it would be like to have Jerry Rice type of wide receivers on the. I thought it would never happen. I was like, there's no way in hell we're ever going to be good at wide receiver. We had guys like back in the day, Mike Williams, Aurelius Ben. We had guys that were just below average, and it's just so cool to be able to see, Mike Evans and Godwin do what they do and actually got a ring with Brady before their careers are over. Nice. Look at Rachaad White. Look at him dance right in between the guards. First down, Bucs. And that's the vision. And that's the reason that they drafted him from Arizona State. He has good vision, and he's got, those little twinkle toes. He knows it. Tap, 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 tap. And then he'll poof, and then he'll go. Nice. Good vision there. Let's go. Come on, baby. Brady, hands off to Fournette. Eagles John liked and retweeted. I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys.
Number 15 overall, last in the league in rushing. Their fewest in franchise history, under 77 rush yards per game for Byron Leftwich's crew. His 4th season, he predates Brady's arrival.
Right. Right. But I honestly feel that can change. Chargers are going to Charger, right? But it'll change if they actually get a good coach. They have to get a better defensive coordinator and a better leader. And I think that they can change that perception. The injuries are going to happen, right? The injuries are going to happen, but also if you get injury-prone players like Khalil Mack, and obviously you had Joey Bosa there, right? Derwin James is so impactful when he's healthy, but he's not on the field all the time. A lot of their stars, their big-name guys, never stay on the field when it matters, and that's huge. You know what I'm saying? It's a huge, huge thing. But I think on the offensive side, if you had Sean Payton there, right, with a Herbert, you can make up for some of the defensive failures and the injuries and the lack of defense and the lack of stopping the run and being able to hold on to a lead. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, at some point, we're going to see Dallas win a playoff game probably tonight. And then and then the Chargers, if they can get a coach like that, because if you just get another guy, it's just going to be another guy. The same shit's going to happen. You really need to get one of those special coaches, like one of the top 10 coaches in the league to turn it around, because you got a top 10 roster, but you don't play like a top 10 team in the playoffs. You can get there, but it's always choke, and it just sucks to see. So I don't really think necessarily it's horseshoe of luck. I think it's Uncle Mo. I think, like I said, the Jags got hot at the right time. They started off the season bad. Then they got hot. Trevor started to believe in himself. The offense started clicking. They have good players. They're just really young. And once you start believing as a team, you can ride Uncle Mo for a quarter, sometimes 2, a game. Sometimes Uncle Mo will last a month, and you'll just be riding that wave because it's about being hot and healthy. You don't have to be the best team. You just have to be the hottest team and the healthiest team. And sometimes if you have a really good December, that momentum will carry on into the playoffs and you'll see a miracle, or you just play a team that chokes like the Cowboys or the Chargers, and sometimes you can get a win, There's not a lot of guys that can go from 4 picks in the first half and throw 4 TDs. That also shows you that Dougie P is special. Brian Dable on the Giants is special. Kevin O'Connell is special, even though they don't have a fucking defense. But imagine when Minnesota does get one. Then maybe Minnesota will make a NFC championship game down the road if they can get a defense. Brady, incomplete. I don't know about that throw to Cameron Brate. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a hater, you know what I mean? But like I said, Tampa's terrible. Like I said, where all the people were like, I was like wanting Seattle, the Giants. I mean, shit, even Washington might have been able to put up a better performance. It's just when people think of Tampa, right, they think, oh, elite defense, stopping the run, sack lunches, picks, and we're going to be really good on defense. But then they've seen Brady when they've been good with Gronk and a great offensive line where we're putting up 30 a game. And we're really fun to watch the last 2 years. Now we have a hard time, even getting 30 combined in 2 games because normally we're getting like 15 points, 18. And, it's not like we're getting 30 points a game anymore. And he has half the touchdowns. He's got no time, to be able to go through his reads. The offensive line has got a bunch of second stringers and third stringers. Yeah, we got Tristan Wirfs. We got Jensen back from, preseason. But again, it's all about chemistry, continuity, and you need to be hot and healthy. And the Bucs have not been hot or healthy, and they don't have Gronk. Offensive line stinks, and even the defense has been bad at times this year. Pump fake, pump fake, pump fake. Godwin with the flip. Woo! Big hit. Let's go. First down, Buccaneers. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yes, sir. First down, Bucs. And even if we lose, I just want us to fight. You know what I mean? Can we just fight? Just fight out there. And if we can fight out there, that's all we want, I mean, it just would be so royally unfair if the Buccaneers made it to the NFC championship game. I would feel bad for other NFL fans having to watch my team play when there's so many other teams that are more enjoyable to watch. Like right now for me, the Cowboys are more enjoyable. The Giants are more enjoyable. Eagles, Niners. I mean, obviously these are the teams that are left. Obviously with Minnesota, they have Justin Jefferson and, they have all these weapons. It's just an ugly thing to watch. You know what I mean? It's like watching, Brady being a shell of himself, and he can still make the throws. And trust me, if we had our offensive line and we had Gronk, I guarantee that you would still be seeing flashes of last year's Brady and the year before. Yeah, the defense would still be shitty, right? But the offense, instead of maybe scoring 30 points a game, if we had our offensive line in Gronk, maybe we would be like around 22 a game, 24 a game. It would be less, but we still would be putting up, good points every week, but it's just not the case. So let's go. $1, $2. Hey, 1 hour at $2. Hey, it is what it is, but I do appreciate you tremendously. And hopefully we can get a little bit of a dono train going, unless you want Orion to eat fingernails for dinner. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Brother, appreciate you. $1. We're at $2.98 to go. And hopefully we can get there and we'll get some goats and heavy hitters to come through, especially since I missed the last week. Yeah, it's been tough. 6-0 Cowboys, end of the first quarter. The Buccaneers are on the prowl. We're ready. Yeah, but I don't know. Just for me, you know what I mean? As a fan of the NFL, I just want to be able to see good football. And I've just seen, when you do this as a full-time job, I watch more football than most people. If you're a part of this channel and you're on the, the wave with me or Sarah, then we're watching a lot. You're watching your team. You're watching Sunday night, Monday night, Thursday night, maybe an occasional morning or afternoon game. And then you got college football. But I don't know, just something about football this year. The regular season for college football at times was good, at times was bad. The bowl games were pretty good until kind of towards the end, and the Natty was unwatchable. And then the NFL this year, I feel we had so many bad Thursday night games, Sunday night, Monday night, just the matchups. I feel there was more shitty football this year, but at least the playoffs, people will step up. And we haven't really had too many blowouts. We've actually had a lot of really close games, which has been good because I can't take a lot of bad football. It's not good for my mental health, to see just bad quality football, especially when you got to sit through it. And it's not like I can turn the TV off and stop watching, not when this is my full-time job. First and goal, we're about to score here. Jamison Meza with a 3-er. Thank you. Shotgun set for Brady. Good defense by Micah Parsons. There we go. And I already owe you for that first star with Gronk. I'll get you there. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. $3 holla. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Jamison Meza, let me know what you want for photos, and I got you. And let's see here. All right, come on, baby. Let's go. Let's get some points here. Play action fake, pump fake. Floater. Picked. Idiot. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. Now, if that's Gronk back there, right, then maybe that's a touchdown, right? And that I think that might have been Brady's first red zone interception this year, or one of his first. They'll talk about it here in a second, but I think that might be his first red zone interception. Or if it's not his first, it's one of the very few. He never throws picks in the red zone, but apparently there you go. And you should have run the football there, but. That was a dumb read. And that's what makes it important to have Gronk, there, even if he's old, that you have someone that you're familiar with. And that's another reason why the Bucs don't deserve to win this game. The Cowboys are 12-5. We're 8-9. It's clear. Yes, we're at home, and you can be a Cowboy hater, but it's just going to be better if the Cowboys win. And if the Cowboy fans, if you want to be able to, hate on them for beating an 8-9 team, at least they got the dub if they end up winning this game. See, look. First red zone pick since 2019. So your boy knows. I know I'm smart. That's a lot of game footage for me to remember. But I knew that was not something that happens often with him. But it hasn't been one since 2019. So not only it's his first pick this season, it's his first pick in the red zone in like 3 or 4 seasons. Unbelievable. But it shows you, at every, top of the mountain, there's always a downfall. Second down and 10. Dak, they were holding Vita Vea there like a motherfucker. See if they call holding. Probably not, but they should have. Third down and 1. Appreciate you. $1. Appreciate you. $3. $5. Audible. Elliott, first down, Cowboys. Nice job, Zeke.
Elliott 13 of 15 now, picking up first downs on 3rd and 1 carries.
Dak. Short gain to Michael Gallup.
Gallup makes the grab, and Lavonte David, who is is Mr. Reliable.
Mr. Reliable, that's my guy, man. And again, if we lose this game, this could be the last game that I see Levante in a Tampa uniform, which is a shame. I really want him to retire a buck, but it's all money. It's a business, and we have the best duo at linebacker with Levante David and Devin White. But I mean, once you play 10 or 11 years, I mean, it gets to a point when you're a linebacker, it's kind of like a running back. You go so many years, then they start to go younger and they just move on. Even if you're still like playing at an all pro or Pro Bowl level, or you're still competitive as one of the better linebackers, I don't want to see him leave. Even if his skills diminish, I still would want him to stay a buck for life, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. So appreciate that, man. 6-0 Cowboys. 3rd down and 3. Shotgun set. Dak. Almost picked. Through the fingers. Tony Pollard. How the hell did he catch that? My God. And I'm glad that I'm not biased. I'm glad that I'm not like 98% of the football fans. It's like I can root for my team, but, there's a difference when your team actually has a chance to win it all and you don't. I really want to see Dallas have a little success. You know what I mean? Even if they only win one game and they get obliterated by the Niners, at least it's going to make them feel good that they got further than they did, in years past. It's a stepping stone. It's not like I don't want McCarthy to stay there, and maybe the Bucs winning could get him fired or replaced and Kellen Moore. So that would be one benefit of the Bucs winning. But I don't know. I just want to be able to see teams that, get shit on by the media and by people unfairly finally have their due, their day, because the Cowboys are the 3rd best team in the NFC, but people act like they're not. The Eagles and the Niners are better, but it's not like the Cowboys are that far behind. If the Cowboys play the Niners at home, they could win. If the Cowboys play the Eagles at home, they could win. But on the road, the Cowboys can't beat the Niners on the road or the Eagles on the road, I don't think, just because from what we've seen in years past, it's a little bit too much to ask for, and the moment might be just a little too big. But, if there was a team that could do it, I mean, the Cowboys you would think would have a better shot than maybe the Giants. But again, Daboll's done a pretty fucking good job. You never know in football. I mean, could you imagine if the Cowboys beat the Niners and the Giants beat the Eagles? Could you imagine? NFC East? NFC Beast? You never know. That's what makes football so great. Dak. There we go. Nice little check down. T.Y. Hilton. 1st down, Cowboys. Move the chains.
Well, first of all, just really good protection in the pocket for Prescott, as you're going to see. So as he surveys the field, he's able to come underneath to his check down and pick up the 1st down. And that's where Dak Prescott's been really good with patience, knowing where he needs to go with the football, and then catching it and being able to turn and pick up the 1st down.
Little check down. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. That looks like a team that wants to win a game. 1st down, Cowboys. And that's why the Cowboys are going to win this game. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's like you have names, but when you don't have Ndamukong Suh, you don't have JPP. Like these are guys that they thought were too old, that they didn't want to pay, but had the skill set and the leadership, and we're missing that. You know, it's like you can have Devin White, you can have Levante David, you know, you can have guys in the secondary, but the guys in the secondary have been injured this year and have played a lot worse than what we've seen in the previous 2 years. And the D-line has not been as good as it has in years past. You know, Shaq Barrett, Vita Vea, you know, JPP, Ndamukong Suh. This is not the same, as you can tell. Penalty flag. Now I got a T.Y. Hilton in here. I don't think we're going to have to call his name out too much, but I still want to be able to, you know, show T.Y. I know it's weird seeing T.Y. in the fucking Cowboys. You know, it's like Colts. We're kind of weird, but there he is. First and goal. And sometimes you want to be able to look for storylines too. And obviously Cowboys, Niners, anytime you get that matchup, if you're a real OG, you remember all the rivalry games in the 80s and 90s with, Joe Montana or Steve Young and Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, and then Aikman and Irvin and Emmett. I mean, the history is there, and that would be just an amazing matchup, better than Bucks Niners. And then the Niners beating the brakes off the Bucks by like 24. I mean, the Cowboys could lose by that much too, but I know they'd be able to put up more of a fight than we would, even on the road. They got more talent. I mean, and if I'm biased, then I would never say anything like that. It'd be like, oh, Bucks are going to go to the Super Bowl. The Bucks are the best team. How can you say, like, with a straight face as a Bucks fan at an 8-9 record, thinking that we could go all the way? It's just silly to me. I know we got other people like Beefy McWhatnow, who's a Tampa fan as well, but clearly he's got way more faith than I do. I mean, I'll have faith when I know the team has the pieces there, but you can't tell me to have faith when there's no Gronk, no O-line, and the defense is shitty, and we're going to be as good as we were the last 2 years. Not going to happen. Dak with the keeper. Third down and goal. And if it's him right here, you would pound the rock. Don't throw the football. Pound the rock with Pollard and you scored. You know what I mean? Like, who the hell would want to watch Niners and Buccaneers? I'm a Buck fan, and I don't even want to watch the Buccaneers sometimes because it's just such a boring thing to watch. It's not good football this year compared to the years past. But Cowboys, Niners? Oh, man, that's something to watch. Oh, wrong guy. You went for Zeke. Big stop by Tampa. 4th and goal. All right, so now what do you do here on 4th and goal? Are you smart and you go for the field goal, right? Or do you go for it and try to go for the jugular because the guy already missed the extra point? So you already missed an extra point here, and we already know you're a shitty coach, and we already know you're a shitty play caller, and they know that this is a time where if they go up 13-0, that could be the end of Tampa. It's not going to be completely over. Tampa can play like shit for 3.5 quarters, and the last 4 minutes, you can get 2 touchdowns and win by 1, 17-16, right? Play action. Woo! Look at that. Touchdown, Cowboys. And for once, they make the right play call in 2023. Nice job. Finally, Dallas has a good play call. McCarthy's happy. Moore is happy. O-Dog is happy. Dallas Cowboy fans are happy. There you go. Sometimes you have to take a calculated risk, and 9 times out of 10, it fails for Dallas. That was the perfect play call. Fooled everybody. Nice job. Can't even hate on that whatsoever. Great play call. Maher. Let's see if he can redeem himself. Extra point is up, and he's wide right again. No good. Wow. Wide right twice. So they better pray they can keep scoring touchdowns, because if it comes up to being, and this is extra points, not even field goals. What the hell is going on here? Weird. But now you're still up 12-0. So, but nothing shows you that Tampa can compete not only with this team, right? But if they have a hard time competing with the Cowboys at home and you're down 12-0, what makes you think Tampa's going to go to San Fran or Philly and do good there? I mean, come on. If it was last year's team, yeah. The year before that when we won the Super Bowl, yeah. But we have key pieces that aren't there, and to act like those key pieces don't matter is fucking silly. They do matter, and obviously you can tell. So Cowboys are on their way. Congratulations. 12-0, 2 missed extra points, but it doesn't look like that's really going to be the deciding factor in this game whatsoever. So there we go, baby. There we go. And like I said, most Bucks fans are going to be talking shit. Fuck the Cowboys. Fuck this, fuck that. Negative attitude, acting like the team is better than they are. And that's what's bad about sports, when you get people that just like to talk shit because it's their team. But sometimes you have to look yourself in the mirror. And if you actually know football, when your team is championship caliber and not. And this is even if our record was 10-7, I would still say this is not a championship caliber team. I mean, I've watched the games this year, and I'm telling you, out of the 17 games, there's probably been 15 that have been fucking unwatchable. It's been fucking hard to watch all the way to the end because the lack of offense, the lack of defense, and the shitty play calling. So we'll see how it goes. But I think America deserves Cowboys, Niners, and we're going to get Giants, Eagles. That's good. And then obviously Bills, Bengals, and then you're going to end up seeing Jags and the Chiefs. It should be pretty exciting. I don't think the Jags are going to beat the Chiefs, but obviously with the Bills and the Bengals, could go either way. Very, very exciting. And then the Giants actually have a better shot beating the Eagles than people think, but Philly definitely has to be heavily favored. And obviously the Niners have to be heavily favored over Dallas or Tampa at home. And San Fran's one of those teams that can play on the road like Cincinnati. They don't fear. They can do it. Same thing with Philadelphia. There's certain teams that are very, very good on the road. That's facts. All right, let me get some photos up here, and hopefully we can get some more people to come through, and maybe we can get a little dono train going. Maybe some of the goats will pop in at some point or another.
After 2 3-and-outs, their first 2 possessions, back-to-back 80-yard touchdown drives, a 12-0 lead.
Get you a couple Gronk.
Extra points by Maher. We'll kick it away here.
And I'm really excited that the Giants are getting better too, because it's like I said, I don't like seeing the same teams. Whether people hate them universally through propaganda on NFL.com or ESPN. You know what I mean? But I love rooting for the Lions and the Jets and the Jags, because Tampa used to be a bottom feeder. After we went to the playoffs in 2007, we went from 2008 until 2020, 2019, where we were garbage for 11 or 12 years. So it's I felt for those teams. So I've been at the pinnacle where we had Sapp and Brooks and Lynch and Mike Allstott and we, Gruden, and we won the Super Bowl. But you have to understand, after we won the Super Bowl in 2002, we went to the playoffs in 2005 with Chris Sims, lost to the Redskins. Went in 2007, lost with Jeff Garcia. And then we didn't even make the playoffs until 2019, 2020. So we went through 11 or 12 years of just being a 4-win team or less. And it sucked. You know what I mean? After having great years from 95 to 2002, where we built it with Dungy and Gruden. So it's I really like seeing shitty teams get better. And I like seeing teams that are on the bubble exceed expectations too. Everyone has their run. Even if you're an elite team, usually it's about a 4 to 5 year run. And then you have to rebuild, start over, and then hope for another 4 to 5 year run. Unless you're like New England and you have a 20-year run. But again, most people don't have Brady or Belichick, to have a run like that. And that's facts. All right, nothing in the Cash App just yet, Sarah, but hopefully we'll end up getting a few more donos before we get to the end of the game. Here we go. Nice run by Fournette. And get you a couple Godwins here. They don't have a lot of stuff that's really good for Godwin. I mean, I'll go back through and look for a few more during the commercial break for you, Sarah. And then I'll get Jameson a few things. King Henry and Ronald Acuna. Okay. First down and 10. Shotgun set for Brady. Hand off to Fournette. Nothing. Good defense. Say that 10 times fast. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't want to argue with, Buck fans, you know what I mean? That are just, I don't know, maybe they just think they know football, but it just, you can't have an intelligent conversation with someone, you know what I mean? When they blindly think that no matter what, it's your team, so we're going to go all the way every year. It's just asinine. There's a nice Ronald Acuna for you. 3rd down and 13. And then we'll get a nice Derrick Henry here for you as well. Can't wait for baseball and NASCAR. That's going to get me out of my funk fully. It's once football starts wrapping up and then we start getting into baseball and NASCAR, that's when I'm really going to start feeling a lot better, I think, about everything at that point. I mean, I love football and all, but I'm ready for baseball and NASCAR. And I really do love those. I mean, I love NFL, college football, and WWE and AEW for wrestling, but I really have this big passion for NASCAR and baseball. Godwin, little screen, short of the first down marker. Yeah, it shows you that if this was the Buck offense from, a couple years ago, you think we'd be at 0 right now? You think you've seen, the Bucks play better than this? We can't run, we can't throw, we have no 3rd down cushion and Gronk. You know what I mean? And people are like, well, we're going to go all the way. We're going how are we going all the way? It's 12-0. You know what I mean? How? You know what I mean? Well, we're going to do it. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Brady, the defense. Well, I'm watching the same game these Buck fans are, and it doesn't look like we're doing anything. It's just like every other game I've watched this year. Play like shit for the first, second, and third quarter, right? And in the last 4 minutes, if it's somewhat close, get a touchdown, get a stop, get a touchdown, and then sometimes you can win by like 1 and come back, but other times it's just too little, too late. But, you know, when you get like touchdowns in the last 4 minutes and you played like shit the whole game, that doesn't mean Tampa's a good team. That means we just got lucky at the right time and Brady was Brady. But you know what I'm saying? What about the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter? Instead of having to play hurry up offense in the last 4 minutes, and then maybe we get lucky on a couple plays. And that's what's happened to us a good chunk of, you know, this year. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the extra missed points. Luckily, it wasn't missed field goals. You know what I mean? So it didn't hurt you. At least you've gotten touchdowns, and you guys are definitely well in control. So. Yeah. Well, like I said, you know, a lot of these guys, you know, they're really good at defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator, but, you know, they're not leaders. They're play callers. You know, you can swear all you want and do all that, but just, you know, some guys, you know, they'll thrive off the talent that's around them. But Leftwich, I feel that as an OC, he's gone backwards because when you realize that the O-line isn't there, when you run halfback dive for a yard, right, on 1st and 10, then it's 2nd and 9. And then you run the same play again, 1 yard, you know, 3rd down and 8. And then you run another dive, right? And then it's like 3rd down and it goes 4th and 7, right? At some point as Buck fans, you get frustrated because you have to understand, why are you running it up the middle 3 times in a row when we don't have a line? I know you want to have a balanced offense, right? But you have to be a better play caller. And I feel Leftwich has been very bad this year. I get the weapons haven't been the same, but you need to be, if you're elite as a play caller, you need to be able to work with Brady and understand what's going to work for the team. And doing these long developing routes aren't going to work because you're not going to have enough time because the defense is going to be on him. You know, you guys got to be able to work together and figure it out. And I wouldn't care if both of these guys were gone after this year. I mean, I think there's talent there, but I don't think Todd Bowles is going to go back to defensive coordinator after being head coach. It's like a slap in the face, a demotion. And Leftwich might get a head coaching job or OC job somewhere else. Good for him, but I'm ready for someone new. You know, you already showed me that you can be elite when you have elite talent, but when the talent level is not elite, you don't know how to be able to make up the difference. And that's really where the great play callers come in. When you don't have a line and you don't have Gronk, are you still able to figure it out? And he's not able to do that. And that's why we have a score of 12-0. So that's facts. Got a couple there for you, Jameson. We got the Acuna. Nice little collage there, a little Henry. And then I'll try to find some more Chris Godwin if I can for you. Sarah. There we go. And also, you know, everyone knows Tampa as a defensive team. It's always been defense. But when you got Brady, then you're like, oh, wow, okay, maybe the offense can keep up with the defense. But the thing is, if you actually look at the personnel for Tampa's defense this year compared to the last 2 years, it's a shell of itself. They can't stop the run. They're not very good in pass protection. A lot of the guys in the secondary have been hurt all year. You know, you have Devin White and Levante David. They haven't been the same players as years past. And the D-line can't get to the quarterback like they used to. It's not the same team. You know, you got the Buccaneers out there, but it's not the same Buccaneers. Levante David with the tackle. First down, Cowboys. Zeke with the first down. I see you, Zeke. Nice play. Oh, God. But when you got, you know, Derrick Henry, it's one thing. But when you got old-ass Leonard Fournette and you got a rookie running back and the offensive line isn't there, I know you guys have had some injuries on your offensive line, but sometimes you got to be a little bit more creative instead of just running it up the gut 3 times in a row and punting, you know? There we go. First down, Cowboys. Taking advantage of the defense, which isn't good this year. First down, Dallas. Nice job. And Beefy was so confident that not only were they going to win this game, they were going to go all the way to the Super Bowl and win, which is silly. I don't want to argue with anyone on the channel, but sometimes you just know when someone isn't right. You know, I'm not going to be right all the time, but I do come up with a lot of ESP. A lot of my predictions come true. I feel my predictions come true more than most people on YouTube or Twitch or on TV or podcasts. I think especially for predictions that, you know, are in the playoffs, the Super Bowl, the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup. I'm not usually wrong that often when it comes to those games. And sometimes weird shit can happen, but when you know your team, you have kind of a feeling of what is going to happen, and this really doesn't surprise me. All right, let me see if I can find you another Godwin. We got this Godwin, and we got that Godwin. I gave you a couple of those Gronks. See if I can find anything else. But even when Beefy was in here, he made a comment saying, "Oh, Ryan's going to have to pay me once they go to the Super Bowl and win." Well, it's not going to happen, man. I mean, it's like if we deserved it, that's one thing. But it's just this team isn't really deserving, this year. It's just they're a horrible team. I mean, honestly, out of all the teams in the NFL playoffs, we might be the worst one because even the Vikings, they don't have a defense, but at least they have Justin Jefferson, and that's exciting. There's not anything exciting about this Tampa Bay team. I mean, you got Mike Evans, you got Godwin, old ass Brady. I mean, we got Devin White, Levant, but I mean, there's not really any excitement factor from this team to me. And if I think that, then I know a lot of y'all think that too. It's just that most Buccaneer fans aren't willing to admit to themselves that this team is not a good team. They just want to have that blind faith that we're going to go all the way. So, yeah. But again, I mean, if people want to go one-on-one and have bets with me, they can do that all they want. But I know I'm going to be 90% of the time, I'm going to be the winner. You know what I mean? There's going to be that 10% where a crazy miracle happens or an injury happens to the quarterback or some kind of fluke missed field goal or, shit happens. But like I said, usually in playoffs and championship games, I feel that my predictions are usually spot on. And sometimes I can even predict the MVP or what game it ends in for baseball, basketball, football, game 6, who the MVP is, Steph Curry, that type of shit, for example. So that sounds good. You deserve it, man. I imagine some of the food that you've had wasn't that tasty, and I imagine that's great, man. It's good to celebrate. And again, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm not a true Buccaneer fan. I'm just real. Real recognizes real. And this is not a NFC Championship Buccaneer team, and this is not a Super Bowl team whatsoever. I think it's very clear. I mean, almost every team in the playoffs, in my opinion, is better than the Buccaneers. I mean, even AFC teams that have lost already. I mean, a lot of them, I feel that, if they played the Buccaneers, they would have won. I mean, I don't know. It's just, we're not good this year. I mean, I don't understand where these predictions of winning it all came from. Seahawks are better. Chargers are better. Dolphins would be able to compete with Tampa. Giants. It's like everyone's offense. I mean, maybe the only team that you could say that you don't know what would happen is maybe the Ravens, because they don't have a really good offense without Lamar. Maybe that's the pure one team that we're equal. We're not very good. We might be able to put up some points, but we're not going to win. And maybe the Ravens are the best example of what we are. It's just, you can have that blind faith, I guess, as a Ravens fan. Oh, we're going to go all the way. But how? No Lamar, shaky offense, shaky defense, But, it is what it is. But it'll be cool to be able to see the Cowboys off the schneid, even if it's being an 8-9 team. And you never know. I mean, like I said, what if they went to San Fran and won, and we ended up getting Dallas, Philadelphia? That storyline would be crazy, right? Or if the Giants ended up beating Philadelphia and then we ended up getting Dallas Giants. Or, there's a number of scenarios that we could have San Fran and the Giants, San Fran and the Eagles. I mean, those are by far to me the two best teams because they're the teams that run the football and they have the most discipline and they got the best coaching, based off the depth and being hot and healthy. I think the Niners and the Eagles are definitely the hottest and the healthiest, and they're the most dangerous. And that's why they're the Super Bowl contenders and no one else is in the NFC, in my opinion. And then you got the Bengals, Bills, and Chiefs, and who the hell knows who's going to come out on top in that. Any of those three teams can make it. And to think that the Bengals are the worst between the Bills and the Chiefs is silly, because I think sometimes the Bengals are, at times the best team. Sometimes, Burrow and the offense and defense looks a little shaky, but look at the Bills. Josh Allen takes way too many risks to me for me to like him over Mahomes or to like him over Burrow. I really love Josh Allen, but he takes too many risks for me. And I'm a little bit more comfortable with Mahomes and Burrow. They take care of the football a little bit more. High risk, high reward. Josh Allen, they could win the Super Bowl this year. I get it. You know what I mean? But also it comes with turnovers and failures as well when you push the envelope. And I feel the Bills push the envelope more than any team out of those 5. The Eagles are disciplined. The Niners are disciplined. Chiefs are disciplined. The Bengals are showing people that they're the real deal. But the Bills kind of have this like cockiness about them. And I know they have the DeMar Hamlin thing and they're feeding off that energy, which is great. But it doesn't take the fact away that Josh Allen risks a lot of turnovers and squeezing the football in lanes where he knows better. I think everyone can see it too, but they don't want to say it. 2nd down and 6. Dak steps up in the pocket. Run, baby. Oh, pass incomplete. Good defense by the Bucs. Jason Peters has to go out.
That means that McGovern will come in and likely go back to guard, and Tyler Smith, the rookie, will kick out the tackle, which is where he played the majority of the season. Take a look at our expert play brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, and we look at Dak Prescott here tonight, and he's been able to settle in after a rough start of the first 2 possessions. Here's the touchdown to Dalton Schultz. So he has one through the air and one on the ground. That is his
Chiefs and Bills. I mean, it could really come down to any of those 3 teams. I mean, it really comes down to it, right? But even with that being said, with the Chiefs and the Bills and the Bengals, they got Hall of Fame quarterbacks on all those teams, right? But as far as balance and having a well-rounded team, the Eagles and the Niners have a more well-balanced, rounded team than those 3 in the AFC, and their quarterbacks aren't as good either. I mean, Jalen Hurts obviously is, an MVP product, right? But Brock Purdy, you know what I mean? Like, you could end up riding that momentum, and the Niners might be able to beat the Eagles, and they could lose to the Bills in the Super Bowl, something of that nature, But I feel as far as offense and defense, the Eagles and Niners are much better than the Bills, Bengals, and Chiefs on that side of the football. I feel all 3 teams on defense have big holes. They just try to outscore you. Pass incomplete on 1st and 10.
Here's the 10-yard run by Dak Prescott to get the first down. Yeah, they're not able to keep him in the pocket as they're trying to just rush him, and he hasn't been running a whole lot, so you tend to start forgetting about that. No spy on him. And with the man
that move for, getting Christian McCaffrey staying healthy, it shows you when McCaffrey is healthy and when Saquon is healthy, they got back to being top 5 backs again. You know what I mean? But a lot of people didn't have faith in fantasy or in real life because they have been hurt the last 2 or 3 years. And once you get a label as being injury prone or a loser or a choker, you know what I mean? Like kind of like the Cowboys and Chargers, they always choke. Saquon and CMC always get hurt. Well, guess what? Sometimes those guys can break the curse and stay healthy. And now you're seeing Saquon helping Brian Daboll and getting to the playoffs and actually winning a playoff game. And then you're obviously seeing CMC giving that extra touch of, not only having a good running back, but having elite running back. I know they missed Jeff Wilson, but when you have Run CMC, it's a little bit different. Let's be honest. 2nd down and 15. And I've been talking about the Niners months ago before anyone else. Oh, nice catch. But sometimes I can see the foreshadowing and the writing on the wall before anyone else. And if I say it, a lot of times it may come true down the road. It's just a matter of you can read between the lines and look at the depth chart, look ahead at the schedule, and look to see what teams run the football and play good defense. The Bengals, the Eagles, right, and the Cowboys, Niners. And if you have a team that runs the football, plays good defense, you're always going to have a chance in every single game. And it definitely helps if you have other pieces around you, kicker, special teams, coaching. And some of these teams lack some of the coaching and the play calling, like the Cowboys. But they're not having any struggles today, and I didn't really think that they would. I mean, they got guys like even Noah Brown. Like people think, Noah Brown, he's not that good. He actually is pretty good. Gallup is a good player. Noah Brown can make some big plays from time to time. You got CD, even though you don't got Amari Cooper. They finally realized Tony Pollard is better than Zeke. I mean, it's like they finally learned that Pollard is better. And for that simple fact, they deserve to win this game and go and play San Fran because they finally learned, after bad coaching and play calling, that maybe the RB2 and Pollard, it should be RB1. And that's why, that smart decision-making, they deserve to be able to win. Touchdown, Cowboys. Beefy McWhat now? I told you, bro. Don't ever doubt me. You want to bet me all day, all night. You want to say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to get in an argument with you. But, I mean, I told you so. And every time people want to fucking question me and fight me and fucking argue with me, then we just have to wait for the game to play out. And time again, I get proven right. I'm not going to be right all the time. There is going to be times where I'm wrong. But I feel that I'm not wrong that often, especially when it comes to something like this, where I know I'm watching more film, I'm reading more articles, and I'm more in tune and in touch with the teams based off this channel and my coverage. And extra point missed. Wow, 3 missed extra points. They're gonna have to start going for 2 now. Wow, look at that. When's the last time you've seen 3 extra points missed? Wow. What's going on here? Is it the hold? Laces out. He just shanked it right, shanked it left. Made confidence. Wow. He's like, Tampa Bay is going to win this game. Tampa Bay is going to end up beating the Niners. Tampa Bay is going to beat the Eagles. Tampa Bay is going to play the Bills, and we're going to win. No, it's not going to happen. It's cool to have the blind faith, but you don't want to look dumb. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool to root for your team, but you have to be realistic. The people that aren't realistic, it starts like these huge arguments, and then you end up looking at a score like this. And I hope Beefy comes in. I hope Beefy comes in. And, people can say, well, they might still be able to make a comeback. They might, you know what I mean? But, it's okay. You know what I mean? So I guess he's going to owe me $50? Is that what's going to happen? What was the bet, Sarah? I told them that they weren't going to go to the Super Bowl and win it all. And if they got to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game, I would have to pay him $50. And if they didn't, then he would pay me $50, right? Is that how it went? So I guess that was what the bet was, right? It's okay. It's not, it could be, but again, if you have to start going for 2, you can still, it's not like we've scored yet. It's 18-0. And there's nothing that has actually shown you that we have any chance of winning the game. Has there been anything that has shown you, ooh, Brady looks good. Oh, Mike Evans with that big 60-yard bomb. Oh, Mike Evans, yeah, he got a touchdown. Didn't happen. Oh, Godwin with a 60-yard. No, that hasn't happened. Oh, Julio. Nope. Haven't even seen him today. Oh, Kate Otten. Nope. None of that. We've really seen more defense, at least early on. But it even shows you, even with a couple of defensive guys, this is not the same type of defensive team. And usually for us, it starts up front. JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Vita Vea, Shaq Barrett. When you have a fearsome foursome like that, it makes a difference. And then you have Joe Tryon, Shoinika, and these younger guys, and then you got Nunez, Roches, and Nacho. Those guys are okay, but they're not the same guys. I would rather have the older veteran leadership, even if they've lost a little bit of a step. They have the leadership, they have the knowledge, and they're going to be better with the chemistry. It's just, I really think that we would have been better with Sue and with JPP, but the Bucs are stupid. So, but we already know that it's a business. They want to save money. They wanted to get younger, but it is what it is. Yeah, I was really actually hoping that someone was going to make it Falcons, Saints, or Panthers. You know what I mean? It's like, but it shows you, like, if the Colts or the Titans, if they would have, been able to do something, Titans might have been able to compete for a little bit, but at least more than likely would have lost. But at least the Jags got hot at the right time, and they actually won a game. It's like, it's cool to be able to see a team be the worst team in the NFL, and then obviously with Dougie P, now they've turned it around, and now they'll be able to compete with the Titans and Colts moving forward, which is very cool. A little check down to Rachaad White. So, we can only, run this like 2-minute offense, you know what I mean? And Obviously, Brady throwing that pick in the back of the end zone. That's just what happens, man. Father time. Don't have an O-line. You don't have Gronk. You know what I mean? This is not, and also, too, this is not good. If you think this is good, you're crazy. This is not good either. So the players have already given up on Bowles and Leftwich. There's not a good connection there. Thank God they actually got Mike Evans the record, because if he wasn't able to get 1,000 yards, I would have been pissed. But you just have to be able to enjoy the good times and recognize when it's not your day anymore. It's time for a new team to have that love and that shine, and it doesn't make me sad one bit. Brady throwing to who knows who. Brady throwing to Julio on the sideline, but Julio wasn't even in the game. That's how bad it is right now. 3rd down and 2. Yeah, you ain't getting Sean Payton. You guys don't have good enough team to have him. No disrespect, but just the truth. He ain't going to Denver either. If he's going to go somewhere, it would be like Dallas or the Chargers. He's got to go somewhere where there's already talent, right? And he's a quarterback guy. So going and helping Dak or helping Herbert, that would make more sense than helping Sam Darnold. I don't think Sam Darnold's not really big of a draw. You don't have Luke Kuechly. You don't have Run CMC. You got DJ Moore. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? For the Panthers, it's going to take some time. Just like it is with the Saints and the Falcons and the Buccaneers. Like the NFC South collectively as a 4-team unit might suck for a while. Like it doesn't really look like anyone is really going to be good for a while. Obviously Dennis Allen didn't do a good job going from defensive coordinator to head coach. Bulls did shitty. Panthers got injuries. Then they traded away CMC. Falcons had a little bit of promise, and then they started fucking up. It's just, we had a pretty good NFC South roster for a few years, but it shows you, a lot can change in a year. A lot can change. 18-0 Cowboys, even with 3 missed extra points. Hey, at least it wasn't 3 missed field goals and the score is still 0-0. Can you imagine that? Like it could have been 9-0, but then it's 0-0 because he missed 3. So 18-0. Not surprised.
They came out initially on that prior play where they had the receivers covered up. You see that totally off here.
Brady. The chemistry, the route running, the timing, everything is going to be off. You know what I mean? And a lot of times people say it's Brady, it's Brady, it's Brady. Brady is at fault, from some of the bad throws that are underthrown, overthrown, but there's also drops, right? And there's also shitty O-line where you have no time, you know what I mean? Where he needs like 3.5 seconds and he's got 1.5, you know what I mean? Especially if you're 45, 46, it's not like he's younger where he can run away. He's got to look out for his knees and his health. Uh-oh, Micah Parsons is down. Uh-oh. That's not good. He's limping. Uh-oh. Micah's limping. It's halftime. Uh-oh. That's not good. Hopefully Micah's okay. And you guys want to watch Tampa Bay play next week after being down 18-0. This is a real good team, everyone said. Okay. Quality team, NFC Championship caliber team. Super Bowl caliber team. So what's going to happen? Beefy going to come in tonight after they lose and drop 50? Yeah, like I said, and I like rooting for the Panthers, Falcons, and Saints. I'm not like every other fan that's out there that has all this fucking hate for all the other teams in the division and hates all these other players and teams. I mean, I really do love the league as a whole, all 32. I mean, I just love greatness wherever it's at. So obviously my perspective, watching O-line and defense and having that type of view is going to be much different than anyone else. Washington Commanders. Yeah, we'll have to watch that and WWE to see where they fall. Great play call right there. That was the best play call I've seen from Dallas maybe all year. That was nice. And they're just lucky that, they're playing a team that's 8-9. Like, if they were playing any other team in the playoffs, who knows how good the Cowboys do. You know, if they play any other matchup, maybe they lose, you know, if they're on the road, but they found a team that, you know, is struggling, that, you know, shouldn't even be in the playoffs. And they're finally being able to show that, hey, we're the third best team in the NFC. Maybe we're not as good as the Niners. Maybe we're not as good as the Eagles, but we are the third best team. Not because of just offense with guys like, you know, Zeke or like Pollard or guys like Dak, but obviously we know Micah Parsons, Van Der Esch, DeMarcus Lawrence, you know, they got a well-balanced team. Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, they're very similar. Same thing goes for the Chiefs, Bills, and Bengals. They're similar. They're very offensive-minded. They have Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but they don't have really good defense, all three of them. And if you had to take a guess on what defense might be the best out of the three, I would probably say Cincinnati might be the third, maybe the best out of the Chiefs. Sometimes play good, but sometimes bad. You know, sometimes the secondary and the D-line, you know, have question marks. The Bills sometimes play amazing defense, but also their injuries and not having Von Miller, sometimes they look like shit. And then the Bengals sometimes have holes, but they got guys like Von Bell, T-Rex, you know, and they got guys, you know, that Hubbard, you know, they got guys that make plays. So I think the Bengals defense is the best compared to the Chiefs and the Bills, and that could be the X factor. Also having Mixon and obviously Samaje Perine, guys that are physical running backs. The Chiefs have a hard time when they get down by 10 or more to the Bengals. Same thing with the Bills. You know, if you go against Joe Mixon and Perine, you can't stop that. And then their defense is stopping you. At some point, Burrow is going to fuck you up and you're going to lose. And he already beat. I think he was going to beat the Bills this year, but we had the DeMar situation. They've beaten the Chiefs the last 3 opportunities. So if we end up getting Chiefs-Bengals in the AFC Championship game, if they beat the Bills, obviously in the next round, the Bengals, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals make the Super Bowl again. And then that will show you that Joe Burrow is Joe Montana, even if they don't win the Super Bowl. But just to show you, everyone wants to say Mahomes, Allen, Bills, Chiefs, but maybe we need to start saying Bengals a little bit more. And this will be a very key year to prove that, you know, he can do something, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, that hasn't been done. Get back to the Super Bowl after losing a Super Bowl. And even if they lose 2 in a row, you know they're going to get back again. You know, it's not like, oh, Burrow is going to go 2 times the Super Bowl and lose and never get back. Hell no. I know for a fact if they go to the Super Bowl this year and lose, they will get back at another point and they'll end up winning it eventually. Because, you know, it just shows you, you know, they have the key formula on how to beat the Bills and how to beat the Chiefs. But the thing is, you know, the Bengals would have a hard time matching up against the Eagles or the Niners. Because even though we know Burrow's great, he doesn't really play against defenses like the Eagles, like the Cowboys, like the Niners. Halufunga, you know, going against Fred Warner, going against Fletcher Cox, and, you know, big play Slay, going against Micah Parsons. Like when you're going against defenses like that, rather than going against the Chiefs defense with Chris Jones and who else, you know, or the Bills defense with a bunch of guys that get rotated in with no Von Miller, it's going to be easier to move the football against those defenses rather than the Eagles, Cowboys, or Niners, in my opinion. So, well, we'll see what happens, but it's definitely going to be exciting. JC Horn, top 10. Too early to put him top 10. He's got top 10 corner talent like Patrick Surtain, right? But he needs to stay healthy. And as long as he continues to stay healthy, I mean, you got also guys like Tariq Woolen, Sauce Gardner. You got these other guys, but JC was supposed to be like, you know, Patrick Surtain, where you're going to be like all pro every year. But JC needs to stay healthy. But I do think if he can stay healthy, yeah, he'll be in the conversation of, you know, top 5, top 10, depending on how many picks he gets and depending on how many games he plays. So, oh, this looks good. This is the Mandalorian preview. I love this. This is going to be good. Oh, baby. All right, is there any other photos or anything you guys want me to pull up? We got nothing in the Cash App there. We're at 5. Haven't streamed for 4 or 5 days. I figured we'd be better than that, but we still got a second half to go, and then hopefully we'll get a few goats to come in, and we can at least hit the minimum, I'm hoping. You know what I mean? No one wants to, you know, put in their blood, sweat, and tears for 4 or 5 hours for a couple dollars. But, you know, it is what it is. You just got to keep grinding and have faith that, you know, good things are going to happen. So. March 1st, baby. 18-0. Cowboys. Great job, Todd. Great job, Byron. But at least I didn't expect to win coming in. I know a lot of Buccaneer fans expected to win, and there's going to be all kinds of shit talking, targeting towards, Brady, Leftwich, Bowles, you know what I mean? Because I think I've seen more Buck fans act like jaded Saint fans this year than I've ever seen. It's instead of sticking with the team, they're definitely attacking the team. And I get it, when you're a Super Bowl contender, for 2 years, and then you go and you're like a shit team and you're 8-9. But you have to realize the roster isn't the same. If you can't realize that, then you're a fucking idiot. But I guess it is what it is. Yeah, but it shows you how good Kyle Shanahan really is when you can have the guy like Brock Purdy, right? We thought, okay, you have Jimmy G, you have Trey Lance, okay, if these guys get hurt, what's going to happen? But I don't think anyone expected Brock Purdy or anyone at third string to be this good, but it shows you if you have elite coaching, we're talking about one of the top 2 coaches in the league overall, okay, and maybe the best at scheming besides Sean McVay on finding weaknesses. And you have good running backs, great offensive line, great wide receivers and tight ends, great defense, great defensive coordinators, offensive. You got great everything. And you don't have Saleh there or Mike McDaniel. And you're still this elite. It shows you that they literally can plug in anyone, even the last guy, Mr. Irrelevant. And Mr. Irrelevant looks like a first-round pick, doesn't he? Brock Purdy looks like a first- or second-round quarterback. You know what I mean? But it's not all Brock Purdy. It's Kyle Shanahan, the play calling, and the coaching up. You know what I mean? So obviously they need to be able to get a guy that doesn't choke in the fourth quarter. And if you've actually noticed between all 3 quarterbacks, who's played the best out of the 3 this year? Brock Purdy. So I'm not sure if they're going to get rid of Trey. They can say, oh, we're going to trade away Trey Lance. I know Sarah said that. She saw that in a rumor. But that would be stupid because you already gave up the farm for him. You already gave up multiple picks, like the Russell Wilson thing. You're not going to give up first round, second round, first round, second round, first round, second round, fourth round, fifth round, eighth round, even though there's not an eighth round, all for Trey. He gets an injury and then you just give up on him. So you're going to keep him. If you're going to trade anyone away, it'll be Jimmy. You'll trade him away, but you're going to keep Trey around for a couple more years just in case Purdy gets hurt. And then you can also evaluate if Trey is going to be the guy. And once his rookie deal is up, then you get rid of him or you don't re-sign him. But you're already invested as Trey being the 1 or the 2. But at least it shows you now that Purdy is so good, you don't even need Jimmy G anymore. But guys get hurt for the Niners a lot. It's like they almost have a little bit of a quarterback curse with injuries. When they had Montana, they didn't have it. When they had Steve Young, they didn't have it. When they had Jeff Garcia, they really didn't have it. But after that, it seems like a lot of the guys, Kaepernick and forward, a lot of the guys get banged up, and they do need someone that can get points in the fourth quarter. That's really the only thing that they're lacking, as a guy that doesn't choke in the fourth quarter. And if they can get that, that could be the difference between, getting to the NFC Championship game and winning it, losing it, or getting to the Super Bowl and winning it or losing it. That's facts. And we haven't really seen a Brock Purdy type of player win a Super Bowl besides maybe Trent Dilfer, 2000 Ravens, and maybe Brad Johnson, 2002. And even those guys were a little bit bigger names, obviously. But, Purdy is playing great and good for him. He deserves it. He's been playing good. That's facts. And I ended up going through a lot of my my boxes for my mental health the last couple days. I think I went through, 5 to 8 boxes. Oh my God. I found the ooze. I found some really cool stuff. I found my Hollywood Hogan. I got my LaMichael James custom McFarlane, my Mariota McFarlane here on the table. I got my Ken Griffey Jr. Rookie year upper deck bobblehead here that I got from the game. So I got all kinds of stuff. Randy Johnson starting lineup from 97. So I got a lot of Mariners, Ducks, and wrestling stuff up here. So definitely that helps. You want to be surrounded by stuff that you love. And yeah, there was just so much stuff that I wanted to be able to put on here. But I already got my Cal Raleigh Big Dumper rookie card. Then I got the Randy Johnson starting lineup. I got the Ken Griffey Jr. figure that, you push the button, he swings, the figure from like the 90s. And I got the Randy Johnson, Dan Wilson bobble, the Griffey bobble, Hollywood Hogan figure with the spray paint and the NWO guardrail. And then I got the LaMichael James custom McFarlane, the Mariota custom McFarland. So the Mariota and the LaMichael used to be NFL players, but what the artists do is they repaint the figures to college ones that don't exist, and then they have an auction and you can win them. And I think I won the LaMichael back in the 2010 Natty when we played Auburn. They made it before that, and I won that for maybe like 125 to 140, and I got a good deal on the Mariota. The Mariota one is not as well done, and then that one was like I think 75. Still good, but you can definitely tell with the decals. One is done a little bit better. The decals are either painted on or glued on, but they look very cool. It's good to go through a lot of the toys, though, for sure. I'm just happy that they're finally going to get their due. I guess if you're going to be like a fake fan, you're screaming and yelling and swearing, and you can't believe that the Buccaneers are playing this bad, all for clicks and, ratings and all that. You get those people that love seeing people suffer. People love to watch people suffer on the internet. Like if they know you're a fan of a team that sucks all the time and you go fucking crazy and you start losing your mind, you know what I mean? But after a while, people start doing that shit for just views and clicks. It's all fake. 3 tutties. Good job, Dak. And that's how it should be because, this is not the same, Buccaneer Tom Brady team, I'm happy. Normally, I wouldn't be happy in a playoff loss, but in this particular scenario, it's good. It's good to be able to see. And again, much better matchup, Cowboys and Niners rather than Niners and Bucks. No one would want to see that. I mean, I guess maybe some people would, but I know it wouldn't be fun. Hopefully Micah Parsons is okay.
Coming into this game, the key was for Tampa Bay, could they hold the score down defensively? Because the last thing Tampa Bay
McCarthy and Kellen Moore getting bailed out.
And then on the offensive side of the ball, could they
all right, third quarter.
well enough in order to take advantage of some of the matchups in the secondary with their receivers? And the answer has been no. I mean, Dallas has been able to get out.
All right, Dallas kicking off.
To the Buccaneers, and he's able to cross the 25, but not by much. Tom Brady.
And even if Tampa ends up making a little bit of a run, in the last 4 minutes in the fourth quarter, chances are it's going to be too little too late. And of course, when you're going against a good defense like the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Eagles, there's not a lot of room for error. Brady hasn't thrown a red zone pick since 2019, and he did it today. You know what I mean? And you don't have Gronk, you're forcing it. And that's what happens. You're older, you're making bad decisions. The line stinks, no Gronk. He can still make a little bit of a comeback because we still have Evans and we still have, Godwin. But if you notice in years past when the Bucs were good, we would no risk it, no biscuit. We go deep, Scotty Miller, scoot. We go deep, 50, 60 yards, and we just chuck it and we just go for it. And we know that Evans and Godwin are going to come up with it, right? But you have to have an offensive line to give you time to, have 3 or 4 seconds, not 0.5 seconds or 1.5 seconds. And that's the difference this year. You don't really see Brady go deep, and let alone if we do go deep, it doesn't convert into big touchdowns. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure what Beefy saw, but it feels good to be right. And I guess I'm going to be winning $50 here. I mean, it's one thing to say that, the Bucs are going to win this game, but not only that, this game, the next game, and we're going to win the whole thing. I mean, that's too easy of a bet for me to take. Dropped by Chris Godwin. Godwin, the intended receiver. But I mean, I've been watching this type of football all year. So for me to think, well, they're at home, they're going to turn it on. Oh, Jensen's back. Everything's going to be different. No, it's not. Nice try. If you're a bad football team all year, what makes me think that you're going to have the greatest game of the season tonight against an elite top 3 team in the NFC that literally is legit and everyone hates on them because they're just the Cowboys. Well, just the Cowboys look fucking awesome. And, if they play like this, they will have a shot against the Niners. You know what I mean? If they can execute and play well, they will have a shot. The Niners are the better team. but if they can slow down Run CMC from scoring 3 times to like 1 time, and they can get to the quarterback and make Purdy uncomfortable and have him play maybe an average game instead of like a normal Purdy game, yeah, they will have a shot. But then the luck might run out after the Niners if you have to go to Philly, because as we know, Philadelphia, it gets so rowdy there. And if it's NFC championship game, there's not a lot of teams that are going to be able to go to Philly and win that. So that's facts. Yeah, good thing my depression is like, and my anxiety is already like, I'm like trying to recover from it. Imagine if I was like thinking like we were going to win this game, and then if we lost this game, this would trigger my depression and I would go back into the hole. You know what I mean? I'm too smart for that. So I don't get baited like that. But again, some of us watch a little bit more football than others. I think it really comes down to, I don't let blind faith in my team, because especially it's my reputation on the line. You know what I mean? I can't just be this guy, making wrong predictions. I mean, if that was the case, then you could put me on ESPN or NFL Network. I mean, I can be wrong all the time. Those guys get paid a shitload of money and they're never right, but being correct or, having kind of a gauge on how a game is going to go. I take a lot of pride in that, because there's a lot of people out there that think they know football, but obviously with their predictions and, you watch their shows or YouTube, Twitch, TV, podcasts, there's a lot of garbage out there. That's facts. But I do hope that we don't get shut out. That's a little much. We're going to lose, but hopefully they can get to, I don't even know if we can even get to 13. 13 might be too aggressive, like 2 field goals and a touchdown. But at this point, we'd be lucky to get to 10, but I don't even know if that's going to happen. Yeah, Dion. Nice. Yeah, Dan Campbell too. Like I said, and even though the Jets fucked up with the Zach Wilson thing, you're starting to see a little bit of progress, whether it's with Mike White or not. But like once they figure out their quarterback scenario as well, like the Jags, the Jets, the Lions, it's just really cool to be able to see teams that, that just get shit on, that get hated on. But I love rooting for the bottom feeders, and it looks like those teams won't be bottom feeders anymore. There's going to be new teams that are going to be bottom feeders like the Texans and the Bears. 1st down and 10. Floater. Oh, what a catch by Dalton Schultz. My God, when everything is going right, you have Dak floating it where it should be a pick, and 9 times out of 10, this is an interception. But this somehow, some way, Dalton Schultz is playing like a top 5 tight end in this game. Nice job. 1st down, Cowboys. That's what happens. When it rains, it pours. But when things are going good, it's going really, really good. And the last thing, okay, you don't want to be the Dallas Cowboys and be 12-5 and have the narrative that you can't even beat the Bucs as an 8-9 team. You don't want that. You know what I mean? You want to be able to like look back in this season and think, okay, Dan Quinn is amazing. You don't want to lose him as a defensive coordinator to head coach. Micah's great, right? The offense is pairing up with the defense. And even though you lost Amari Cooper, Tony Pollard is getting a time to shine. It's like everything is well-deserved for Dallas. Now if they were still going to Zeke, I would say, God damn it, these motherfuckers are still not listening. Can we get these guys fired? But somewhere, I don't know what it was. Him, probably not Jerry, but somehow maybe Kellen was like, you know what? We look at the stat sheet. Tony is getting 10 carries for 90 yards. Zeke is getting 20 carries and he's getting like, 84. It would make sense maybe to try to give Pollard a little bit more looks. You know what I mean? And thank God they have. 3rd down and 4. But we're watching a team that looks like a varsity going against a freshman team. It's like, are we even competing out here? 3rd and 4. Dak, all day, all night. 1st down, Cowboys. Nice job. Move the chains. You can tell what teams want it, what teams are confident, what teams believe, and what team is thinking about dinner tonight. And this team is thinking about, all right, we're going to go to the Niners. We're a top 3 team. We finally got off the schneid, even if it's an 8-9 Buccaneers. And then you got the Buccaneers right now thinking, man, what's for dinner? What's for dinner tonight? Man, where am I going to get fired and where am I going to next? That's what the conversation is. 18-0. Come on, man. 1st down and 10. But again, like I said, when you don't have bias and you can look at all 32 teams equally, that's how I'm able to make so much money and be able to get correct predictions, because I don't have this blind loyalty, where I'm thinking with my head, thinking, oh yeah, it's my team, so they're going to win. You have to be real with yourself and look in the mirror. And when your team isn't good, or when a team doesn't look good, you can't convince yourself, that the team is better than they are. The writing is on the wall. And that's why I'm able to, make those predictions, because I don't get emotionally attached, with the predictions. I look at who's good, who's not, and regardless if that's my team or not, you have to be honest. And if you're honest with yourself, you can make money. But if you're, one of these people that have blind faith, that can't see that, the depth chart being hot and healthy, not having an offensive line in Gronk, and that doesn't make a decision different for you, then maybe you don't know football. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to. Because you just can't have a different personnel and think that everything is going to be the same result as it was the year before or the year before that. So, Birdman in the building. What to do? I can. The writing was on the wall, bro. We shouldn't even be in the playoffs. We're 8-9. We're playing like an 8-9 team. And even though you guys have the Cowboys number, they're better than you're giving them credit for. You just, Eagles are haters towards Cowboys. Cowboys are haters towards, the Eagles. It goes both ways. And then you got a team like the Giants that legitimately have a shot to compete. But if it's in Philly, as we know, it's very hard to win there. And I really feel the only team that can win in Philly is San Fran. So we'll see if we end up getting that matchup in the NFC Championship game. But it shows you the NFC least has turned into the NFC beast. And even Washington would be able to put up better numbers than Tampa in this game if they made the playoffs. So, the Giants got the win. Dallas is getting a win. The Eagles, we'll see if they beat the Giants, which they should. But it's definitely going to be very competitive. And it shows you that the NFC teams, Eagles, Cowboys, Niners, like I've said all along, they have good offense and defense. And then you got teams like the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Bengals that have great offenses with the Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but their defenses really aren't that good. So the balance is more on the NFC side, and that's why the NFC team has won the Super Bowl the last 2 years with the Bucs and the Rams, because we actually have a defense. Defense wins championships, especially when offenses are good. So, yeah, but you haven't watched the Buccaneers all year. So, I mean, or if you have, maybe on some of the primetime games. But again, it's not Tom. It's not one man. It's 11 on 11. And if you don't have an offensive line and you have a bunch of second and third stringers and you don't have Gronk, I mean, imagine if you didn't have, A.J. Brown, Miles Sanders, and half your offensive line with Kelsey and Lane Johnson are not playing. Everyone's out. You can't expect the same kind of fucking results. You're not going to get it. Touchdown, Cowboys. But also, too, remember, the Buccaneers don't have a defense. Now, if the Cowboys are playing the Niners or the Eagles, are they going to be able to do this? Hell no. They'll be able to do some, and you'll be able to do some to them, but it's going to be more lower scoring. And if as a team can pull away, right, who's going to pull away, right? It'll probably be Philadelphia at home, except if the Niners can keep it close, anything can happen. Dallas can't play in Philadelphia, but I think the Niners, they're a little bit built more mentally tough. And again, you have to crawl before you walk. You know what I mean? And this is a good win for Dallas, and I'm not surprised whatsoever. You have to know personnel. You have to watch the games. You just can't be like, well, they have Tom Brady. They should be able to play well. Well, it's a lot more than Tom Brady. O-line, running game, play calling, coaching sucks. Defense sucks. Defense injured. It's like this is a shell of ourselves in previous years. So that is facts. Let's see. Did he go out of bounds? Looks like he went out of bounds. I mean, he let's see. There's a couple steps where he looks like he touched the line, but I don't know. Give him the fucking touchdown. Let the Cowboys be happy. You know what I mean? You got to crawl before you walk. And the rivalries are good when the Cowboys, Giants, and Eagles are all good. A lot of smack talk and whatnot, but it's good to be able to see teams that are well balanced, have success. Instead of a team that maybe, just has a legend at quarterback and people are praying or thinking that the NFL is rigged so that they're going to cater to Tom Brady and he's just going to be able to make it all the way to the Super Bowl. And maybe that's what Beefy was thinking. Maybe that, I don't know if he thought cheating, but people definitely think that there's collusion and cheating in the NFL. But if that was the case, then, I mean, how the hell are we down 24-0 then if there's cheating, right? Well, 18-0. We'll find out if it is 24-0. Just give it to them. But again, it all depends on how much film you watch, how much reading you do. And if you read a lot and you watch a lot of film and you don't have bias, then you can come up with good predictions. But, if you just are kind of vaguely watching the rest of the teams besides your own, you're never going to have the same insight as someone that is fully dedicated to every single team as their own. Nope. Absolutely 0% chance. He can go into the booth whenever he wants. Not going to happen. He's going to go either to the Raiders, Dolphins, Niners. Those will be one of the Niners would be his preferred, right? But they already have so many quarterbacks, Purdy. Now, but if they have a chance to get Tom and if the price was right and he would take a pay cut, maybe they would consider Tom, trade Jimmy away, and then they would have Purdy, Trey Lance, and Brady. They would do that. But Brady linking up with Josh McDaniels, they have kind of a bond. So I could see Brady going there, maybe Carr going to the Bucs, Brady going to the Raiders. And also you have to look at the Dolphins. They'll be looking at Lamar and Brady there because they could say they want to stick with Tua, right? But with all the concussions and everything else, if they have a shot to get Brady or Lamar, they definitely would choose those two guys probably over Tua. Even though Tua had success with Mike McDaniel. But again, it's all about the concussions and, is his brain going to be able to sustain a long career? At this point, Tua could be out of the league in like 4 years or less. So that's my opinion based off the reading, and obviously getting the vibe and looking at the beat writers. And I don't listen to rumors like a lot of people do. I make my own decision, and my most of my rankings and most of my analysis based on what I read and watch myself. Cyberpunk in the building. How are you, bro? It's been tough, man. Depression and anxiety have been at an all-time high. I missed like 5 days of streaming. We broke the dono record. Obviously, Shep, with 1,300 and a single donation record, which is amazing. The record previously was 500. Touchdown, Cowboys. They gave it to him. There we go. Oh, he is watching with you right now. He is watching you right now. Every Cowboy fan that's no longer with us right now, they are in the grave and they're in heaven. They're floating around, right? And they feel it. Trust me, they feel it. All the family members, that are not with you, they're spiritually with you, right? Are they trying to go with Maher right now? You know what I mean? But everyone's feeling this right now. Missed it again. 0 for 4. Wow, they are so lucky they're getting these touchdowns. Unbelievable. Yep. Gonna have to get a new kicker. They're up 24-0 instead of 28, so it doesn't really matter. But as far as confidence-wise, wow. But yeah, man, my anxiety and my depression got really, really bad. I mean, normally I never miss playoff games or wild card games or anything important. But again, January is kind of a tough month for me, and it happened to me last year and the year before. And I just try to get out of it, but I have to be mentally okay to be able to record. I can't half-ass it. I can't pretend that I'm okay when I'm not. So hopefully we can end up getting to a good number, and it's great to see you, man. I finally feel I'm turning the corner, and we haven't had any sunlight for about 5 or 6, 7 days. And we finally got some sun this morning, took Paisley on an hour walk. And that definitely helped, because if we didn't get any sun today, I might not be recording right now. So. Thank you, Cyberpunk. And especially, missing out on opportunities, for possible subs, possible views and donos, for 4 games on Saturday or Sunday. That fucking hurt. But I mean, my mental health is more important. Of course, it would have been great to, hit $100 on every stream or more, and do that. But yeah, I got to be able to try to get you a jersey here in the next couple of weeks. I'm just trying to get everything in line with everything. But I appreciate you. We were only sitting at $5, which is crazy to me, but especially after missing like 5 days. But Cyberpunk came in and definitely trying to save the day. So thank you, man. Getting us closer to our goal. Appreciate you tremendously. And we'll talk, here in the next couple weeks and decide if that Mahomes called jersey is still what you want, or if you have some other idea of what you're wanting to get, and we'll take care of that for you. Cyberpunk with a 50. Thank you so much, man. 24-0 Cowboys. Thank you, Cyber. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you, brother. $50 dono from our boy Cyberpunk. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Oh, yeah. Thank you, brother. Yeah, like I said, my mental health has not been good. It's been at a very dark place the last 4, 5, 6 days, but I'm here, and I'm not going to let this game affect my mood because I actually genuinely am happy for the Cowboys, and it will be a better matchup for Cowboys-Niners rather than watching this crappy-ass Buccaneer team. They are who they thought, it's like, you want to talk playoffs, they are who we thought they were, right? It's like you can't think an 8-9 team is going to go in there and beat the Cowboys 24-0. I mean, that would have been really shocking. Thank you, Cyber. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see. If you want to see some Bo, I'm not sure if you can stay for the whole game or if you're only here for a little bit, but let me know how long you're going to be here for, and let me accommodate and, take care of you. Brady on 3rd and 9. Oh, fumble. Grab it. Can't even grab the fumble recovery. Idiot. When it rains, it pours. Tackle him, Godwin. You know what I mean? Like the lack of effort, the lack of focus. Godwin got hurt. You know what I mean? Like everything, you just start getting shitted on. Nothing goes right. When you're down like this. This is not a scenario where it's like the Jags, playing against the Chargers and being down, 27-0, and we're going to see this miraculous comeback. They have an offense and they have belief. The Buccaneers do not. So, yes, thank you so much. Means a lot. Things have been very rough. 55. We have 45 to go. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's like, let me throw it right down the middle and let's get destroyed. Just give him the fumble. We're playing like shit right now. Yeah, give it to him. And then a personal foul. Oh, Ryan Jensen with a penalty on top of that. There we go. Everything going right. Godwin the catch and a fumble. Jensen with a personal foul. I can only imagine what Buck fan pages right now on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and all the people that were acting like young Nola, where they're tagging people on Twitter and Instagram and threatening them and saying, even though these guys are playing in the game right now, if you're a real fan, you don't do that. You know what I mean? You don't go after players. You just have to realize the team isn't good, Well, if you listen to me, you would have known. This doesn't surprise me. I think I'm surprised at some people that were at 0, you know what I mean? But I had a feeling that the Cowboys were, going to be able to show up because these two teams are, we have a 12-5 team and an 8-9 team. If Tampa was 12-5 and Dallas was 8-9, what the fuck do you think would happen? You know what I mean? You really think the 8-9 team is just going to play great? Not at this point. It's one thing where you can have the Jags beat the Chargers or the Giants beat a team like the Vikings with no defense. But again, when you don't have a defense, right, you can't stop anybody. And the Vikings can't stop anyone, and that's why we thought the Giants would win as an underdog, and they did. So, and again, it's for you. It's for you. It's for your dad. It's for all the people in your life that passed within the last year or two that are watching, and they're feeling this game right now too. And maybe if you get extremely lucky, but don't bet on it, right, you might end up competing with the Niners, and you might have to get a new kicker and figure that out. The Niners are going to be heavy, heavy favorites. But if there's a team that could beat the Niners, Eagles and Cowboys could do it. But they would have to play like a perfect game, obviously, if it's going to be in San Fran. San Fran is very tough. Eagles are probably the hardest to play as far as the NFL teams that are left at home. I think also Kansas City at home, pretty difficult to win there. You know what I mean? But Philadelphia, with all the drunk people, that's going to be tough. That is going to be tough. Like I said, the Cowboys, they might be able to compete with the Niners, but if they beat the Niners and made it all the way to the NFC Championship game, it's going to cause, obviously a lot of hysteria. But the bottom line, I think if you've watched, Dallas play in Philly, it has not been kind to them, and it wouldn't be kind with them again. It would probably get ugly. Probably could keep close for like a quarter, and then things would kind of get out of hand. But you never know. You never know. Thank you, Cyberpunk. Means a lot, man. Oh, baby. But at least, like I said, it doesn't affect my mental health. I'm totally okay with it. And honestly, I have to look at it as a fan perspective, just like we've been saying all night. Even if you're a Cowboy hater, you're enjoying watching the Cowboys win if you're a fan and rooting for them, or you're hoping that they lose and they fuck up if you're a hater, right? Or you're just like me and you just enjoy greatness. Like they finally figured it out. I still don't like McCarthy and I still don't like Kellen Moore, but this team is better than it was last year and the year before. And they're finally putting it together. Good for them. They figured it out. First down and 10, shotgun set to Brady. And it shows you, like I said, I mean, I know my team better than anyone else. When the Bucs are successful, they go deep. No risk it, no biscuit. Brady doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to be able to make that happen. And there's the reason why. When you become predictable on offense, where they know only you can run screens and slants, and you're going to throw quick footballs because the offensive line stinks. You're going to run the football, but if you can control, obviously Rashad White and Fournette, they're not going to beat you. You're going to eventually get an interception, a fumble, a 3-and-out. There's no threat for them to go downfield. So if there's no threat to go downfield, that means you can throw 8 or 9 in the box. You're going to make Brady uncomfortable. You might not get sack lunches on him all the time, but you're bat the ball down and you're going to have better coverage, and it's going to make it very difficult for Brady. And you get a throw like that where he gets the pressure late and he has to throw it into the turf or the grass. That's what happens. It's disgusting, man. This is exactly why I didn't want to make the playoffs and I wanted to get the draft pick instead. Remember, I told you I didn't want to make the playoffs because I thought this could happen, and it's happening. This is not fun. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Brady in the playoffs. Brady on the couch is better with a higher draft pick. Almost picked. Reflect in the building. What to do? No, we're not done whatsoever. Nope. Because if you put Brady on the Niners, he'd be great. Period. And if he goes to the Niners next year, now if he goes to the Raiders or Dolphins, they don't got no offensive line or defense. So then obviously he'd be better off on the Dolphins than the Raiders. I mean, you got weapons, but you need offensive line for Brady and a capable tight end. If you don't have that, and think about it. You have Kyle Shanahan, run CMC. You got, Trent Williams, the best left tackle, George Kittle. It would make, all they need is a quarterback that has time, right? And that doesn't fuck up in the fourth quarter. And I guarantee if Brady was on the Niners, this year or next year, he'd have really good success. Like he'd be able to get to an NFC championship game. Easy. You know what I mean? Because like I said, they don't need anyone to be great. They always find a way to make the playoffs or make a deeper run, whether it's Jimmy G or Trey Lance or fucking Brock Purdy. Even Brady at 50 would still be able to be more capable than a lot of other quarterbacks if he was on the Niners, because the Niners are fucking stacked. Like the worst position that the Niners have is quarterback. And even that isn't really bad right now. Purdy's playing great. So, yeah, I don't think Brady's done it all. Cowboys are just the better team. So. It's clear. But, this is how it's kind of been for the Bucs all year. I tried to tell you guys, Beefy was trying to tell me that they were going to go all the way. They're going to win this game and then win another game. Niners, Eagles, they're going to go to the Super Bowl. They're going to win it all. This blind faith with Brady is just ridiculous. No Gronk, no line. Defense sucks. No JPP, no Ndamukong Suh. Everyone's injured in the secondary. Like, tell me how. So you're going to try to fight me and argue with me that I'm stupid and I'm wrong, right? But I mean, most of the time, it's going to go my way. It's either the team or you don't. So, like I said, now if you end up reading, for 4 to 8 hours every day and you're watching film every day like me, then we can end up having a conversation where we can kind of go head to head and maybe we can think of like, okay, what's going to happen in this scenario or this scenario. But I mean, I'm never, and that's why I win money and I help people win money, because I don't have that blind faith. You know what I mean? Where I'm thinking, well, I'm going to bet with my heart. You have to bet here. You have to bet with your brain. If you bet with your heart, you're going to lose a shitload of money and look like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? You have to be smart about it, even if it's your team. You can't just have the blind faith. So it is what it is. So they did. And what did I say all year? I've been saying it for years. Bad coaching, bad play calling, injury curse. Happened again. You know what I mean? And now we're seeing the Cowboys break the curse. So now the Chargers are next. So they just need a guy like Sean Payton to break the curse. If they don't get a coach as good as a Sean Payton, a top 10 coach, it's never going to happen. The Chargers are just going to be this team that's mediocre to 10 wins, 11 wins, and they're always going to lose in like the first round. You know what I mean? They're going to be like a top 5 or 6 talented roster. But when it comes to the playoffs, the defensive guys will get hurt. They're injury prone. Khalil Mack, Derwin James, Joey Bosa, you know what I mean? And the play calling, you know, they just shit the bed. You know, it just happens. But Brady on the Cowboys would be good. I mean, Dak is better. You know, it's you know, like if Dak can get 4 touchdowns, Brady will get 2. You know what I mean? But you know, like I said, the Brady ain't going to the Cowboys. You already got Dak. Dak is very underrated, and it's nice to be able to see Dak play good. But again, if you really want to get respect, true Cowboy haters and haters of Dallas won't even give him credit for this win. They'll be like, well, you beat an 8-9 team. You should have. But still, in years past, they weren't even able to win against a team like this. You know, they would just choke, but they played the Niners last year, and, you know, they just couldn't find a way to win at home, right? But it feels like they switched to Tony Pollard, that they finally have a better offense. So in those, you know, previous years and previous games where they would, you know, get stuck with Zeke, now they're finding ways to get past the wall when Zeke would get stuck. And now they got this Pollard guy that they actually believe in. Who would have thunk it, right? We've been talking about it for the last 2 years, and they finally put it into effect. And then it also helps when you have the best defensive coordinator in the league with Dan Quinn, and arguably the best defensive player in Micah Parsons. That helps a lot too. First down, Zeke Elliott. Move the chains. Okay, but if he ends up going to the Niners and they end up winning a Super Bowl or go to the NFC Championship game next year, then what are you going to say? You know what I mean? If you have better players around you, you play better. But if you have second and third stringers on the line and no Gronk, you can't expect like him to play the same type of way. You know what I mean? The reason why the stats were down, they don't go deep. They don't run the ball effectively. The play calling sucks. The coach sucks. Bowles sucks. Leftwich sucks. The line sucks. The defense sucks. I mean, how is he supposed to be better? And I think that there's going to be a little bit of a drop off, but he's not done. I mean, to think he's done, then you're not putting those other things into factor. The better offensive line you are, the better quarterback you're going to be. The better running game you have, the better game you're going to have. You know? Simple. I mean, you put Brady on the Niners next year, they make the NFC Championship game. Maybe even the Super Bowl. That's my personal opinion. So, I mean, I don't have any reason to defend Brady. I'm not even really a Brady guy. I'm more of a Joe Montana, Peyton Manning guy. But, you know, if it's Peyton Manning and Joe Montana towards the end of their careers, you know, like I said, you have to be able to look at those other factors as well. Now, if we had the same exact team, same O-line, same Gronk, JPP, Ndamukong Suh, same exact team, right? And then he plays like this, then I would agree. I would say he's done. But it's not the same team, so I can't say that. Well, most likely he's not going to go to the Niners, and that would probably be the only team that he could go to win a Super Bowl. I mean, if he goes to the Dolphins or Raiders, he's not going to be able to win one. But if you go to San Fran, you have a shot. Because all they need is someone not to turn the ball over in the fourth quarter. I mean, when you hand the ball off to CMC and the running backs and the defense does all the work for you, he doesn't have to have 5,000 yards and 40 touchdown passes for them to get there. Just, you know, needs to stay healthy, not get hurt. You know, and not play like shit. Don't throw a bunch of pick sixes and don't fumble the football. Well, Beefy bet me that that the Bucs were going to go to the Super Bowl or win playoff games, and I won that. So, but I wouldn't count Brady out yet. We have to see. I mean, the Niners are probably not interested at this point, but you never know. For the right price, you know, obviously Raiders, Dolphins, Niners. But again, would the Niners be interested? And again, Brady would probably want too much money, and the Niners would be like, nope, we're not going to do it. But if he was willing to go down from, you know, 30, 40, 50 million and just to be like, okay, let me take something low, like, you know, 20, you know, then, you know, maybe something could happen, you know, 18 for 1 year or 20 and just take a pay cut just to try to go out on top. So. Yeah, I think most people think that, Purdy and Lance is where they're going to stick, but you can't think that if Brady was there, they might be able to get a little bit of magic. He would have a little bit of a resurgence in his career, because most people didn't think he would play this good the last 2 years. You know what I mean? And again, when you're, injured or not injured, playing with Gronk, not playing with Gronk, there's a difference. McCaffrey, Debo, make him puke IU, Kittle, great offensive line with Trent Williams. I know Brady would be able to play halfway decent in that type of lineup. You can plug anyone in, including Brock Purdy, and he's looking like a fucking all-pro, Hall of Famer. But you put Brock Purdy on any other team, you think he's going to be that good? Hell no. It's Kyle Shanahan. It's that O-line. It's the weapons. It's the defense. It's a total package. 3rd down and 5. Coaching is a big part of football, and you got to have good play callers too. Wow, we forced a punt. Well, they can't pay a guy 30 to 40 million. It has to be much, much cheaper. You know what I mean? And he's going to get a lot of money going into the booth. But, I mean, like I said, if he just wants to continue playing, if the Raiders want to waste money, 30, 40, 50 million, or the Dolphins, but if the Dolphins had a choice between Brady and Lamar, they would be smarter to go Lamar. He's younger. And it's not like if Brady went to the Dolphins, they have a good enough defense to be able to win it all. They don't. You know what I mean? They got Tyreek and they got Waddle and they got, some pieces, but they don't got enough to go all the way with Brady at this point. He's too old. It's like you got to have all the surrounding pieces, there to be able to be successful. So. Yeah, but it shows you it's the coach. It's Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan can make anybody good. You know what I mean? Regardless if it's a vet that's on his last leg or it's someone that is a rookie or undrafted. Like, they can literally put anybody at quarterback and they're going to be able to be relevant. You know what I mean? I mean, it shows you. I mean, like, did anyone honestly think Brock Purdy would be able to win games, play this well, play better than Jimmy or Trey, and then let alone, kind of, grab the bull by the horns and throw for 3 or 4 touchdown passes in games, But if you have a great offensive line, one of the top 3 in the league, you got great weapons. If you actually look at the weaponry, I mean, run CMC, Kittle, Debo, make him puke Ayuk. I mean, you compare those guys to any other offensive set, it can compete with anyone. And in the way that Run CMC is playing, I mean, it's one of the most dangerous offenses and defenses in the league. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. And the chances are Brady will never win another Super Bowl. But if he ends up going to the Niners on a reduced deal, that's the one single team that would be a contender that he could win with. Because there's no way in hell that you're doing anything with the Raiders, or Dolphins, in my opinion. Not good enough. That's up to him. I mean, we already know he's kind of getting towards the end. But I think if Brady was fully washed, he wouldn't have been able to put up MVP numbers last year and the year before. You would have already started to see a decline where he's only throwing 15 to 20 touchdown passes throughout the season. And his touchdown passes, if you get in the 40s, and then obviously this year it's cut in half. But again, the weapons have been cut in half. The line has been cut in half. No Gronk. So that has something to do with it. Also, Leftwich is a shitty play caller too. And they don't go deep. And Byron Leftwich and Bowles are garbage. So it is what it is. Right. He's the only guy at that age, you know what I mean? If he went to a team like that, if Brady went to the Eagles, Cowboys, Niners, you'd have to go to a team with structure. Obviously Chiefs, but they have Mahomes. Like, he has to be around, a team that has, something for him. And at this point and in this stage of his career, not having great wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends matter. Having a great offensive line matters because he's not mobile anymore. You got Godwin, you got Evans, you got pieces, but if you don't have time to go to the pieces, then it looks like shit, and that's what you're getting. You know what I mean? It's like you got all these like Hall of Fame guys, but again, defense matters, O-line matters. It doesn't matter quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. Offensive line and defensive line win you football games. You got to have the battle in the trenches. And this is a great example of it to see how great we were the last 2 years, Super Bowl contenders, and we won one. And then to have all these injuries. And I'm just sorry to say, hey, second string, third string backup offensive linemen aren't good. They're not good. And even starting offensive linemen sometimes aren't good. But if you're just going to, point the blame at Brady because he's the quarterback, that's easy to do. But again, it's not the same line. It's not the same tight end. Now, if we had the same coach, if we had Bruce Arians there. Now, if we had everything the same, I would 100% agree with you. You know what? He might be done. Maybe he has 1 year. He goes to a team like the Niners. Maybe he can have a rebirth. But if he had like 3 consecutive years of like 20 to 25 touchdowns and, it's not looking like the same Brady, then it's one thing. But, I mean, leadership, play calling, and not having Ndamukong Suh and JPP back, they were morons for not bringing those guys back. They were like, oh, we're going to save money. But sometimes the veteran leadership, you can't put into words what that is worth. For that spiritual and that mental leadership. And this is what you see. Yeah, I imagine the Bucs will be in the mix for a Carr, Garoppolo, and a few others. Tipped pass. Good defense there. Putting Russ and Brady in the same category is disrespectful. Russ is way lower than Brady. It's like you're watching Brady play against a top 3 defense with no offensive line and no Gronk. What do you fucking expect him to do? Reflect? You expect him to throw up fucking 4 touchdown passes and look like he did before? I'm just trying to see, like, what are you trying to expect from him? Russell Wilson can't even do anything. I don't know. That's just me. You know what I mean? Like, I seen Brady at least have a couple games. Russell Wilson didn't have anything this year. So, but I get it. Some guys get old, you know what I mean? And, it's their time to retire. It's time to move on. We went from Eli, Big Ben, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan should have already retired. And we're going on to a new generation of Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and Herbert. You know what I'm saying? But I truly feel if Tom Brady went to the Niners next year, they could be in the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game, and it wouldn't even require him to play like elite football. They already have a lot around him. The pressure wouldn't be on him at all. He would just be able to just play free, knowing that he's got Shanahan, hand the ball off fucking 30 times. Defense is going to fucking bail him out 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? And he's just going to have to make a few throws, and he'd have really good rapport with Kittle, I feel. But the chances of him going to the Niners is probably pretty slim. No, but I hope you guys keep it close. And like I said, if you can beat the Chargers, you're riding that Uncle Mo and that momentum. You know what I mean? But sometimes you got to crawl before you walk. And you get greedy. You win 1, you think you're going to win 2, and then 3, and you know what I mean? But sometimes you just got to reflect on the season and be happy that you won that, remarkable game. You guys gave your all. So what pretty much is going to happen is you gave your all that last game, and you're going to try to get yourself motivated for the Chiefs, but you're probably going to get fucking blasted, to be honest. And that's not because the Jags aren't good. Is that emotionally you gave all you had in that last game, kind of like the Minneapolis Miracle. They won that game against the Saints, and people thought, well, they're going to go all the way. But you emotionally spent all your mental health on that game, and then you played the Eagles and got fucking destroyed. And, I'm not saying the Jags are going to get destroyed or the Jags are going to get blown out. I hope that the game is close between the Jags and the Chiefs, but realistically, the Chiefs should win that game by 10 points or more. I think that's pretty clear. So. Now, that's another thing. You could say is Aaron Rodgers washed, in your opinion? Like I said, with not having Devontae there or Nathaniel Hackett, you know what I mean? Everyone's going to have their perception on, if they went to another team with another coach, would they be motivated? Would the arm strength be there? Would they be able to be a better player? And I don't think anyone really has the right answer or not. Is Aaron done? We don't know. Is Tom done? Is Russ done? No one can say 100% for sure that all 3 guys are done. There is a chance that some of these guys could have one more good season, but we're not 100% sure. Plus, it would have to be a special situation because we haven't really seen a lot from those 3 guys this year. But again, those 3 guys haven't really had the same roster as they had previously. So that's a part of it too. So, yeah, I like some Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, but we can't put Trevor Lawrence in top 4. He's not a top 5 quarterback yet. I mean, he had 4 picks and then had 4 tutties, you know? Mike Evans, first down, Bucks, and a stiff arm. All right, so we just got a first down. How much is that worth? 10? 24-10 because we got a first down. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about a quarterback that's god-awful, that's Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is done. I mean, Russell Wilson looks bad. Brady looks bad. Rodgers looks bad. But at times, they actually look good at times. But Matt Ryan doesn't look good any of the time. So that, I mean, we're talking about washed and done. That's the one guy that's done. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Guess who? And if Brady was washed, he wouldn't have been able to make that throw, period. Because you're probably not getting that from Russell Wilson. Nice job. Julio Jones. And obviously people can say that Julio's washed. You know, obviously hamstrings made out of spaghetti noodles. But was able to beat Gronk in that play and find a little distance and make a play. That's the old Julio that we remember from the Falcons when he was still in his prime. Nice job, Julio. End of the third quarter here. But again, you know, it's like the Bucs can always make a rally at the end of the third quarter, the last 4 minutes of the fourth, but it's like too little too late. I mean, you don't want the Cowboys to collapse here. 2-point conversion. Brady, play action fake. Evans wasn't open, and a bad throw to Godwin. Flag on the play. Nope. 24-6. I don't know. For me, like I said, I like to be able to look at the situation in entirety before I just look at the quarterback. I mean, if you're looking at his completion percentage, quarterback to interception ratio, and you're looking at all these stats and they're lower, but you're not taking into fact a coaching change, an OC change, offensive linemen that are hurt, maybe players that aren't there anymore. And if you're just basing it off just quarterback, then it's not real. Because you have to be able to put in those things as a factor, because if those things were different, then maybe the numbers are different. But if it ends up being the same and you're starting to see the decline, then that's a natural decline. There's nothing you can say, well, oh, tight end or offensive line or coaching change, you know, or it's just the player is getting older and then is going downhill. You know what I mean? But I think that's the only player in the NFL where the guy should have retired 2 years ago. And, you know, Matt Ryan is a billion times worse than Brady, Rodgers, or even Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson looked fucking horrible. But Matt Ryan even took that horrible down like on a few more pegs below Russ. And that is saying something. I mean, and obviously Sarah should know she had to stick and watch most of those games. So. Chiefs and Angels in the building. What to do? Yeah, I mean, obviously, with his age, you know, there is a chance that with the right coach and, you know, if the players don't get hurt, like Javonte Williams can carry the football and, you know, and not get hurt and be like a top 10 running back. You get good production out of Sutton and Judy and some of the other players. Keep building the offensive line, keep building the defense, build around Patrick Surtain. Yeah, there's a chance before Russell's career is completely over that maybe Denver wins 10 games and maybe they get a wild card and maybe he looks halfway like respectable again. You know, there is a chance, right? But there's also a chance that what we saw this year is what we're going to see for the rest of his career. There's also a possibility of that happening too. You know what I mean? I mean, there's no point of even having Brady come back to the Buccaneers. Number one, why would he want to come back and play on a team that's not a Super Bowl, you know, caliber team? You know what I mean? And two, we need to move on. You know, we need to, like, this is not going to work for us. Like, we don't have the roster with him. Like, we had that 3-year run. Most people thought it would be maybe year 2 or 3 where we would get to the Super Bowl. Somehow, some way, we did it year 1 and it's done. Like, it was the build up just to try to get there and win. And we achieved that. Like, to think that he was going to win 2 or 3 for us was never the intention whatsoever. Maybe crazy Buccaneer fans thought that would be a possibility. But for me, I knew we were going to have one shot, maybe an NFC championship game 1 or 2, maybe a Super Bowl 1 or 2. And you just got to pray if you get there, you win. And we did. So. I mean, football's unpredictable. We can always guess, assume, and think that we know. But it's like, when the Chargers were up, 27-0, did anyone in their goddamn mind think the Jags were going to come back and win? No. Even Jags fans were like, oh, my God, 4 picks? You know what I mean? But it shows you, sports gods, they like to play with our emotions. And sometimes the unexpected and the impossible become possible. But a lot of times that's due to coaching, play calling, and letting the team get back in it because they don't have good coaching. 24-6, Cowboys. Nice play. First down, Cowboys. Yeah, and plus, if you look at the people that are making the most money, like the top 4 guys, none of them made the playoffs. So you can get paid 40, 45, 50 million a year, but that doesn't mean that you're going to make the playoffs and do anything. Like we've started to see the way the league is formatted now. It's crazy. I mean, look at the guys that we have in the playoffs. I mean, just look at some of the quarterbacks that are there. It's like unbelievable. Even when you start to see like even the teams that have lost, in the playoffs, in the wild card, or like how it was all playing out. But it's like you got some Hall of Famers, with like Mahomes and Burrow and Allen, and then Herbert. We probably think that and then you got a lot of these other guys, Daniel Jones. You got newbie with Jalen Hurts, right? But then you also got some of these others. Like a Brock Purdy. I mean, things are wild in the NFL. But balance is key. O-line and D-line, defense and coaching and play calling. That's always what's going to win big playoff games and Super Bowls. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end are irrelevant. It really all starts up front. Yeah, it's going to be nice, man. It's going to be a lot of intrigue. It'll be fun to watch. But at least Dallas won so that they could back up. Hey, we are the 3rd best team in the NFC. Maybe in their head, they think they're number 2 behind the Eagles, right? And they don't want to give San Fran that respect. But I think most people trust San Fran, even with a shittier quarterback, 1st string, 2nd string, 3rd string, 4th string. They have a reputation of being winners, and they find a way to win because they have good balance on the O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, Kyle Shanahan. They find ways. Like I said, it's like the only team in the NFL where their weak spot is quarterback, but then they take that weak spot and it ends up being one of their strong suits, or it ends up being average, like a Jimmy. You know what I mean? Where it's not like a bottom, number 30th quarterback or 25, which would be very impressive. But they turn Jimmy into like a, maybe a 15th ranked quarterback. But sometimes Jimmy will play like a top 10 where you're like, wow, how did he make that throw? But you got a really good line, good running backs to go to. And if you have time, yeah, you got 5 seconds to throw. Even a Jimmy G or a Trey Lance can, rifle it in there to Kittle or Debo if you have time. And that's what Purdy's having right now, time to go through the, all the different decisions. And the Cowboys defense is great, but they don't go against too many offensive lines that are as good as the Eagles and the Niners. Those to me are top notch. So I don't know if Dallas will be able to get through like they do against other teams like this game. Like, you go against a shitty team like Tampa. Yeah, you can get to the quarterback and you can find a way. But if you're going against like Trent Williams and that beefy line, McGlinchey, all those guys, or the Eagles O-line with like Lane Johnson and Kelsey, they don't give up a lot. I mean, they control the tempo, and that's why you see those teams be so dominant running the football, because they have that great O-line and they give their quarterback plenty of time. That's facts. Yeah, but I wouldn't disagree with you, Russ, being completely done. I mean, it's definitely possible, that these guys are done. But again, some of these old guys like Brady and Rodgers, they still have a little bit sometimes. It doesn't seem like they have that 3 to 4 touchdown ability anymore, but it's hard to say unless you actually saw them on the Niners. Because if Brock Purdy can get 4 touchdowns, you're telling me that you don't think Brady or Rodgers couldn't get 3 or 4 in that Niner offense? I think almost. I mean, if Brock Purdy is the Mr. Irrelevant 7th rounder, pick 1 billion, can get 3 or 4 tutties, that means almost anybody can because of that O-line, the coaching, the play calling, and the weapons. I mean, the weaponry is insane. You know, even if you're old and you're 50 years old, I would assume that Brady could probably still throw for 2 touchdown passes at 50 on the Niners with that type of fucking team. A lot of TB12 though, I'll tell you that. Short gain. Yeah, and I've been talking about the Niners, you know, way before anybody else. Like I already kind of broke down, you know, what I thought the pecking order is. You know, and a lot of times people can look at the obvious, but you have to dig deeper. You know, who's good on grass, who's good on turf, who's good on the road, who's got a curse, who's injury prone, who's hot and healthy, you know, who's ready to make a name for themselves. And it's really cool to see. I hate it, and it ended up being me that they had to make an example of, but it would have hurt more if Tampa was 12-5 and the Cowboys were 12-5 and we lost like this. Look at that. Touchdown, Cowboys, right? But I'm 8-9. I'm not 12-5. So this doesn't hurt me like it did with the Rams, or it didn't hurt me like the previous year because I won the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? And now Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore are like, look, we got our job saved because now Dak is playing well. Now we're going to Tony Pollard. We deserve to be fired, but now we might get a raise. Maybe we get our own parking spot now. So they saved their jobs, and good for them. You know, I don't know if they are the long-term answer, but look at the defense. It's garbage. Touchdown, Cowboys. Extra point is up, and it's good. Yeah, even the Tampa crowd is cheering for him. Yeah, there we go. CeeDee Lamb with the touchdown. You know, Tampa, you know, we were not poor. There's some poor sport Tampa fans and whatnot. Maher finally getting his first extra point. 31-6. And remember when I said that I didn't want to go to the playoffs because I thought that any NFC South team, if they played anybody, that this was going to happen, lose by 10, 20, 30. Remember that I said that? And look what the score is. It's exactly what I said. You know what I mean? People want to act like I'm an idiot, but, you know, a lot of times the writing is on the wall, you know? Crazy, man. But like I said, you know, depression and anxiety, you know, are hard things to battle. I had about a 4 or 5 day hiatus. It was tough to get over, but I will never, ever let the Buccaneers or the Ducks or the Blazers or Mariners dictate my overall mood, or any team for that matter. I never will get mad or depressed like I used to maybe in my teens and 20s. I will not allow that to happen. I'm not biased. I follow all 32 teams as my own. I just like to appreciate greatness for what it is. But Beefy, I told you so. You told me they were winning this game, the next game, NFC Championship, Super Bowl. It's the Bucs. It's Tom Brady. You told me. And I told you it's not going to happen. They're going to lose. And I guess I win $50 now. So, which is kind of crazy. It's one thing to bet me on this game alone, but to bet me that they're going to go like all the way, I mean, that's like an easy $50, dude, because there's no way in hell. I mean, it's like we had a hard time even getting to 10 points almost all year. How the hell are we going to outscore the Cowboys? Like, you just assume, like, all of a sudden Warren Sapp is going to be reincarnated into Vita Vea, and then Devin White turns into Derek Brooks, and all these other players start just playing out of their minds. Like, no, yeah, if you're not hot and healthy in December, you're never going to have a chance against the good teams. And obviously, if you have shitty defense, Tampa, Minnesota, you get exposed. And you know, we're not a pretender because we're 8-9. We're not deserving. But when you're 12 or 13 wins in, you're a pretender. And we labeled them a pretender, Minnesota, and they lost as a pretender. You know, they won a lot of close games, but it's not like they're a Super Bowl caliber team. I love what O'Connell did, and it shows you that they can turn it around in a year like Daboll did, but you got to have defense. Otherwise, you're going to get fucking embarrassed, especially by these teams that can move the football at will. So. Well, you have to look at the reoccurring ages of all the guys and how old we were at the time, and knowing that some guys are going to retire, some guys are going to go to free agency, and to be able to be a team like Tampa and win, you have to build it for like usually 4 or 5 years, and then you'll have like a year to maybe do it. But with this scenario, we had a pretty good team, and added Tom and Gronk, and then had Arians, and you just had the kind of the perfect storm where Gronk and Brady and Arians brought out the best in the rookies and the young guys, right? And everyone felt that vibe. But again, last year, I feel that we could have went back to back or at least got there. But when Jensen went down and Wirfs went down, we had no chance against the Rams. You know what I mean? And like I said, that's why the Chiefs lost to the Buccaneers and they tried to repeat. If you don't have your guys, Fisher, Schwartz, you got to have offensive line. And if your offensive line is beat up after winning a Super Bowl, you got 0% chance to be able to win it. So, yeah, well, I mean, I did 6 months, almost every day straight. And then I always get depression and anxiety in January for whatever reason, the weather being shitty, seasonal depression and whatnot. But I just hate missing football games. I hate missing, streams in general. You know what I mean? And not necessarily just the money and the dono opportunities, but just being able to keep, healthy on the grind, because I like to be in a rhythm and a routine, walking the dog every day, eating this and, just trying to keep in my routine, listening to music. And once I'm off my routine, I'm not in a good headspace. If I can't walk with Paisley, I'm not in a good headspace at all. 2nd down and 3, throw into the dirt. But I can only imagine these other Buck fans that are losing their goddamn minds right now. And I'm just, okay, I'm great. I'm not sweating it. I'm not mad. I'm not swearing. I'm not tagging players on Instagram and Twitter and threatening them and getting blocked from all these different athletes like certain people would do on this channel in the past. Sometimes you just got to be mature, grow up, and realize you had your time and the window's closed. It's done, and then hopefully we can find the right combination in the next 10 to 15 years to be able to make an NFC championship run again. But there's no guarantee that will even happen. So, yeah. And then Aaron Donald leaving, and I mean, McVay can always be in the booth, you know what I mean? But it's like you won the Super Bowl and you're trying to go out on top and never coach again? But he's too good of a play caller, and he's too good, McVay, of finding the weaknesses on the defense like Kyle Shanahan. So it's okay, you get upset because everyone got fucking hurt, and you went to the Super Bowl and you played like shit, and then you're just going to give up? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Who does that? You know what I mean? You just want to go to the booth and just take the easy way out? You know what I mean? McVay's way too good for that. Now, is it possible that McVay never wins a Super Bowl ever again? Of course. And that's why I think he thought about maybe leaving, because he doesn't want to have all these losses stack up on his win. He wants to retire with these great numbers on top to be like a legend, not a guy that went to one Super Bowl and had 10 dog shit years for the rest of his career. And I think that was a big part of it. He's like, oh, fuck, no Aaron Donald, Stafford getting older, Cooper Kupp getting injured. This may never happen again. And I think that's a part of it, Aaron Donald ain't coming through that door after he retires. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, man. But we had Sun today, Reflect, and I was thinking about you and a few other people, and I was like, God damn, I just hope the sun comes out today. I'd hate for me not to even do this game after I missed the weekend. You know what I mean? And even with a loss, like I said, it's not going to affect me whatsoever. I'm actually in a great mood. No, on his Twitter, he put retired Pitt, retired Rams. He was contemplating retiring, but it sounds like Donald is back. And I assume for one more year, maybe, I would assume. And then I have to look at his contract information and whatnot. And then I think McVay was rumored he was burnt out. He wasn't burnt out. He was just upset of losing. You know what I mean? I get it. Legacy is everything, but dude, you're not going to have a year like you did with Donald and Stafford and Kupp. That was usually you work really hard for 10 to 14 years and then you finally get that opportunity. You just got it at the early part of your career and you may never see success after that. And I think that's what he fears. He's not willing to say that publicly, but I think he feels that he'll never win again unless he leaves the Rams, which he could do. You don't have to stay there. Hey, McVay, you could go to another team and win a Super Bowl there and then gain a reputation there. Hello. because I like McVay a lot. Him and Shanahan are my two favorite in the whole entire NFL, and they've been my two favorite. And the funny thing is, I'm a defensive guy, and those guys are offensive-minded coaches, but they get the most out of an offense that I've ever seen. Like reminds me of like a Bill Walsh. Like you're getting shit Seifert. Like I'm getting stuff that I haven't really seen, and I like that. And obviously, I also like Mike Tomlin, Andy Reid. There's other guys that I like that are OGs. No doubt, right? Those are the other two that I love as old guys. I would say Belichick, but he's a cheater, so I can't put him in that category. Andy Reid, Tomlin. I like those guys. I would love to have them coach at Tampa. I love those. I always root for those guys. Tomlin's never had a losing season. That's just remarkable. And being a black coach, a coach of color, when they don't get a lot of opportunities, I don't really want to hire this guy or this guy. And it's like these coaches are supposed to do the Rooney Rule. And thank God we have like Riverboat Ron for Latinos, and we have guys like Tomlin to show that you don't have to be just like one specific race that can only win at coaching. Like he's a black coach. And with that being said, he's just as good as any white coach. Hell, he might be better than a lot of the white coaches. And guess what? He is. So that's really what makes it awesome. I love seeing guys break barriers, whether it's Mexican, Asian, black, you know what I mean? Because obviously with the owners being primarily Caucasian, it's nice to be able to see guys get a chance and then not only get a chance, but succeed and then take it to a whole nother level. Because you're probably never going to see a Mike Tomlin, like a coach of color, with that type of stat line ever again. I highly doubt we're going to see another Mexican, Asian, or black coach with a record of Tomlin. I mean, he's been like above 500 every year. That's like fucking impossible. Like, I don't know. Those are the little things that I look at. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just remarkable that unless you know the stats or you're following guys, you won't know those things unless you're a fanatic. And a lot of you guys already knew that stat. 31-6 Cowboys. Brady. Intercepted. Nope. Tipped. Incomplete. Intended receiver, Julio Jones. It's just crazy to me watching this garbage football. I mean, it's like, this type of football, like Buck fans can't get excited. Can't score any points. Can't stop anyone. Like, what am I supposed to get fucking excited for? I'd rather have gotten a good draft pick. Why? So we could just see Tom Brady get fucking just obliterated, by the better team, Yeah, Tomlin has done better than most coaches in general. Doesn't matter what race they are. I mean, he's been so phenomenal. And he came in the tree with Tampa, so I've known him very well. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And then Brady was not happy about that. He's like, I want a flag. Hankins was a little bit more aggressive than most. I'm surprised that the Brady protection flag didn't come out there. Look at him right here. He's like, yeah, and then twists him right there. That normally is an extra penalty. I mean, especially when it's against some of the elite quarterbacks. Look how slow Brady is. Slow dog, fast dog, Cowboys dog. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Pete obviously is the best for college and NFL. As far as like a coach that did both and had great success in both locations, he's the only one. So that puts him in a whole nother category. And if they would have actually run the football with Marshawn Lynch, Pete Carroll would probably be in Belichick status, because even if they only went a couple times, but they went went twice, won twice, and won that way, Pete Carroll would be looked at as more of a genius rather than a guy that maybe made the wrong call. But if it would have ended up being a touchdown in that passing play, then we would have been like, oh, he's a genius, because everyone thought Marshawn was going to get the ball and he had the balls to throw it. So it's kind of like a catch-22. If it would have worked out for Seattle running the ball, or if that would have been a completion, not a pick, then Pete Carroll's legacy would have took another bump, where he would have been up there with Belichick and some of the other GOATs based off like that single play kind of took him down a peg, unfortunately, because he could have had 2 wins. You had 1 win, 1 loss. You know what I mean? But I still feel that he's the best as far as college and the NFL. I don't think we've ever seen someone that cares about the players as much as him. And when you have a young at heart type of attitude, I feel I'm that way as well. I'll be 40, 50, 60, but I still feel like a college kid. And he runs around like a college kid. And I think people can feel that. You can see the gray hair or the no hair, and there might be some wrinkles, right? You can tell the guy is 50, 60 some years old, but he don't act like it. but he's also not acting like a poser where he's like, saying slang and being someone that he's not. He's not trying to be urban and trying to be like hip hop and talk to these guys he's like some urban gangster and he's trying to be 21. You know what I mean? He's just being honest himself, and he's very competitive. And you can kind of tell the coaches, the players like, and the players that will work harder for, and then the ones that are just the coach and they don't really give a shit about the guy. Like it's the coach, you might respect him, but there's not really a relationship or bond compared to the other guys. And the ones that actually make friends with the player rather than just the player coach aspect, those are the teams that end up being the best, because then you can actually tell the coach cares about your mental health, not just you, Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback. Andy Reid cares about Patrick Mahomes, the man. And that's the difference. Same thing with Pete Carroll. Well, I knew Jim Harbaugh wasn't going to come there, and I don't know. To be very honest, I'm not really sure it's a peak destination, you know what I mean, for a team. Like, there is some promise there. You got Darius Shaq Leonard, Jonathan Taylor. You still need wide receivers, tight ends, more offensive line, more defense. But it's not as bad as like the Denver opening, but I don't think it's like as a luxury as maybe like a Chargers or somewhere else. That's a good question. I don't really know where you guys are going to go. And realistically, the guy that you get at coach will probably be a guy that you fire in a year or two. You got to keep looking for that veteran guy. Now, if you could end up getting a guy like a Mike Tomlin in Indy, that could turn around the franchise immediately. But I'm not sure if there's going to be a guy with that type of impact that you'll get in the next couple of years. For me, it's going to be like you'll get a bridge guy. Maybe you'll get a guy, try him out, fire him after a year, get another guy, maybe fire him after a year or two, and then eventually you'll get your guy. But I don't know if it'll be like this next coach. That's my vibe. You know what I mean? Got to get the quarterback first, and maybe then someone will decide that this will be a good destination. So. Yeah, but hey, you got to pump the brakes. It's not your year. Okay, so if you want to get cocky as a Cowboy fan, you beat an 8-9 team. That's the Buccaneers. What do you think is going to happen when you play the Niners or the Eagles? You're going to lose, and that's just not me being a hater. That's just me being honest. You're going to be going on the road, and you're going to be playing a team that actually has an offense and a defense. Now, is it possible that Dallas could go to San Fran or Philadelphia and win? Of course, but realistically, you got to crawl before you walk, and the chances of Dallas winning against San Fran are pretty slim in my opinion. So, you know what I mean? The Niners are a better team. The difference between the Niners and Cowboys is not a lot. You know what I mean? But unless the play calling is absolutely fantastic, I just highly doubt that Kyle Shanahan will get out coached from, Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore. But you never know. It's possible that Cowboys can win, but I think the Niners are the better team. I mean, anyone can look good when you're playing against a shitty team. You know what I mean? But when you're going against a good team, you're not putting up 31 on the Niners, and you sure as hell not putting up 31 against the Eagles. So that, again, you have to be able to put yourself in check as a Cowboy fan. You can be happy here, but just because you win one game don't mean you're going to win them all. Sometimes you peak and then you lose, and then you got to go next year and try to win 2 games. And then the next year, try to make the NFC Championship game. Sometimes you overachieve and you just, go all the way to the NFC Championship game, but it doesn't really feel like to me that it's this year for the Cowboys, but they're getting close. They are a top 3 team. I just prefer the Niners and the Eagles at home and a little bit better.
Hey, Cam. Same deal. Yeah. Kind of our thing. What if I move to AT&T?
Yeah, I'm not sure if those guys are going to be good enough, though. You can get coordinators, you get defensive coordinators, offensive coordinators, guys from college, another recycled coach, another guy. But I mean, I don't know. Once I think CJ Stroud gets drafted and then that's there, then the next coach after the coach you hire will be intrigued. They're going to kind of pay attention to see how you guys do. But there still needs to be holes filled. But again, I just don't think that any of the guys that are available right now, unless Sean Payton went there, could make a big difference on the team. Like, you're just going to get a guy, you know what I mean? But I don't know if it'll be the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not enough good coaches out there. I mean, shit, if it works out with like a D'Amico Ryans, I mean, I hope that would work out, you know what I mean? But that's just my natural feeling. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at the roster, looking at coaches, if they would want to go there. And there's just certain destinations for teams that I think that will be more like, it's more of a place to go to, you know what I mean? It depends on how it's looked at. Or if you get a team like the Jags, you see the potential. But also, too, if Doug didn't get a lot of those guys coming over, like a Christian Kirk, they wouldn't have done what they've done this year. Like, they've been making the right moves and bringing in the right guys, Zay Jones and, Marvin Jones. You're starting to get those guys, the Christian Kirks, and, they kind of rebuilt the squad and, having ETN healthy and, Trevor on another year. And, so you could be really bad, but if you have like certain like cornerstone pieces, then you can see kind of light at the end of the tunnel. But I'm not really sure if a lot of people see the light at the end of the tunnel with the Colts. You know what I mean? We just need to see Darius Shaq Leonard healthy, Jonathan Taylor healthy for a full year. We can't have them get hurt again, because as soon as those two guys get hurt, the playoffs are out the window. So hopefully that we can get some stability there. But then getting CJ or Bryce Young would put butts in the seats. And even if they don't make the playoffs and win 8 or 9 games or whatever they win, you're going to at least have fun watching games instead of watching Matt Ryan. Damn, what a good game. 31-6. I think we need $45 to go to get to the goal. Shout out to Cyber for the nice $50 dono. Rashad White.
Let's just let him enjoy this one. Let him enjoy the end of this game and then that flight home.
Yeah, I don't even have any Brady jerseys or anything like that. I'm not a bandwagon guy. I like guys that we draft rather than guys that we get in free agency, even if they turn out to be good players. I like guys that we develop, and I'm a defensive guy first, and so it's like I'm always going to go that side of the ball. I don't, I have like a Brady t-shirt that my friend Justin bought me. My dad bought me a Brady Foco bauble for like $100, collectible one, like when we won the Super Bowl. But those are like really the only two Brady things I own in a Buccaneer uniform, based off like collectibles. I don't have any jerseys, and I probably will never buy a Brady jersey. I appreciate that him and Gronk came, and AB and Arians, and we got the ring, but I'm always going to be attached, and my personality and everything is this. This is my personality. Sapp, Brooks, Lynch, Rondé, Allstott. That's me. And none of the guys that are playing now really fit my personality, except for maybe Devin White or like Levante David, Tristan Wirfs, Ryan Jensen, Antoine Winfield Jr. I mean, there's some guys, but I mean, it's not the same. It's like the guys that I say back in the day, those are like Hall of Fame. Like Devin White might be Hall of Fame, maybe Levante, maybe, I don't know. But there's not, I mean, Tristan Wirfs will make Hall of Fame more than likely, but Levante probably won't make it. Devin White, maybe Tristan Wirfs, maybe those will be the only two that'll be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, besides Brady and Gronk, but they're going to get in because of New England shit rather than what they did with Tampa. So, but there's not the same kind of Hall of Famers. It's like when you have, Lynch and Rondé and Derek Brooks and Sapp, that's 4 Hall of Famers right there, and a borderline Hall of Famer in Simeon Rice. So I had 5 guys out of fucking 11 that were potential Hall of Fame. I mean, that's how you end up being dominant, and you only average like 10 to 15 points a game giving up. And then you get the guy like A-Train and Allstott where, he's, as big as a fullback, but runs like a halfback and is unstoppable. I mean, nothing will ever replicate that in my life. Oh, we got an injury. Is that Gage? No, he slips and then falls down and then takes a hit from the neck there. Fuck. I mean, I don't know. They might as well just give the team away, and they can give it to another city, and then they can start another organization there. Yeah, but we got so many holes, dude. I mean, got to figure out what we're going to do with, after post Brady. So they'll figure that out. If we end up doing Kyle Trask, we're fucking in trouble. Can't have Blaine Gabbert. He sucks too. Maybe Carr, or a Jimmy or something, but that's only short term. Offensive line needs work. Defense needs a shitload of work. We need to fire the coaches, get rid of Leftwich, get rid of Bowles. I mean, there's so many things that need to happen. I don't think there's really necessarily one place. I did see a thing where I've seen some mock drafts where they were talking about like Ringo from the Georgia, going there to Tampa. I would take that. I mean, getting a nice Georgia or Alabama player, I would like that. But he was hurt. He hasn't been really healthy. He's made a few plays early on, but again, he ain't Warren Sapp, but he's usually pretty dominant, but it's not the same with him and Ndamukong Suh next to each other, with JPP and Shaq Barrett. I do like Vita Vea, but we got a long ways to go.
Well, Russell Gage is down on the field. They're looking at him, and you saw that last replay before the break when he got hit around the neck. The right arm of Donovan Wilson tried to get up and then went back to the ground.
Hopefully he's okay.
He is in a lot of pain.
Especially if he had a back strain already.
The way that he went down, it looked initially like it was a knee injury. And then, of course, the hit to the neck. They've been working on his neck since they got out there on the field to administer help.
In a 25-point game, 31-6, and for the moment we will stay here. There's obviously players from both teams down on a knee. They're going to ask for assistance to get Russell Gage off the field.
They had to put him in some back support.
They bring the card out.
All right, come on, Russ. Yeah, they overpaid for him, and it's like you're a pretty good player on Atlanta, but again, when a team is depleted on the O line, I mean, it can make anyone look horrible.
So the mentors stepping up, being game changers in your community. You see Jimmy jumping off the sidelines to be a supportive role model.
Look at Tyler, a little kid. You be careful. You're lucky I don't get angry when Tampa loses. Otherwise, you would get this to happen to you, and then you never see this channel ever again. Tread softly. Otherwise, you may never be here again. You make the choice. But it's all good because once you guys get fucking obliterated by the Niners, then you have to shut the fuck up and you won't say anything. So you can savor this win against a shitty 8-9 team. But once you get obliterated next week, I don't need to hear any comments. There you go. That's how I shut you the fuck up. And if not, then you'll get the boot. The Hollywood Hogan. These people don't understand. Tread softly.
Standoffish. Someone described you as a buzzkill.
I love it. Every little kid thinks they're a fucking keyboard warrior.
2 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Just because you 5, 10, 15, 20 years old, be better, dude. It's like a lot of these young people, when they say shit like that, you make every other young person look like a fucking idiot. And that's a big reason why a lot of young people aren't on this channel, because they're stupid. Don't be stupid. Or be stupid and find out. Fuck around 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 and find out.
Nobody is left on the sideline for Tampa Bay.
I love it. People, the Dallas Cowboys didn't win the Super Bowl, so pump the brakes, dude. You beat a team that's 8-9. Know your role and shut your mouth. 31-6, bragging that you beat an 8-9 team. Go back to school, dude, because obviously you failed math and failed anything else. 3rd down and 10. Hopefully this game will continue here. Like we were supposed to win this game. I already knew this game was over a week ago. .255 left in the 4th quarter. Oh, man.
They're able to get
All right, good. Good job, Russ. Yeah. Well, he already tweaked the back once, so that's just re-aggravated the injury and whatnot. Hopefully he's okay.
And we will stay here as they make their way off the field. Sobering moment here with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in this. It's turned into a blowout win, it appears, for the Dallas Cowboys.
Nah, he just tweaked his back, and then they had to get the card out just to make sure. If he, I don't know if he tore his knee, and then he just got hit in the neck, and then it twisted his back, and he probably just tweaked his back. And anytime you already have a back injury, you're gonna put him on the board or put him on the cart. Makes sense. You're not gonna make a guy walk extra, put more pressure on the back when it doesn't need to be. So should be okay. I mean, our season's over, so he can rehab. So it's not gonna it's not like we're going anywhere next week.
And bring it in. On this field, we all play a part. We all share a hunger. And we all have something to bring. The XFL coming 2023.
Well, at least McCarthy and Kellen Moore know that their job is safe for now. Everything is starting to come together, and all the criticisms, they're still going to be there. But if you start winning games, then your job security, maybe you'll be able to keep your job. But I can just imagine if Sean Payton was there with Dan Quinn, then the Cowboys could actually win a Super Bowl or get to an NFC championship game. That would be the best case scenario for Dallas. They got rid of Kellen Moore, got rid of McCarthy, and somehow, some way, they got Sean Payton to pair up with Dan Quinn. That would be the most ideal situation, probably for Sean Payton and for the Cowboys. Short gain to Julio. God, what a boring game. And I knew we were going to lose by 20 or 30, just like I said a month ago. No point of making the playoffs because you're going to get fucking destroyed. Even at home. No. They're at home. They have Brady. They're going to turn it around. And I said, no, they're not. And then people wanted to argue. Well, sometimes I don't like being right. You know what I mean? When it ends up being something where your team doesn't succeed. But it's like, dude, no one knows the Buccaneers better than me. This is ridiculous. 60 fucking times. 32 for 60. Fuck out of here. Stupid. Garbage touchdown. Touchdown, Cameron Brate. Garbage touchdown.
Good from 8 yards away as he tucks it inside the pylon for the score.
Yeah, they're just continuing to fire away and they come away with this touchdown and what could very well be Tom Brady's last pass. No, not yet.
We'll go for two here.
Going for two. Brady rolling out to his right. 2-point conversion is good by Mike Evans. Oh, they're coming back. The Bucs are going to win. Nice job by Cameron Brate. Nice kick by Suckup. Just kidding. Nice catch by Mike Evans. I haven't even been able to use the Evans graphic. That's when you know it's horrible. Can't even get Mike Evans the football.
By Buccaneers quarterback, including the playoffs. Brady didn't play his first game with the team until he was 43. A franchise that dates back to 1976. So it's been
Yeah, Seahawks, like I said, even though that you guys ended up losing, you guys are much better and a lot funner to watch, than I think, like I said, even the Ravens were not very fun to watch. Even them probably were a better team. Like I think Tampa literally, and I'm not trying to, sugarcoat it. I think Tampa was the worst team going into the playoffs. I know Minnesota was the most overrated, right? They were the pretender because they had no defense. We knew that. But as far as all the teams that were in the playoffs, I mean, maybe us and the Ravens, the Bucs and the Ravens were the two worst. And I think the Ravens were probably more exciting than Tampa was. Maybe Tampa got an offensive side onside kick here. But I think as far as all the teams are concerned, Tampa just got the onside kick. Well, a little bit more magic. Now, if we weren't down by so much, then maybe it could have led to an overtime or something. But Noah Brown being an idiot. And you got 4 other Buccaneers right there. Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back. Watch out. $55. Let's get to a hundo. Yeah. Plus, having Allen win for his dad and all the other Cowboy family members, watching in spirit. Hey, like I said, sometimes it's just better to have the other team get their day. You know what I mean? And move on. And us winning the game doesn't do anything for us. We're a garbage team. If anything, it's just going to make the Dallas Cowboy narrative even worse, that they can be 12-win team and they can't even beat an 8-9 team. And then the Cowboy fans have to hear all the bullshit for a whole nother year. You know what I mean? To have that mentally go in their head. So now it's like, it's not ideal, beating an 8-9 team. But at this point, they're not even going to bring up the record. We won a playoff game. And then the people that are going to argue, oh, you only beat them because they're 8-9, right? But we'll see how they play against the Niners. And I imagine they'll play pretty good, but at some point, I assume San Francisco will find a way to pull away. And their defense ain't going to be giving up 31. It definitely will be lower scoring than that. So I don't think the Dallas couldn't put up 31 on Philly or San Fran, not at this point of the year. Yeah, but I'm just so happy I'm not a part of any fan pages, guys. They get so bad. Even if you have a non-toxic fan base, I don't consider Buccaneers or Ducks toxic. But Jesus Christ, man, when you get 500 or 1,000 people in there and some of them are just fucking trolls or haters, it doesn't take too many negative comments in a room to kill the whole vibe of everyone in there. You know what I mean? And then you just don't want to be there anymore. I tried it at one point and I'm like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Hey, there's nothing for me to gain, and I was actually rooting for you guys to win. And if it was a blowout, it makes you guys look better. It's one game at a time. And like I said, with the universal hate for Dallas and New England, I don't have it at all. They're just 2 other teams to me, and I do understand all the pain that the fan base has gone through. Sometimes they get labeled as extra or annoying. I get it, but again, you're going to have extra fans and annoying fans from every franchise. Happens. Brady going deep for the first time. Oh, Mike Evans just out of reach. That could have been a tutty. Normally that would have been a tutty. Probably 9 times out of 10. Look at that. See ya. But Mike Evans did push off. So if you were going to call that a touchdown, if it was me, I would call it back. He pushed off. And I gave him that separation, and Evans normally catches that. But it was a little out of his range, but I'm happy for the Cowboys, man. I mean, you're still going to get the haters that are going to, chop down your win and not give you credit for winning. I mean, you can win by 1 point. They wouldn't give you credit. You can win by 30. They wouldn't give you credit. A Cowboy hater will always be a Cowboy hater and always bringing up everything. But I'm proud of the Cowboys, and I'm glad that they were able to beat me. I mean, best case scenario for them. Because, I mean, the 2 worst team in the playoffs were the Ravens and the Bucks. And, hey, you found one of them. And now if you beat the Niners, everyone will respect you. And then even if you lose the Eagles and get blown out in the NFC Championship game. But if you want respect after this game, you beat San Fran in San Fran, then everyone in the league will respect the fuck out of you. And it won't be just this year. It'll be moving forward. It'll be a trend of things to come. But will we get that? That's the question. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, of course. That's why I don't watch the show. I refuse to get brain damage, to have my ears bleed, my eyes bleed, and listen to bad sports talk. I mean, there's so much out there. I mean, I have a hard time watching the games because the announcers are so bad. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think like I am the best in the world. I mean, there's people like Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, guys that do college and NFL. But as far as, doing YouTube or Twitch or doing something that's not with a big network, I mean, there's a few of us that I think are pretty good, but man, yeah. I mean, some of these guys with these sports talk, I mean, it's not worth watching to me anymore. I just can't do it, man. I'll do Pat McAfee, maybe a little bit of the Herd, a little. And it hasn't been that much lately. I've actually stopped watching the Herd the last 2 months. But for the first part of the season, I watched it here and there. And I don't watch Pat every day. I used to watch Pat every day, but I spent so much time with Paisley and, trying to keep my mental health up that I know if I watch these other programs, it's just going to, it's just clickbait for me. It's just like, a bunch of dumb takes, just a bunch of fake arguing. You know what I mean? It's not even entertainment to me. It's just annoying. You know what I mean? Just like talking about things that you don't really believe in. For what? You know what I mean? Just so you can get ratings or you can just yell at each other? I mean, is that what we've come to? That all we care about is watching people dance on TikTok and fucking people screaming at each other, whether it be on The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, or one of these fucking fake-ass shows? I mean, is that what the American public has come to? That we just like ignorant behavior, yelling, and just bullshit stuff like that? I mean, that's not worth my time, dude. But I guess a lot of people love that shit, so... But I hope everyone's mental health is, been better than mine. And first playoff road win since Troy Aikman. Since January 1993. Your boy. That's when you know football, man. You read, you watch the film, you know. Sucks for McCarthy and Kellen Moore, though, because they're getting bailed out. And I don't even think they're the reason why the Cowboys are having success. It's more Dan Quinn and then obviously the offense and having Dak there. But even the backup did well this year as well. And that's when when you have a quality team, offense and defense, even though Gardner Minshew wasn't able to win his games, but, when you have a good supporting cast, you're going to be able to be competitive. Dallas is excited, and I'm happy for him. Not going to get depressed. No, I didn't like, and I heard that they might have started it, they're all at the Thanksgiving table at the end or whatever. I rewatched it and just finished it, and I feel a piece of me is a little died inside. I need to find another show to rewatch. I maybe want to watch Dexter, the newer Dexter. I didn't see any of that, the rebirth of the Dexter after it ended, the newer season Dexter stuff. I need to watch that, but it would be cool to bring True Blood back. But guys like Lafayette, I think, commit suicide. The black guy, and a few of the other characters are busy doing other things. Like the one guy, is Judd in like 911. So some of the guys have bounced around, and girls have bounced around in different shows and whatnot. But I enjoyed watching it. I mean, but 7 seasons. You could definitely tell towards that end, that last season, like most shows, once you go past 5, if you don't have good writers or it's changed, then sometimes, it gets to a point where it's almost unwatchable. So there's a Brady's mom and dad, give them kisses. And there it is, Brady, maybe the last time we see Tom Brady in a Buccaneer uniform. But again, I wouldn't even want him for his mental health to come back to Tampa because you're not winning it with us next year. Nobody's being able to come in. I mean, you could have Patrick Mahomes coming on Tampa. We're not winning the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? So I really feel, it's good for him to move on, and wherever he decides to go, wherever. I mean, if it's Raiders or Miami, there's going to be a lot of heartache there, but you'll have money. But if you go to the Niners, you might be able to have some success. And then he can go to the booth. And I know he'll do good in the booth because I saw Burkhardt and Greg Olsen. And Greg Olsen's okay, but I think Tom Brady will be better than Greg Olsen. So Eric does. I love Eric, man. I like some certain characters in that show. That whole family, the dad and the sisters, that whole fucking family is in acting. I love that family, dude. They are awesome. And like I said, it was just bloody, gory, believable, and then that southern twang in Louisiana, like everything about the show, it was like fictitious and stuff with like the shapeshifters and the vampires, but I think the way that they did the gore and they did kind of like how they would explode and, and just all the different dialect and everything that was going on, the character development. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, it still is one of my favorite shows, like, Game of Thrones, Dexter. There's a few of them that are very, very good. Stranger Things obviously is up there as well. But I love me some True Blood. So, well, congratulations, Cowboys fan. And you got out at the right time. And there you go. Final score, Dallas Cowboys. We damn boys, 31. Tampa Bay, 14, which we should have probably had 6. I don't even know if it's legit that we got 14, but there we go. And, of course, you're going to get certain Cowboy fans that are going to say, we're going to go all the way, not realizing that Tampa Bay is a crappy team. And, yeah, you look good against a team that's crappy. But remember, you won 31-14 against an 8-9 team, not a 12-5 team. But, of course, you're going to get Cowboy fans that aren't going to remember that part. They're just going to look at 31-14 and say that they're going to win the Super Bowl now, right? So, you got to be able to know your team. But not mad whatsoever. Final score, 31-14. Cowboys win. All right, so it's 3 hours and 39 minutes. So we're still about halfway to the goal. I've missed about 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 really big, impactful streams from this weekend, which is unfortunate. So I'll probably go here for a little bit and just see if we can get hopefully closer, to the goal and whatnot. And then we'll end up calling it a day. I don't necessarily have anything I need to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to go to the 5-hour mark, but we'll go to the 4-hour mark. We'll see where we're at. And then if we hit 4-hour, 30-minute mark or 5, I don't mind. But I got to change the channel here because, what an ugly game. And see, like I said, that's the reason why I didn't want Tampa to make it, because I didn't want you guys to go through hell. Cowboy fans are excited, but that was not a good game. Like, that was just a total ass whooping. So for Dallas fans, they're ecstatic, they're happy, and good for them. But for the delirious Tampa fans, I don't know what to tell you. I told you so. We'll see if Beefy comes in, because I guess Beefy owes me $50 because supposedly they were supposed to win this game, the next game, NFC Championship game, and Super Bowl, and so I guess he owes me $50. So, and I think Sarah knew that I wasn't going to lose that bet either. So. And I hate to call out another, fellow Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan, but I mean, the writing was on the wall. There's just no way an 8-9 team is going to come out there and because Ryan Jensen was back, all of a sudden we're going to just play like some team that we're not. I mean, 25 for 33, 305, 4 TDs, 7 rushes, 24 yards, and a TD, accumulating for 5 TDs. Offensive line was better. You don't see any sack lunches on Dak. No picks. You know what I mean? So if you can't get picks or sacks or pressures, yes, we're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but it shows you that defense blows. They're not good. They are not a good defense, especially when Bowles is trying to be the head coach and the defensive coordinator. Too much. It's too much, man. You needed to have that grandpa head coach, that father figure, and Arians. And I guarantee with Arians at head coach, there's no way in hell he would have allowed 8 and 9. I'll tell you that right now. So we damn boys. Good for them. But again, it's like, it'll be cool to hear the Cowboys like have excitement. But again, then there are going to be people that are going to take it too far. Oh, we're going to beat the shit out of the Niners and the Eagles. We're winning the Super Bowl. It's like you can never be satisfied with what's in front of you. Especially if you haven't won in a long time. Everyone loves to overreact. And they love to do that for clicks and views. And then, of course, you could have like Skip go in there tomorrow, right? And be like, look what we did against the Buccaneers. We're going to take out the Niners. We're going to beat the Eagles, whether he believes that or not. But he can be that crazy Cowboy fan, right? And then, just to get ratings, because you just know that, he can turn that on. Like internally, he can think that, realistically, they're going to lose against San Fran. But he can go over the top and be like, Cowboys, Cowboys, Cowboys. And people are going to just, soak that in and believe that that's really how he feels. That's why I can't watch sports talk, because it's so fake. Like people can't realize how fake the topics are and the things that the producers and the crews, put in place, because people understand that they like to have that ignorant and that yelling and that arguing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I know some of y'all like that shit and you can watch that, but I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Fakeness is not for me. Yeah, but he's not technically retiring because he already signed a contract for like 10 years in the booth. So the year that he retires, if it's this year, he's doing Fox games with Kevin Burkhardt, and he's already going to be the color guy like Romo instantly. So they've already had that. That's already in writing. So and then he's getting like some, 50 million a year or something crazy, So he's already going to get like a couple million, couple billion. Who knows what he's going to get? I mean, the deal's huge. So even if he retires, he's not taking time off. I think that he's going to go straight into the booth. So that way he doesn't have to worry about like sitting there and doing nothing, hang out with my kids or, talk football and get paid like 50 million, or hang out with my kids and get paid nothing, even though he doesn't need money anymore. If Brady wants to give me some money, I could use it. Help me out a little bit, All right. What do we want to look at? Reflect, Sarah, Cyber, anything that we want to look at? I still owe Cyber pictures for obviously his donation. So let's do a couple of those. Get a couple bows up, and we'll just play it by ear. And then when everyone is ready to go, we'll go, and I'll just keep grinding it out. And maybe we'll get a few goats that might show up that are busy right now. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, no hard feelings, to the Dallas Cowboys. And it's just really cool to be able to see Dak play well, and he can actually get some love. You know what I mean? Instead of like everyone hating on him and how shitty he is and how shitty the Cowboys are and they always choke. Well, they finally didn't choke. And, even though I was on the opposite end of it, I'm totally okay with it. And, it just sucks that we were 8-9. It would have been better if we were like 10-7. So then it would have meant a little more. But at this point, the Cowboys will take fucking anything. They haven't won a road playoff game since 93. Think about that for a second. They are excited, but if you're going to go crazy popping bottles thinking you won the Super Bowl winning this game, that's when you need to pump the brakes. And that's when we're talking about those douchebag and people being extra. Just be satisfied with this win. You don't got to look all the way to the Super Bowl and winning it all just after this win, because the chances are you probably can't beat the Niners or the Eagles. So just, enjoy this. And then if you lose the Niners, then the goal would be trying to win 2 games next year. It's not like you're going to win a playoff game and then all of a sudden you're going to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. But I know some people are fucking morons and they think that, we won a playoff game. Now we're going to go on a streak. We're going to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. Oh, baby. It's us. We got it. We beat Tom. Tom's done. We got it. We're going to be Super Bowl champs. We got Micah Parsons. He's the best defensive player. We got it. You can definitely tell the people that read and the people that watch film and the people that know football and the people that absolutely have no idea. They think they know football, but they have no idea. You can definitely see those. Oh, Staubach, Dorsett, Waters. Ooh, Ed Too Tall Jones. Nice. Ed Too Tall Jones was too tall. He was big. How tall was Ed Too Tall Jones? 6'8", 6'9"? He's a big boy. Yeah, and the reason why that he didn't go to the booth right away, because the new deal with the divorce, Giselle would have got half. Even though that he has his money, she has his money. But if he would have went straight into the booth this year, then she would have got some of that money in the negotiation. So he said, fuck that. He's like, if I'm going to be getting, $50 million a year or whatever, to do this thing for 10 years for $500 million, I don't want to give her $250. I want $500. If he's on his own now with his new 20-year-old blonde girlfriend, or if he bounces around from woman to woman, whatever he decides to do, so 8-10 record, 18.2 team points per game, not all his fault. Passing yard 6.3, worst since 2002. Passing TD 3.4, all lows. But again, it's not all him. It is partly him. But again, no Gronk. First time he's never had him. Security blanket and the offensive line with a bunch of second, third, and fourth stringers. What the fuck do you think's going to happen? Oh, they're going to be fine. Well, if they were going to be fine, we wouldn't be fucking 8-9. So. Yes, I remember. Yeah, let's do some breakfast food. Let's do that. I got to do a little bit for 6'9". See, I figured that was. See, my brain still remembers the back of the Pro Set card of how tall he was. You know what I mean? I don't know why I remember shit like that, but it's like I remember shit from like 5 years old. 35 years ago, looking at the card, I can close my eyes and look at the Pro Set card and just kind of visualize certain things. And I don't know, it's like kind of Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. It's weird, like, except instead of doing like scientific equations in my brain, it's like sports stats from fucking when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old on like the back of cards. It's crazy. Brian in the building. What to do? All right, let me give you a couple Bo Jacksons, then we'll do some food. Want to make sure I take care of Cyberpunk because he did a $50 dono. Let me delete a lot of these other irrelevant photos. But that's exactly the reason why I didn't want to go to the playoffs, because I knew this was going to happen. I'm not going to be right all the time, but I pretty much was. I said, we're going to get blown out by, 10, 15, 20 points. It's exactly what fucking happened. Like it wasn't a fun game to watch. It was embarrassing. And anyone would have gotten embarrassed. The Saints would have gotten embarrassed. The fucking Panthers, the Falcons, all of us would have gotten embarrassed this bad, or maybe some of the other teams even worse. Let's just be honest. I mean, it's just how it goes. And you definitely, we didn't see Mike Evans do this at all today.
I just think that, Bruce Arians retired, whatever happened down there, the lack of a running game, not being able to establish anybody, that has been the biggest culprit. If there's another opportunity for him to go, I don't know if there's any teams with a former Patriots coordinator who are looking for a quarterback. I don't know. I'm not sitting here trying to, fantasy book him into any spot.
Yeah, Raiders. But the thing is, if Brady goes to the Raiders, right? If he goes there, they have no offensive line. It's even worse than Tampa's. So if you're going to a place that's got weapons, Waller and Devontae, and you got Renfro and Jacobs resigns, that's all fine and dandy. But they need to rebuild that offensive line and get a defense. Otherwise, the same thing that happened to Carr is going to happen to Brady, and Brady's worse than Carr, I think, at this point. You know what I mean? So it's like you can have Mike Evans and Godwin, and we can have all these pieces, but I guess maybe they think if Jacobs is there, that'll open up the passing game, and even though he'll get sack lunch a fuckload, they'll still be able to make the plays with those guys. But the Raiders' O-line is just terrible, and the defense is even worse than Tampa's. So if you're just going to go to hang out with Josh McDaniels for the Raiders, that's fine, but I can't see the Raiders with Brady winning any more than like 6 or 7 games. Do you really want to go there? I guess if you're friends with McDaniels or whatever, and you can only go there or Miami or the Niners, or it's a limited teams that would want you, I imagine there's going to be at least 2 teams or 3 teams that would consider Tom at the right price. But I know Josh McDaniels and Tom are close. So that is probably the most likely destination. Number 1 will be the Raiders, because obviously Carr is gone and McDaniels and Brady are very tight, but I can't really see that benefiting Brady. It'll benefit maybe McDaniels, but it's not going to benefit Brady. So I don't know.
Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, facing off for the 3rd time the last couple seasons. Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you got a guy that was like 6'11" that played like volleyball, or like 7 foot, or if you ended up just getting a guy that was a basketball player and you just had him on your roster and he was like 7'6", right? And then all he's got to do is like just jump, as high as he can. And like, he's only going to be in the play on special teams, like set up as like a linebacker. So he's not against like the actual defensive line. And all he has to do is just like jump up at 7'6", and maybe he'll get his fingertips on like a ball or 2. And then that could be the difference, But of course, to be able to use a 7'7" guy that only plays on special teams, with a guy that could get hurt being that tall. I mean, I'm not sure if you're ever going to see that, but that would be kind of a funny thing, that if we ever saw that, like a basketball player decides, this is going to be too hard on my knees, maybe I'll just be a special teams guy, like a punter or kicker, except I'm only going to be used to block kicks. And my whole purpose is just to put my hands up, jump as high as I can, and just to try to block kicks. And they'll pay me like $1 million, to do that, or whatever, whatever the contract is, 500,000, $1 million a year for limited snaps or something. That would be, I imagine if one team was able to be successful with it, then it would be a trend where everyone's going to be looking for that, foreign guy that just doesn't want to do the basketball thing anymore. And then they just do that. But yeah, that would be crazy, dude. Yep. And that's why most teams, if they end up winning championships or having championship runs, it's before they get to their 5th year, because once they get their rookie contract over and they get a big deal, that means less money for everyone else. So you got to be able to try to find a team that's completed, and then you have a guy that could win it within 4 years, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So that way, if you win it before he gets paid, then, you can figure it out after that. But a lot of guys, they want this big money, but then the guys that get paid the most money, they never win the Super Bowl or even get there a lot of times still. Oh, really? What position does he play? What team is he on? Well, you wouldn't have to move around. We're just talking about a big guy that would only be in to block kicks. So he doesn't have to move around. Like they line him up right over the center, and all he does is just jump and then try to get his finger on it. I mean, if he's fucking 7'6" and his vert is like 2 inches, who cares? I mean, it's like a guy being 6 foot and, going down and doing a 360 windmill dunk. You got to get like a 40-inch vertical. But if you're already 7'6" and then your wingspan is like 10 foot, 11 foot, all you got to do is jump a little bit, not very much, because obviously you jump in the air, your legs get fucking tackled, your legs are broken because you're a big ass giraffe, right? But if you're just jumping straight up, you could probably get a couple fingertips on that, but they've never done that before. That doesn't mean it never will be done. Yeah, Manute Bol. Right. Manute Bol, Sean Bradley, George Mirasan. Yeah, NFC least to NFC beast. And congratulations to Brian Daboll. Good for him. And, Dallas finding, a way to, they can't be missing all these extra points, though. Maher, that was crazy. All right, let me get a couple bows here. I don't even know. Are you still in the room, Cyber, or did you dip? Even if he dipped, I'm still going to do it. And then we'll go into some food and go from there. It's like the first time that the Buccaneers have lost, and it hasn't affected me mentally. It's like sometimes you just know, you know what you see. You know what I mean? If you're a contender or if it's, you're a pretender. And arguably, I think the Buccaneers were the worst team in the playoffs. So to think that the worst team in the playoffs is going to go all the way just because of some Tom Brady magic is silly. But again, some people believe that, and I'm $50 richer and someone is $50 poorer. I mean, in that scenario, if the Bucs went all the way, then yeah, okay, of course I'd be happy to be wrong. But I mean, sometimes it's just, I got the ESP.
Since at least 1950 by any kicker in any game in NFL history. Tom Brady.
Oh, Cyber, what do you want to look at, Cyber? And like I said, we got to decide on the jersey situation. As far as today concerns, are you still wanting that Mahomes from before that we looked at, or do you have your eye on anything else? Have you seen anything else that has caught your eye besides that Mahomes that we looked at, or no? All right, good. Now let's get some Bo up here. I need Bo Jackson for my mental health. Maybe that's why I started getting extrally depressed, because I haven't been able to look at Bo Jackson photos. It's like looking at Ken Griffey Jr. photos. It never gets old. Never, ever, ever. And like I said, I mean, I've showed the pictures before, but I still got my Royals Bo Jackson poster in my childhood room, still hung up on the wall. Like, it's still there. I'm not going to take it down. I mean, maybe I'll take it down and then, I could always bring it here. Yeah, and plus you can't win a game when you throw the ball 66 times, 35 for 66, Brady, idiot, and then Prescott goes 25 for 33 with 4 tutties. I mean, but if you can't run the football, you get exposed. The college jersey still? Okay, the black one, right? 10th round pick, played 8 games. Wow. What position? Oh, D end. Wow. There's no a 7-foot D end. Yeah, there's probably a reason why he can only play 8 games. He probably, once he went down to the 3 fingers in the dirt, he probably fell down. He probably couldn't get back up. Imagine being 7 foot and trying to explode off the D end, off the line against like a tackle. My God. Maybe that's why we haven't seen a 7-footer play D end since. They're like, look at this guy. He thought he could play D end. And then every other 7-footer is like, no, fuck that. I'm going to the NBA, motherfucker. Yeah, and also on top of everything, the reason why I knew everything was going to be fucked this year is the divorce. You can't go through someone that you've been spending a good chunk of your life with, that have kids with, and then act like, and then AB stirring the pot. And there's just so much drama going on. But when you end up having a divorce, and it's a high-profile divorce of Brady and Giselle, you can't act like that's not going to affect his mood. It's not going to affect his mental. He's not going to be fully focused. He's thinking about that. And to act like that wasn't a part of the problem is ridiculous too. That's facts. I mean, it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to be able to notice things like that, we were fucked from the very beginning.
I'm gonna go home and get a good night's sleep as good as I can tonight.
Yeah, Brady will be back training tomorrow morning.
This has been a lot of focus on this game, so yeah, it's just been one day at a time. Truly.
For all the struggles this season, you guys have had at least the possibility of the playoffs. How hard is to find out you're losing this season?
Yeah, always tough.
Yeah, Brady ain't going to end his career like this. Like I said, he'll definitely. I would assume he'll play for 1 or 2 more years. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if he'll do like a 1-year deal, maybe a 1-year deal with the Raiders, and then hoping that the Niners have issues, and then he can end his career with the Niners and walk off into the sunset. I would assume if it's Tom and you're wanting to do it your way, you should have retired in 2020, but you just still wanted to keep playing. So that was not going to happen. But if you wanted the storybook ending, you should have left with Gronk, and then that would have been the end, and then that would have been the best way for you to go, but you still had that competitive fire in you, and you wanted to keep playing. So I would assume if he wants it his way, Tom will go to the Raiders, 1-year deal with McDaniels. It'll be a flop. It'll suck. It won't be good. There'll be 6 or 7 wins, and then he'll do 1 more year, and if the Niners call, he'll take it, but if not, then maybe he'll retire at that point or play another year somewhere else. But I would assume a 1-year deal, 2 different teams, and hoping that he can end with the Niners and maybe play with his childhood team and try to get one last chance, even at 47 in a reduced money deal to, try to win, on a $15 million a year, $20 million a year deal last year, and him competing with every other Niner quarterback. And if they feel that he's good enough, being at that age and, seeing if he can walk off into the sunset, I assume that will be ideally what he wants to do. Yeah, and like I said, getting to see him in the 80s when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old, 90s, just being able to really grasp what, Bo Knows was about. And, obviously with Griffey and Bo, what a great time. Yeah, we had Bonds and McGuire and Sosa and some of these other guys that cheated, Rafael Palmeiro, that Jose Canseco, McGuire, that kind of hurt it, right? But with like Bo and Griffey, it was like a nice positive time. It's like you had some guys, back then that were, really exciting. Even like another guy, that might not be known as like the best, but even like the White Sox with the big hurt, Frank Thomas. That was a fun time. You know what I mean? With some of these guys where you got to see some of that power. Albert Bell, may not be the best player, but everyone had their moments with certain Mike Piazza, going from the Mets and, doing the Dodger thing. It's like, it was a cool era of the 80s and 90s, but a lot of steroids, a lot of cheating, unfortunately.
Respect and I hope I gave the same thing back to you guys. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Brady's like, where's my 20-year-old blonde girlfriend?
Tom Brady expressing so much gratitude and thanks for the folks in Tampa, the organization, saying he loves it there.
Yeah, he ain't coming back.
We've seen him in the Buccaneers.
Because the thing is if you're going to suck, right, and you don't see any chance of the team getting better, you might as well play with McDaniels and, go that route. But again, you're going to need offensive line because, I mean, if you're going to go somewhere where offensive line has been the reason that everyone thinks you're done, right, and you don't have an offensive line. I mean, like I said, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when healthy, we actually have, I think, a top 10 offensive line. But this year we're hurt, so we suck, right? But the Raiders, even when they have all their guys healthy, right, they're one of the worst in the league. So how the hell is Brady going to have time to go to Waller, Renfro, Jacobs if they bring him back, and Devontae Adams if he doesn't have time? And he's not mobile, but I don't know.
This is good for us because this is what we do for a living. We get to speculate: is Brady going to Vegas? Is Aaron Rodgers going to Tennessee? Like, who knows? Like, there's so much intrigue in what's going on, and it's one of those things.
Oh, I bet Aaron Rodgers better not come to Tampa. Brady better not be in Tampa. Rodgers better not be in Tampa. No. I don't want Carr or really Jimmy G, but if I had to choose one, I would probably go with Carr. But I mean, the Carr will get the same type of narrative too. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you don't have a good offensive line, then they're just going to rip him apart too. But no, yeah, Brady's not done. I mean, plus when he goes into the booth, you know what I mean? He'll be able to go that route too. So.
so spry at that age. Dak Prescott certainly looking spry in his own right. Cowboys rolling much more on NFL Game Day Final when we continue.
You are watching the NFL Game Day Final Mercedes-Benz post-game show.
All right, so we got some of those. Anything else that you want to be able to take a quick peek at, Cyber? So college jerseys, still have to get that on tap, and we'll definitely do that. I already feel bad that I wasn't able to get it to you already, but I know you know with my situation with like just how things are going on the channel and just my mental health and everything. But we'll get that done sooner than later. Like I said, I'll message you on Twitter, and we'll try to find the correct link and get all the correct information before I purchase, and then we'll end up getting that your way. So.
Lenovo makes seamless productivity possible. CDW makes it powerful.
He always went for bad debt.
We had a lot of expenses. The intro offers were hard to pass up.
Then the interest payments started.
The debt just kept getting worse. So we broke up with bad debt and got a low fixed rate SoFi personal loan for our big expenses.
The couch goes back tomorrow.
Break up with bad debt. Fund weddings, home renovations, or consolidate debt. View your rate at SoFi.com. SoFi, get your money right.
Newest thing, Pizza Hut isn't pizza at all. It's cheesy, so crispy, loaded with toppings, and just $6.99. Enough for two, price for one. New Pizza Hut melts.
Rick Rude, good choice, man. I actually, one of my very first comics is a WCW comic, and it has Rick Rude. I have like one that's got Farouk before he was Farouk. And then I have like Rick Rude and Sting. I have like two old school WCW comics that cost like $1 at the Circle K, $1.25. I still have them to this day. So obviously it's like wrestling has always been in my blood, but that's crazy that you said that. I'll have to dig them out sometime and I'll show you. Yeah, they're very cool. And like I said, I never, they're not in the greatest condition. I don't think they're really worth a whole lot. I don't really know what edition. I think it's like one was maybe, out of 100 issues, one of them, I think they're both in the first 20 issues of the magazine of the comic book, WCW comic book. But
This is Bandit. He founded Underdog Fantasy so that humans who really love sports can play with their friends and win some big prizes. Tell your human to go to UnderdogFantasy.com today.
Ravishing Rick Rude.
UnderdogFantasy.com is the only place where you can invest in alternative assets like fine art, collectibles, and more. Alongside stocks,
Played a good heel.
all of your investing all in one place.
Part of NWO too.
When you transfer an account to public.com.
Especially when he had like the longer hair, that's when you really remember Rick Rude. When he cut it short, that was like, he wasn't the same really wrestler. Like when he had the longer hair, then you remember more of like the 80s stuff. And like Sting, when he had like the blonde hair and the blue and white face paint, like this is the Rick Rude that I remember, the old school Rick Rude. This one, it's like, that's not, it wasn't the same. This is the one, the older one. Yeah. Him doing the promos with Bobby Heenan, like in the background and stuff.
Our researcher, Matt O'Connor, jinxed it right before that throw. But every time Tom Brady has been in the red zone the past couple years, Dak Prescott wide open into the end zone on that. That was the perfect time.
What a day. What a time period. Hogan. Ravishing Rick Rude. Mean Gene. Let me tell you something, Mean Gene. Bobby Heenan. Oh, yeah. Some good stuff, man. That puts a smile to my face. I mean, it's like.
I don't want to laugh, but it's applause. Like everybody's having a good time. Hey, we're killing the Buccaneers, and then it's like, but Brett Maher's having his flight back is enjoying them. But he did make his final opportunity, so give him back to do it. There's Dak Prescott there.
I think this one is Rick Rude and Jake the Snake. Let me see. Oh, man. It's like my childhood all over again. WrestleMania, Ultimate Warrior and Rick Rude. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. The Rude Awakening, yes. So cool, then.
Congratulations on this win.
And this one isn't Rick Rude at all, but it just was next to Rick Rude, so I figured I'd show it. This one's cool. A little Ted DiBiase and Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh, okay. Full screen, too. Like, I actually got it to fit. Pretty cool. All right, let's go through some breakfast food here. We'll keep grinding it here for a little bit, and then we'll see where we're at when we hit the 4-hour and 30-minute mark, and then we'll either end it then or possibly go to the 5-hour mark, and then we'll call it a day, and then I'm going to try to have some great mental health and then be back tomorrow and just keep getting back into a rhythm. So that way that I don't go back into that dark hole that I was in. I don't want to miss 4 or 5 days. It's not good for me financially, mentally. And it's just good to be able to keep the grind going as long as I feel okay with the grind. So.
CeeDee Lamb, 4 catches, 68 yards as the Cowboys beat Tom Brady for the very first time. They smacked that road losing streak that they hadn't won since the 1992 season in San Francisco, where they'll be for the divisional round.
And anything anyone wants to see, obviously from now until we end, just, like I said, this stream is about you guys now. Like I said, just something extra for mental health, and it doesn't have to, we can keep going down the wrestling path. If you want to be able to do some more food, just let me know. If you're in the room, Sarah, Cyber, Reflect, if you guys want something, just type it in there, and then that'll let us kind of go, and it'll give me some opportunities to see if I can find something maybe that you want to see, and then we'll just go that route. So just let me know if there's anything else, and I don't really mind. We can always bounce around from, breakfast food and old school 80s and 90s wrestling. I don't mind. That doesn't bother me one bit. I never owned a Rick Rude figure, but I imagine they have a few of them out there, Hasbro figures from back in the day. Yeah, but it was really cool to go through my boxes. Like I said, I did that like 2 days ago, and that was like exciting to be able to go through like hundreds of toys in the package and stuff that I even forgot that I had, and some stuff that I haven't seen in like years, just to throw the dust off of it and just to be able to, kind of see what it looks like with the package. And yeah, it's pretty cool. And I was able to get some of my loose stuff here on the desk too. So got some really cool stuff. Randy Johnson starting lineup, Ken Griffey Jr. Upper Deck rookie year bobblehead from a game that I went to a couple years ago as a giveaway. I got a Hollywood Hogan figure with NWO guardrail here on the desk with the spray paint can, and he's got the little shirt, little cutoff shirt and everything, old WCW figure. And then I got LaMichael James and Mariota custom McFarlane's on the desk too. So the desk is full of wrestlers and Ducks and Mariners primarily. So yeah, what was he thinking? I mean, it's one thing to bet like for that game, and if they played that game well, maybe they can steal one, but anything beyond one win would have been just ludicrous. But again, maybe someone's blind faith. It's not like I want to argue with anyone, but I mean, if you want to lose money to me, like I'm trying to help you out so you don't have some like, some kind of bet where, he's going to donate money to me anyway, so it's not really him losing money. But I guess I don't really care about the right, wrong, but just to have that blind faith that like we're the worst team in the playoffs and we're going to win the Super Bowl. How? Like there's no fucking way. You know what I mean? And obviously, if they did, then everything that I've ever known about football would be wrong. That O-line doesn't matter. D-line doesn't matter. Defense doesn't matter. Coaching doesn't matter. Play calling doesn't matter. Injuries don't matter. And then all of a sudden the Bucs win it all? You know? I don't know. That's my method of thinking. So, you want some pizza? I'm just happy for the Cowboys. I'm probably the only Bucs fan that's happy for them on planet Earth right now. But I genuinely am happy because, I mean, they've gone through hell over the years, you know, and it doesn't help that you got Skip Bayless as like your, face of the franchise. Like, that's the guy that, you know, that everyone thinks Cowboys, they think of him. That's disgusting. Anybody but Skip Bayless. I mean, I think the only thing that could be worse is Stephen A. So I guess it could be worse. I mean, can you imagine being a fan of the same team of Stephen A? Oh, God.
Obviously, you had a fantastic game. You know, it's the offense to having a resilient bounce back for Washington. But talk about the defense and just how you guys played off each other.
Yeah, I mean, defense, after the first two possessions, I mean, without them going to do what they do, creating those 3 and outs and just giving us the ball right back, it could be a different story. So, I mean, as you said, complimentary football. That's the way it's been when this team is on fire. And when this team is on, they make stops. We're going to turn it into points, and just got to continue to build off of that. And
you continue to give Tony Pollard the football over Zeke, and that's a big difference. You should have fucking learned that years ago. But they finally put it together.
And then back it up with 2 back-to-back touchdowns. How did you stay steady so this game didn't go the same direction?
preparation. Easy, just knowing what this group's capable of doing. Not getting frustrated within. And I can't say that I didn't do that last week. That was a little bit of frustration, but this week, knowing that I couldn't allow that to get in my head, I couldn't allow me to change the way that I played this game. I obviously credit the defense for, as I said, giving us the ball right back after those 2 possessions, and just told the offense in the huddle, hey, we get 1 first down, the city's going to roll. And that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, we should continue to do that.
Yeah, I think it's when it comes down to when you start betting off a team off like past reputation and you don't realize that the team that you're looking at now isn't the same reputation. Because, I mean, I don't know if anyone thought that the Bucs defense was going to play great today. Like they were going to get like 5 sack lunches, a couple pick sixes. If you've watched Tampa this year, you knew. I mean, you're fucking 8-9. There's no way that that's going to happen this year. But there's that blind faith of some Bucs fans that thought that, you know what? They're at home. It's Brady. We're going to turn it on. But you can only do that when you have a full collective team that's buying in and you're hot and healthy. And obviously they weren't any of those things. So, oh, well, Steelers fans aren't going to accept him. But we don't really see Stephen A. like wearing the Steelers gear and, you know, doing this and doing that. And he doesn't even know how to do predictions. A lot of the time, he doesn't even know how the names are spelled. The names are pronounced. You know, all his predictions are always wrong. He got like NBA finals wrong like 10 years in a row. You know, what a great job. You can be loud and ignorant and wrong and get paid like $8 million a year. That's just crazy. I can't even believe people watch them. I really can't. You know, maybe it was like an old school thing, you know, that was popular, but things are changing just like technology. And those type of people are going to start getting faded out, you know, in the next few years where that's not what it's about anymore. And then the networks that it can actually build on that and realize that there's talent like on Twitch and YouTube and other places rather than just former players or people that are dumb, that are just loud. You know, they have to think there's other places where they can actually maximize ratings and get better people that know football. So it's a matter of time, you know what I mean? But clearly we're not there yet. Like the executives think that they have something special, but clearly they do not know anything about ratings or what good sports talk, football or sports talk in general is. I mean, unless you just want to brainwash a lot of people, and that's pretty much what they've been doing on, you know, whatever narrative they want to fucking barf at you. It's either you accept it or you don't. So then we got Jags and Chiefs on Saturday, 1:30, Giants and Eagles at 5:15, then Sunday, Bengals, Bills, oh my, and then Cowboys, Niners. What a fun divisional round. That's going to be so awesome. Because even teams that are like underdogs, like Jags and Giants and Bengals and Cowboys, they have a shot. Like every underdog, including the Jags, even though that's the team that has the least likely shot. But if they play the way they've been playing, can you imagine the Jags going into Kansas City and winning that game? Then that would open the door for the Bengals to go back to the Super Bowl if they beat the Bills. But obviously we have to be like kind of serious about it. Just because the Jags have been able to overcome the impossible, what are the chances of them doing it 2 weeks in a row and against the Chiefs? Not likely. They already kind of gave everything that they had. And don't be surprised if Kansas City ends up blowing them out, by 7 or more, 10 or more. I could see that happening. But there will be some Jags fans that'll be assuming that they'll find a way. But again, sometimes you got to crawl before you walk, and sometimes you run out. Sometimes that mojo runs out. Yeah, I need to go get some Mexican food at some point. It sounds good. I haven't ordered Pizza Hut in like fucking years. I just found a little Pizza Hut one, but this one actually doesn't look good for doesn't look too bad for a Pizza Hut photo. They were like, no one really used to buy Domino's and Pizza Hut, and then you look at like Pizza Hut and goddamn, pizza is expensive. Like when you try to order it, in person or even at like a Grubhub, like pizzas, you used to be able to get a pizza for $5 to $10. Now it's like $20 to $35 for like a decent sized pizza with not even that many crazy toppings on it, or it's just wild like how much pizza costs now compared to what it used to be. Taco salad's always good. But like I said, I feel like I'm kind of turning the corner, so I should be able to do both of those games, even though that's going to be – I've done 3 games in a day before, and I've done 5 in a weekend, so it's not like I can't do it, you know what I mean? But it'll be a little tough doing 2 games and 2 games with no rest. But, like I said, we're getting to the end of the year where we're going to be less games and less games. So that's the goal, to be able to do both games on Saturday and Sunday. As long as my mental health is good, we should be good. All right, so we got 10 minutes to go. And if we don't get anybody new coming in, and if we kind of cap out at that point, we'll just end the stream. If we end up getting people and we go on a little bit of a dono train, I'll go to the 5-hour mark. But for now, we'll probably just go until 10 more minutes, and we'll call it a day. And then hopefully we can get maybe some better results tomorrow. And then, and like I said, most of the time when we end up having big numbers, it's never even during a fucking football, basketball, baseball stream. It usually ends up being a stream like just kind of in the middle of the week, where we end up having some like astronomical day, and we break the record or break records on days that I'm not even doing an actual game. So yeah, so I don't mind. We can end up, we'll take what we got. Thank God for Cyberpunk and the others to help us get there. If we can get a few more before the stream ends, cool. If not, we'll call it what it is, and then we'll bounce back tomorrow. So was hoping for a few more people to kind of come through to watch my Buccaneers lose, but again, who wants to watch the Buccaneers play football? Even I don't. So, hopefully we'll get a better turnout tomorrow. But again, it just felt good to get back, to streaming. Because like I said, if I would have gone another day, like if I didn't do this game, who knows if I stream tomorrow. Like sometimes it gets into this bad pattern where it's really hard for me to get out of the hole, and I want to get out, but I need to, just be able to push forward. And sometimes it's hard to push forward. You can get to a point where you feel like you're almost there, but I'm just glad that the sun came out, and that was a big difference for me. So anything else that you want to see here? I can keep doing pizza here until the end, but if there's anything else anyone wants to see, just holler. And then, and like I said, we'll either end the stream in 30 or 40 or 10 or 30, depending on what's going on. So, but I hope Cowboy fans are enjoying it. But I guarantee you're going to get the young Cowboy fans that don't even know what the Cowboy fandom is, that are going to be so extra on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And I mean, like I said, once you get a few people that are like that, it just ruins it for the rest of the fan base, But I know a good chunk of them, the old school fans, they will appreciate this win. They understand it was against a bad team, but fuck, it's the first road win since '93. Baby steps. And then you just got to pray that Dak plays out of his mind, and Micah and the defense can get to Purdy. And if that's possible, if they can get to Purdy, they got a chance because their defense is good too. But again, to expect Dak is going to accumulate for 5 touchdowns against the Niners is ridiculous. I doubt you're going to get 4 touchdown passes out of Purdy against that Dallas defense, and Dak doing 5 or 4 touchdowns against that Niner defense. I mean, I guess it could happen, but it would be probably the most shocking thing ever because both defenses are 2 of the best of the 3 besides maybe Philly. So, it'd be really shocking to see the number 2 and number 3 defense give up 30 each, but I guess you never know. I mean, that's why we love the NFL. So, yeah. And, it sucks, you know what I mean? But at least I climbed out. And again, sometimes I just need more than a day or 2. And again, like I said, I can't do a stream if I'm not fully mentally there. Like I thought about it, over the weekend, but it's like, the preparation and, that's a big part of it for me too. Because like when I do a stream, I'm not just doing 3 or 4 or 5 hours. I'm usually doing an extra hour and a half of prep on top of that. So if I'm mentally not in a good headspace and I know that I'm going to have to commit 6 hours when I don't even feel good, that's a big thing to ask. You know what I mean? I got to prep for an hour and a half. Then I'm doing the game. Then I'm doing maybe a half hour to an hour and a half after the game. And then if you're not at a good number or there's not a lot of people, you can't ever predict when that's going to happen, but usually I just try to have a good time no matter where we're at. So, but it happens every January and next January. Like I said, when this happens, you'll be like, oh, fuck, it's that time of year and stuff. So, but as long as I recognize what I can do to make things better, then that's going to get me out of the hole sooner. So like I already went for 1 hour walk with Paisley and maybe I'll do another one and stuff, I can take some gummies and then I can just go walk in the darkness, with myself and her. And it's really nice. It's like, it's just me and her and no one else is out there. Sometimes there's a little light drizzle and it's just like me and my own thoughts, not negative thoughts, and just listening to like, music. And God, it's like really peaceful to not, think about anything else besides just, exercising and just getting that music in. So. Yeah, but really what makes me excited besides Shep's $1,300 dono and us breaking the record at 1527 is just being able to get Cyber the jersey. I've been wanting to get him this, and like I just have to make sure I get everything lined up and get all the proper information. And that's actually going to be probably the most exciting thing for me is just when I know that I can, get a gift that, something that he will wear or he'll have in the car to try to get signed. So if he sees Mahomes at a gas station, it's always in the car, just sitting in the plastic. He's already got the Sharpie in the car at all times anyways. So all he's got to do is approach and hope that he'll sign it. And then boom, then you get a Patrick Mahomes autograph from not even being at the game. How cool would that be? So, and on top of it being the college jersey, that'll be more of a reason for Mahomes to look at it, be impressed, and then sign it. I mean, if it's just a regular Chiefs jersey, that's one thing. But to actually have like the Texas Tech, that shows like a different level of fandom. And it's probably the swaggiest Patrick Mahomes jersey on planet Earth. The black Texas Tech one is pretty fire. It's a looker. It's a jersey that I would even purchase and like wear because it looks so cool. I'm not necessarily going to be a Chiefs fan, but I am a Mahomes fan. But it's an incredible jersey, especially if you're a hardcore Chief fan like him.
Not just this game. And I really believe Tom probably, really feels like he still has football left in him. He still can play the game. And we saw time and time throughout this.
Yeah, I still had I got to look to see if I still have it or not, or if I gave it away. But I think I still have my 1990 score supplemental Emmitt Smith rookie card. And it's one of the rarer Emmitt Smith rookie cards. I'm pretty sure I still have it. I know I gave my Ben Roethlisberger rookie away to my boy Jake that lives in Texas now. And I only had a couple football ones that I really liked, but the Emmitt one was special because it was my first graded card that I got off eBay, in my late teens, early 20s, long time ago. And it's not really worth a bunch. It's worth maybe around $100, but it's just kind of sentimental to me because it was like the first graded card that I ever had. So yeah, I listen to the E40 channel when I walk. So it's like E40, Be Legit, who's very underrated as a West Coast rapper, P-Lo, and then they got it's Mount Westmore instead of Mount Rushmore. So Mount Westmore is Ice Cube, Too Short, Snoop, and E40. So they have like this album where they have all 4 of them like rapping on songs together, and it's fucking incredible. Like even though all of them are old as shit, right? Like they can still flow and it still sounds good. And having those 4 guys, like one guy, boom, another guy, and you have all 4 rappers in a song. I mean, it's easy for me to be able to exercise when I can listen to stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I solely listen to when I do the walks. He's saved me to a certain degree. You know, Paisley has saved me, but I think E40 has actually saved me. Like out of the person that I listen to the most by far out of any rapper. You know, once in a while I would go to like the Drake channel and stuff, but there's a lot of shit on there that I'm just like, I have like 1 or 2 songs on the Drake channel. It could be Drake or artists that are associated with Drake, like Migos and others. And then it kind of goes shitty. So usually I just don't even listen to that one anymore. And then when I listen to this, I get all West Coast stuff. So I know it's always going to be good. It's always going to be, you know, the Bay Area. It's always going to be Snoop and that type of vibe, and E40, Be Legit, P-Lo, and you know, I don't really get the Little John stuff because that's the South stuff. And everyone, you know, you can do East Coast rap with like Jay-Z. You know, you can do like the South rap. You know, you can go there. You know, if you want to do like Juvenile or Big Timers, you know, you can go with the Nolans rap. You know, but I don't know. Me living out here on the West Coast, I've always been kind of more inclined for like the California Bay Area rap. That's what I relate to the most. So. All right, so should we just call it then? I mean, I don't really think anyone else is coming through, and thank God Cyber came in. Otherwise, we would have been sitting at like $5, which would have been pretty bad for missing, you know, 5 days and coming in here and grinding it out for 5-6 hours for, you know, an amount that would have been kind of disappointing. So at least we got, you know, we didn't get our goal, but at least we got, you know, a number. So thank you so much to Cyber and everyone else, and Sarah and Jameson, and hopefully we'll have a better crowd tomorrow, and then we'll get back on it. Oh, nice. I was thinking about trying to get some tickets for Shep, you know, after that big $1,300 dono. I want to get something special for him and whatnot. You know, I'm going to have bills and other things that are going to come up, but yeah, definitely doing something like that would be very, very cool. Well, I know you're happy that I'm back, and I know I'm happy that I'm back, and great job as usual. We'll get a better turnout, you know, tomorrow, and you never know. We might end up having a huge stream tomorrow where we're not expecting anything, and then we hit 200 to 500 or something crazy. So we definitely have a lot of making up to do. My mental health has been in the gutter, but I know we can make up for those 5 days, and I think we'll still be able to hopefully finish out the month on a good note, even though we're a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we did gain a little bit based off the big dono that we had with the $1,300 dono from Shep and the 1527 that we hit right when I was in the beginning stages of the depression and anxiety and whatnot. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Wish the game could have been a little bit better. I mean, as far as for fans' sake, final score, Dallas 31, Tampa Bay 14. Hey, Dak Prescott finally going to get the love and recognition. There's nothing that anybody can say. You know what I mean? The Bucs defense sucked. He took advantage. So the narrative of, you know, Dak being a bad quarterback, that needs to go out the gutter because we already know that we know Dak is a solid quarterback, and I would take him in Tampa Bay in a heartbeat. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And we'll be back very, very shortly tomorrow. And I appreciate all you guys. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.